में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रैटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में Indian Military Heritage
Festival. Honor, heritage, India. Courage remembered, purpose renewed. Where legacy becomes duty. Colors that never run. Stories that never fade. From archives to action. Steel in spirit, clear in mind. The spirit stands tall. Join the call. Be there. 14 and 15 November. At United Service Institution of India. Register now. This year, at the Indian Military Heritage Festival, experience powerful voices and pivotal histories. Gautam Hazarika brings to life the forgotten Indian prisoners of World War II, a story of survival against
So good morning, everyone. A very good morning to everyone. So good morning, everyone. Please take your seats. Everything in readiness for us to start the action of day 2 of the 3rd edition of Indian Military Heritage Festival. Let me take this opportunity to share the agenda for day 2. In just a few moments from now, sharp at 10 in the morning, we'll start with the first session. And the title is Udhav, Great Indian Military Leaders and Military Systems. Thereafter, we have the second session on military biographies. So everyone, on day 2 today, we'll have total 9 sessions here in the auditorium. 6 sessions, the first 6, everyone has a choice. You have a session here in the auditorium and parallelly another session in the adjacent room, Seminar Hall 1. And after the first 6 simultaneous sessions where you have a choice, the last 3 sessions happen here in the auditorium, a combined session for everyone. So at 10, we are going to start here in the auditorium on Udhav, Great Indian Military Leaders and Military System. While in the adjacent Seminar Hall 1, the topic will be Taming the Waves, where the focus will be on the Indian Navy. Yesterday, you must have seen when you entered the auditorium, we had the beautiful naval band play the tunes. And later in the afternoon, we had the Air Force band. This morning, it's the Army band, Rajputana Rifles. And their beautiful music and the musical instruments of flute, trombone, clarinet, saxophone. They were playing music this morning and they will play music throughout the day as well. That will fill the air with patriotism and the feeling of nation first. The second session, the choice. Here in the auditorium, we'll have a session on military biographies, where we'll share with you 3 eternal stories of brave soldiers the inspiring story of Naib Subedar Chunni Lal, a military biography of Lieutenant General Rustam K. Nanavati, and the third one will be on a Kashmir night in the last 50 years of the princely state of Jammu and Kashmir. So when we have this session here in the auditorium, parallelly the other option is Tussles over Tibet. So total 9 sessions here today. Now I'm telling you the third session. We'll have that session here in the auditorium on the topic Assam's Modern Journey, History, Conflict and the Pursuit of Peace. Amongst others, we'll be joined by the Director General Assam Rifles in the third session. The option we have in the parallel session is titled Border Security Force and Bangladesh. The fourth session, again there's a choice there. For the first 6 we have a choice. The fourth session, the session that happens here in the auditorium, is titled Valor and Honor, Indian Army Through the Ages. And in the adjacent room, it'll be on lessons and insights from the 1965 Indo-Pakistan War. Yesterday, we had 3 sessions on World War II, because 2025 marks 80 years of the World War II. Today, we're going to look at 60 years of the India-Pakistan 65 war. So this year, we observe the Diamond Jubilee of the Indo-Pak 65 war. The fifth session is very interesting. It's titled Rygad Battlefield Trails of a World Heritage Site. You'll be happy to know that in July this year, UNESCO declared 12 sites in India, 12 forts as World Heritage Sites, 11 of which are in Maharashtra, 1 in Tamil Nadu. And one of those 11 in Maharashtra is Rygad. So we'll be joined by Shri Chhatrapati Shambhaji Raje in that session, and we'll learn more about the ancient war times and more about these forts. Parallelly, the session there would be on law, governance, and the armed forces. So that's the fifth session. The sixth session today here will be on the topic Retracing the Roots of Asian Strategic Thought. We look at the comparing classical political thoughts and statecraft in India and China in that particular session. Also, another book that will be discussed will be Mahabharata Strategic Insights Navigating the Dharmic Compass. In the adjacent seminar hall, the sixth session is titled Fiction as Memory, Echoes of Freedom from 1857, that's the first revolt, to World War II. Those are the 6 sessions where we have choices. And the next 3 sessions of the day are all a combined session here in the auditorium. So first of those 3 will be where we'll be joined by General N.C. Witch, former Chief of the Army Staff. And he's written a book that's titled Alone in the Ring, Decision Making in Critical Times. We'll focus on that. The penultimate session will see the arrival of General Anil Chauhan, the current Chief of Defense Staff, and he'll be sharing his insights on the topic Ready, Relevant and Resurgent, a blueprint for the transformation of India's military, the book that he has authored. And finally, day 2 will culminate with a closing ceremony with General Anil Chauhan being the chief guest. So that's the agenda for the day. The first topic today is on Project Udhav. Before I invite the panelists, let me just tell you a little bit about this particular project. Because we are celebrating the 3rd edition of Indian Military Heritage, we all would agree that heritage means that we're trying to connect the past with the present so that we can inspire for future. So Project Udhav of the USI basically aims to study the evolution of Indian military systems, strategy, war, fighting, and strategic thought. The idea is to develop an indigenous vocabulary that's rooted in India's philosophy and culture through this Project Udhav. This project will aim to conduct sound academic research and present the findings through a series of publications and seminars. तो प्रोजेक्ट उद्भव की अगर बात करें तो आप देखिए भारत तो एक सभ्यता है, तो भारतीय सभ्यता में पहले भी वॉर हुए हैं, पहले भी स्ट्रेटेजी हुई है, तो उसको कैसे रिसर्च करके एक शब्दावली बनाई जाए जो कि फिर हमें आने वाले समय में भी मदद करे, वो प्रोजेक्ट उद्भव है जिस पे पहले सेशन में और फोकस होगा. तो आइए अब जब हमें प्रोजेक्ट उद्भव के बारे में थोड़ा पता लग गया तो हम आमंत्रित करते हैं फर्स्ट सेशन के जो हमारे पैनलिस्ट हैं. प्लीज वेलकम कर्नल अजय रायना, Major V.V. Narayanan, and Lieutenant General Ghanshyam Singh Katoj on stage, please. let me introduce the panelists to you, beginning with Colonel Ajay Raina, Sena Medal, retired. Thank you, sir. He's the author of the book Beyond the Forces Frontiers, General Zorawar Singh's life and his forays into the Himalayan highlands. Colonel Raina was commissioned into the 93 Field Regiment in the year 1990 and later commanded the same unit from 2007 and 8. A gallantry awardee for operations in northern Kashmir 2006. He took premature retirement in the year 2017. Colonel Ajay Raina is the founder trustee of the Military History Research Foundation India and has authored or edited 29 books on military history and strategy, several translated into Indian languages. He's a motivational speaker, prolific columnist, and frequent media panelist. He writes and speaks widely on history, geopolitics, and national security, contributing significantly to India's contemporary strategic discourse. Thank you very much, Colonel Raina, for joining us today. Let me now introduce to you Major V.V. Narayanan. Major Narayanan is a decorated military officer, scholar, and speaker who commanded the strategically vital Nathula Pass, which is on the Indo-China border, leading high-risk commando operations in extreme conditions. Commissioned from the Officers Training Academy into the 17 Jat Regiment, the famed Mashka warriors of the Kargil conflict, he holds degrees in economics and Vaishnavism from Madras University and was titled Mr. Madras by Dr. M.G. Ramachandran. A national Silambam athlete, he represented India at the South Asian Federation Games. A leadership coach and speaker, he serves as president of Hypnotic Circle, India's oldest hypnosis forum, and mentors Toastmasters international chapters. A warm welcome, Major V.V. Narayanan. Thank you very much, sir. And now to the moderator of this session, Lieutenant General Ghanshyam Singh Katoch, PVSM, AVSM, VSM. Lieutenant General Katoch is an infantry officer who is an alumnus of DSSC Wellington, the Higher Command Course and the National Defense College. He holds a bachelor's degree from JNU Delhi, 2 master's degrees, one in Defense and Strategic Studies from Madras University, and the other in Defense Analysis from the Naval Postgraduate School, California. He is an MPhil in Defense and Strategic Studies from Devi Ahilyabai University, Indore. He commanded an infantry battalion on the line of control, a brigade in counterinsurgency operations in Kashmir, a division on the LSE, and a corps in the desert sector. Presently, he is a distinguished fellow at the Center for Land Warfare Studies, New Delhi. He has authored numerous articles and 3 books and is writing a 4th on General Zorawar Singh with experience visiting defense establishment in the USA, Germany, Belgium, Egypt, Myanmar, Vietnam, and Afghanistan. So it's over to the moderator, Lieutenant General Ghanshyam Singh Katoch, with a request to conclude the first session by 10:50. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Amit. And be rest assured, we will complete the session in time because unfortunately, one of the authors is not here. Not that we will miss her out, Pushpa Kurup, because since I have her book here, we will talk a little bit about her book. So, everybody who's here in the morning, good morning and welcome to my panelists. The manner that we will do it is that initially I will ask certain questions of the panelists and I will request them to be not very long. Maybe for the first 10 minutes or so we'll talk like that. And after that, I will have a little more time for them, maybe 5-6 minutes for each question that I ask them. And thereafter, we will throw open the session to the house. If anybody's got any questions, they can ask. If they don't have any questions, then I will still ask questions of the 2 panelists. And thereafter, we will try to finish in time the way Amit has told us. Now, Amit has told you about the 2 people who are here. To my left is Colonel Ajay Raina, who's written this book. This is Beyond the Frozen Frontiers, General Zorawar Singh's life and his forays into the Himalayan highlands. Now, you heard him say that I am myself writing a book on Zorawar Singh, which has been, it's a project given to me by my regiment, the Jammu and Kashmir Rifles. And the day I got the project, the first thing I did was buy Colonel Ajay Raina's book. So I said, let me have the latest current thoughts on that. So this is his book. And the other book, the author who's not here today, is Malabar, Mysore, and A Tale of Two Sultans by Pushpa Kurup. She unfortunately could not come here. And if you have, any of you have read her books, she's a very good author. And to the children who are sitting here, I would recommend one book of hers, which is the first book. It's called Snow and Salt and Other Animal Stories. It's a very small book. It's got 7 stories by 7 different animals, very exotic animals. A tortoise, a zebra, and there the animals talk with their mothers, with their fathers. And it's a very wonderful discourse on philosophy. It's a travelogue, and you all will enjoy it. And this, of course, is a first foray into writing something about history, military history. And another thing to my right is Major Narayanan. He's here for the second part, for the thing concerning Udhav. That means something knowledge about our old military systems. You heard his biodata earlier. And maybe one thing the MC didn't say, that he's also a founder member and an important functionary in the Indian Hypnotic Society. So if I don't look at his eyes when I'm asking him a question, you'll understand why. Otherwise, I'll be talking only to him. Okay? So now we'll start off, and I'll first ask Ajay. And as you heard, that he's a prolific author. He's written 29 books in the last 21 years. And all concerning military history, because he's also a founder trustee of the Military History Research Foundation, which has the aim to document the lesser known aspects of Indian military history. And in fact, 2 of my books have been published under the aegis of his foundation. Now, Colonel Raina, I just wanted to ask you, which is a normal standard stock question asked of all authors, that in the book that you've written on Zorawar Singh, there are a couple of other books also written by senior authors earlier who were not military people, of course. In writing this book, while researching for it, is there any one important thing or 2 important things which came out during your research?
Thank you, sir. Morning, everybody. You're right, sir. There's so many, I think 6 books been written on him before I wrote this one. One big gap which I found in the research was with due regards to authors who did it before me. People had kind of, like they said, you write only Victor's story. You write from one perspective. And the most I record which was available is, of course, in Jammu and Himachal. So I found that there's a gap. We should also understand what other side was feeling that time when General Zorawar Singh took Dogra army into Himalayan highlands, that is Ladakh. He went to Baltistan, then of course Tibet. So that gap, in fact, like sir said, 29 books in 21 years. This book took about 2.5 years, because then I had to travel to Ladakh, look for the literature of that time, of 19th century. But once I got the literature, then there's nobody who could translate it because the language has undergone a lot of change. So that took a lot of time. And another thing related to this is, we live in an era of narratives. So you have a story, and then you have 10 odd narratives around it, as per the convenience of people. So I heard it from a local Ladakhi fellow that Zorawar Singh ne aake atyachar kiya tha. So I also wanted to verify that. So luckily I got a hold of a book written by Lama, who had met him when General Zorawar Singh went into Ladakh. And the chronicle says very clearly that General Zorawar and his army, they didn't touch any monastery. There was no molestation. There was no looting. One thing happened later on when his army got kind of massacred in Tibet. And before that, there were 5 mutinies in Ladakh. So during one of those mutinies, a couple of monasteries were damaged, but that is a different story. So that was a gap which I thought was a big gap. So I was fortunate enough to cover it. And second thing, I wanted to relate it with what we do today. What he did that time, and some of that is still applicable. We'll talk about logistics, we talk of tactics. Of course, that was a different era. So these 2 things, I tried to bring it to the present understanding of military terminology. And that's how I took it on, sir.
Thank you, Ajay. And now Major Narayanan. You are with the Tamil Heritage Trust.
True, sir.
So, I mean, for the benefit of everybody, can you just tell us a little bit about the trust? What is it doing about Tamil military heritage?
Good morning, sir. Thanks to the USA for having brought me here and to the General for having brought me to the platform. I am from Chennai, the southernmost tip of the country. We have a trust called Tamil Heritage Trust. We've been functioning for the past 15 years. We take pride in the fact that we enact wars and battles actually by training NCC cadets and making them form into 2 or 3 groups as the case may be. One stark example is a Battle of Adyar took place on 24th October 1746 in Chennai. That changed the course of history. A body of just 300 people conquered 10,000 people. Absolutely stunning. So we enact it. This is just one part. And Chennai is full of a lot of monuments. Most important being the Fort St. George, where the British consolidated their empire. If I were to go to the dates, I just go there, bring the people there, we form a group, and then we say where Robert Clive lived, where the first treaty was signed, what actions took place, how the British and French fought over each other, how they were able to transfer the cupola, which has been held. We just go into the granular detail, deep dive, and try to instill a sense of history and heritage in the minds of the youngsters, most especially. And almost every second week we have our programs. Not only the Tamil heritage, there are scores of dozens of movements that has been picking up with great speed throughout Tamil Nadu. Every Sunday doesn't pass with any of the heritage doesn't taking place. So many groups are active. A program is called Reach Foundation, where they teach people how to read the inscriptions on the temple wall. There you'll find the entire history there, unsmudged, untampered. It's been there on the walls. We just teach people how to read. A script which is as old as 2000 years. We take them from the known to the unknown. And there are several remarkable agencies who do, just for the heck of it, driven by the passion for history, inspiring the youngsters. One is called Friends of Heritage Sites. The people take the people to the heritage sites, tell them, and then so many movements and organizations are there which lend color and meaning and spice to the tapestry of history. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And before we proceed further, I will tell you a little bit about Pushpa Kurup's book. That is Malabar, Mysore and a Tale of Two Sultans. The book is about the Anglo-Mysore Wars, and it's about Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan. About 1/4 of the book is devoted to Hyder Ali, and 3/4 is devoted to Tipu Sultan. As there are a couple of other books which have come out on Tipu Sultan. I'm forgetting the name of the author, which came out last year. And in most of the books, the stress is to trash the idea that Tipu Sultan was a freedom fighter, and Pushpa Kurup also does that. And in a way, I would say that is correct, because, in our enthusiasm to label anybody who fought the British as a freedom fighter, so we started calling him a freedom fighter. So, by the same measure, I would say he was not a freedom fighter, because he was fighting for his own gain, for his own kingdom. And similarly, I would say even the Rani Jhansi, whom we adore as a great freedom fighter, was again fighting for her rights as far as Jhansi was concerned. But later on, of course, it is morphed into something else. And she has written the book. The only little, void I found that in a book was, and I don't blame her for that, because she's not an army person, and like I told you earlier, her earlier books are not concerning military history at all. I told you about Snow and Salt and other animal stories. And of course, she's written about women. I think Power Woman or something the name of the book is. And she's written about South Indian history, ancient history. So I don't blame her for that, because you can say, bringing out the negative shades of Tipu Sultan. And of course, Hyder Ali also, she has brought out one thing that between those two, Hyder Ali was the greater military leader, which is a fact, because he really established Mysore state as a kingdom. And of course, he usurped the throne from the rulers. That is a different thing, but that was done all over the place. The Peshwas did it as far as the Marathas were concerned. They were chief ministers, they became the de facto kings. And similarly, it happened in Nepal also, where the Ranas took over, who were chief ministers, they took over the kingdom. So, I mean, that was a very done sort of thing. And subsequently, I'll ask Ajay a question concerning this as far as Jammu and Kashmir was concerned. And the little flaw, and I will not call it flaw, a little void in the book was that many, you can say, innovations in war fighting which were carried out by the Mysore army have not been brought out. Like, say, for example, the use of rockets. Now, rockets were used since times immemorial. In the 13th century, they were used in China as weapons of war. And sometimes, you know, when I read about the Chinese using rockets in the 13th century, the Chinese used to call them fire arrows. So sometimes I wonder that, you know, we read about in our Mahabharata and Ramayana, we say, okay, they were missiles. Yesterday, the governor and the Rajya Raksha Mantri, he also alluded to that. Maybe they were actually some form of rudimentary rockets. But as far as Mysore was concerned, it was the first time that the rocket was given a metal body. It was given a metal body, an iron body or a steel body. It was given an iron steel body, and thereafter, in the second Anglo-Mysore war, it was fairly successful, maybe as a psychological warfare weapon, because it spread a fair amount of consternation, to the extent that the British, who subsequently took that rocket off to England, and it was brought into service, used in the later wars as the Congreve rocket. Of course, you can say the father of all the rockets. In fact, I think in one of the NASA places, Dr. Abdul Kalam has written in his book, he found a painting of the Mysore rockets and the Tipu Sultan thing in one of the NASA facilities, and he was very surprised to see that there. Okay, so much for Pushpa Group. We will not touch upon this book now. So now I will come back to Colonel Raina. Now, General Zorawar Singh carried out 3 main campaigns. He carried it out in Ladakh, a longer one for almost 5 years. Baltistan, about a year, great victories. And the last one was in Tibet, which was spread out over about 10 months. Now, out of these 3 campaigns, in which one do you feel that he exhibited the best or the best of his military prowess or his operational wisdom?
So, like you said, he carried out campaigns into 3 related but different areas. It's a difficult question for me because...
And you can take a little longer on this.
Okay, sir. So, if you look at each campaign, sir, there's something unique about the campaign. Like first time when he crossed Great Himalayan Range, he was the path breaker, first time. So knowledge of the ground, knowledge of the people, logistics that side. That time he established post every 20 kilometers, making sure that supply lines don't die. And then once he reached there, he carried out revenue reforms and all that thing. So degree of difficulty first time was possibly going into unknown territory, not having prior knowledge of terrain, not even maps, not even people. So that was, so this campaign had this kind of difficulty. And of course, like you said, 5 years it took to stabilize Ladakh, because every time he used to come back, there used to be a mutiny behind. But when he went to Baltistan, that was possibly the toughest as far as physical courage and innovation was involved. We read about how the route they chose just to avoid meeting enemy at a place of enemy's choosing. They took a route which is unusual, which was actually not a route. They just went along a river, and there was nothing to actually traverse it. There's no footpath, no goat tracks, nothing. And it was snowing, it was cold, and then they had to cross the river, and then they built a bridge using logs and then making water freeze. So as far as innovation is concerned, battlefield innovation, and when they were almost kind of, people were losing it out. They're just giving up. That is impossible. People are having frostbites, they're having chill planes and things like that. So physically, that campaign was very tough. when he went into Tibet, so there since he had a large plateau in front, so he spread his troops into 5 columns, and different columns went in different directions, then they merged onto one point. So that is what we look at as war of maneuver in today's parlance. He did that. And of course, the end was very sad, and few things happened there. So if he actually, in a common man's language, when a person dies fighting, possibly that is the toughest challenge he had. But personally, I feel as far as fighting on the battlefield, the campaign into Baltistan was the toughest. In fact, had it not been stopped by Lahore court because of the Kashmir and Ladakh and Dogra politics, he would have taken Gilgit because he had reached Astor. After Astor, nothing would stop him going to Gilgit, but then of course that was not allowed. So when we read through the script and we see as soldiers we can make out that what would have been happening, what would have been going through his mind when people are giving up, people are falling sick, there's no backup, weather is very bad, going is tough, there's no navigational aid, there's no place to walk, and then you have snow accumulating few feet around you. So I personally feel that physically and even from a leadership point of view, his campaign into Batalik was the toughest. Batalik.
Thank you. Now, we read about in books and everywhere that Zorawar Singh's campaign into Tibet was literally the first time that an Indian army, I will not call it an Indian army, an army from the subcontinent, went out of the confines of the generally understood confines of the subcontinent, both on the north with the Himalayas and on the south with the seas. So now, about 800 years before Zorawar Singh, there was a power in the south which had ventured out, that is the Cholas. So I will request Major Narayanan if he can tell us something about that, what do you have to say about that?
Thank you, sir. Roughly around 954 AD, a Chola king by name Vijayala Chola, he started consolidating his base. He was able to win over the territories previously held by chieftains called Valirs. They are all feudal landlords. He was able to consolidate the empire. And he had a capital in a place called Orayur, which is at Trichy. From there he was able to move his troops to different parts of Tamil Nadu hinterland. He was able to form the empire initially, Vijayala Chola. And then his son was remarkable, a person by name Aditya Chola, whose son called Parandaga I. He ruled for as much as 48 years, next only to Aurangzeb, who ruled for 49.5 years. So what Cholas had some very strategically provenly successful armies. They had 4 arrayed troops. They are highly skilled in land combat. They had a fleet of ships. They never took large fleet at all. Wherever they went, they helped the local merchants. They kept the lanes of communication open, the sea lanes, the trade routes. And since they are giving protection to the merchants and guilds, they raised their own army. They had their own ships, and Cholas used to send their own mercenaries, trained fighters, cream of the elite force into those ships, disguised as merchants. So wherever the merchant ships go, people will think that only few ships are coming. And slowly, their warships will catch up, and they'll usually secure the land head, or the road head, or bridge head, whatever you call it now. And he was successful in capturing Isthmus of Kara. This was nothing but a landmass. 2 sides will be ocean, and it's a small strip of land connecting the sea. So he had gone as much as different parts of the subcontinent. He went across Java, Sumatra, Indonesia, Malaysia. He was also called the Kedah. That is, Kedah is nothing but Malaysia. Kadaram Gondan, that is the title given to him. And he had successfully launched attacks after attack, and he never kept his army there. After winning over the territory, he used to give the suzerainty back to the previously held king, ask him to rule as his vassal, and pay taxes or a tribute every year, and he used to return back. So he was able to keep his army intact, fleets were intact. They had a lot of different types of people who have been giving them company, And he is the guy who has had what is called the sappers, a dedicated group of people who used to go beforehand and set the road or set the forest and make roads. Sapper used to go. They also had the precursor to the guard regiment. They are again called Velir Padai, and they used to give a protective ring around the king. They were the ones who never entered into the warfare without a trained prince. The prince was always confined only to the periphery. Prince was never brought to the hinterland. So they put the family members or royal members, or the princes, in apprenticeship for quite a number of years. They trained them, they coached them, they made them attend to wars, and slowly they were able to impart training, and then at the right moment they used to come, coronate them as the king. So they had a succession of people. Second line was already there. Wherever they go, they used to keep the flags, return back, and then concentrate. By doing so, what they did, they had collected a huge revenue. So they started building temples. So you'll find the Chola, there are 4 great living Chola temples still in worship. A place called Brigadiswara, that is Tanjavur. Gangaikonda Chola, again by his son, the Rajendra I, the illustrious son of Rajaraja, and Tirubonam and Dharasuram. 4 great living temples. They had so much fortune. Most of the vimanas of the entire temple made of granite used to be relayed with gold. And they never had any problems, they only had problems of plenty, full of prosperous. And they had a large set of espionage, lot of spies touring the entire country, and they used to get the information in real time. And more than anything else, what is more special about them is, Cholas always ensured that they never taxed their own subjects. In fact, Chola king has got a title, Sungam Tavirtha Chola, which means he has stopped collecting taxes from his subjects, which means the country was prosperous, the people were giving their bid to the country, and all this revenue used to come from the land which has been annexed by Chola. That's a very remarkable development, sir.
Thank you, Narayanan. Now, while reading Pushpa Kaurov's book, there was a paragraph that I read. And Ajay, I'm going to read out that paragraph now. And the words Hyder and Mysore, I'll substitute with Zorawar and Jammu. Okay? So now you just hear it carefully and just give me your comments then. As a young man, Zorawar enlisted in the army, rose through the ranks, and quickly gained the Raja's trust. Mastering both the art of war and the rare skill of palace intrigues, he soon displaced the wily brothers and became the de facto ruler of Jammu. Now tell me, in case Zorawar had not died, in case he had been victorious in Western Tibet and had managed to retain that, could this same thing happen there? The wily brothers being Dhyan Singh, Suchet Singh, and of course Gulab Singh.
I don't think so, sir. Because a man's character is also known by the actions he does. Of course, example you read out, of course, is also relevant, but if you look at Zorawar's life, when he was taken by that time, Gulab Singh, who was not even Raja, Zorawar Singh was looking for somebody called Mian Dido. Mian Dido was a rebel who had rebelled against Sikh army, and he was basically a troublemaker for Maharaja Ranjit Singh. So, Mian Dido had band of 50 people. He never trusted 51st guy, so he didn't take him in. So he was roaming about, and Gulab Singh asked him, "What's your name?" He said, "My name is Zorawar." And this happens at a place on the banks of River Tavi. Now there's a city, Jammu. So inside the city, you have Dontli. That's the area. And he said, "Logon ke naam to bade hote hain, but when the thing comes to the brass tacks, log bhag jate hain." We had a Ranbir Singh or somebody, and he ran away. And Zorawar said, "Okay, let the time come. You will know, I'll justify my name." So thereafter, when he saved Riyasi, Fort Riyasi, where again a mutiny had happened, Gulab Singh went and hugged him. And he said, "You are my brother." And that day he told him, "Now I'm your brother, I can't take salary from you." And throughout his life, Zorawar Singh didn't take a single penny from his king. Whatever tribute and taxes he would collect, he'll send all of them. And his way of communicating to his king was, He won't say that I've gone and I've conquered Kargil. No. He'll take the tribute, take the tax, take the letter, and send it as a message. And as per the records, he never bought his own clothes. Whatever he wore in his life was always given by Raja Gulab Singh. Many times Raja Gulab Singh's used dress you'll wear. So one thing which stands out when you see his history, his life story, that integrity and loyalty, of course, to the king, of course, was the ultimate. But his integrity, his honesty stands out. In fact, his journey started because of this only, sir. He was just a foot messenger. And he used to carry messages from Riyasi to Jammu. And that time, Dogra army had this system of issuing rations to troops. So much of rice or atta or salt or whatever, and they were supposed to cook. So this young man, he is carrying a message to the ruler. The ruler, in fact, that time, actually ruler was Maharaja Ranjit Singh, but Dogras had their semi-independence kind of a thing. They were the only people who had 6,000 troops. Nobody else was permitted to keep army by Maharaja Ranjit Singh. So he suggested to Raja Gulab Singh that instead of issuing rations, if you have cookhouse, so this pilferage of rations will stop. Because as it happens, when you give Jawan somebody something to eat, he is not able to finish it, or over a period of time he collects something, he gathers the excess thing, and there is a tendency to sell it off or give it to somebody else. So that one suggestion in that time, 1819 and 1821, saved Raja Gulab Singh 1 lakh rupees in 1 year. And that's where General Zoravar's rise began. A foot soldier who had that mind of an administrator. Of course, those time nobody bothered about who's got PhD and who's got DPhil or MPhil. It was all ability. And of course, no reservations. So he, through his ability and demonstrated quality of honesty and integrity, which he maintained throughout his life, he came up. So I'm sure, sir, I'm confident of this, what I'm saying, that he wouldn't have done this to the so-called his lord.
Thank you so much, Ajay. I also gave it a thought, and I realized that one of the reasons why he would not do it also, or he wouldn't have done it, and we are talking about hypothetical case in case he had survived, that Gulab Singh's successor was also a very good, strong and a good king, Ranveer Singh. Whereas in the case of Mysore, the kings were very weak, and that's why the ministers could take over. Same thing happened with the Marathas. Same thing happened in Nepal, which I mentioned earlier. Now, before we go to the house and ask questions, I'll ask one question from Narayanan. There was one great power from the 17th to or 16th to 18th centuries, or around that time, around this period that we are talking of, which had arisen from the Deccan, and they were holding the area at a particular point of time, right from Ludhiana down to almost Tamil Nadu. And that was the Marathas, the Maratha Confederacy. Now, can you tell us something that what was the impact of the Marathas on the south, which we generally don't know about? We know about the war that the Marathas had. The Anglo-Maratha wars were mainly fought in central India and in that area, so we know about that. And northern India, we know that the Marathas had gone there, and in the third battle of Panipat, after that, they were, for 10 years, they couldn't be anything in northern India. In southern India, what was their impact? And of course, we heard Amit tell us about, those 10 forts which have been included on the World Heritage Site list, out of which one of them is in Tamil Nadu, which is not a Maratha fort, but the Marathas did hold it for some time. That's Jinji. So can you tell us something about the impact that the Marathas had on southern military traditions, you can say?
Thank you, sir. Marathas were a force to reckon with till 1680, when Chhatrapati Shivaji had passed away. And thereafter, since the Mughal strength was increasing by every passing day, they started coming down south. The son Sambhaji set up at 3 different places. The one which Jalal sir had mentioned, that is a place called Jinji. In Tamil it is called Senchi. Jinji in English. And they also had a similar settlement in Tanjavur and one place called Madurai. So Madurai in the hinterland of Tamil Nadu, on the fringe towards Chennai, Chinji, and slightly deeper towards south, Madurai. In these three places, they were there, and the Ranis of Sambhaji and the other sons of Shivaji came down. They were absolutely driven away, I should say, from Maharashtra, but still they had a lot of portions remaining. And after having come here, they started taking the entire south, and they were never complacent. They were striking at their will because they are steeped in guerrilla warfare, as they have been taught by Shivaji. Subsequently, they also took sides with Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan. In the first Anglo-Mysore War, 1657 and 1757 to 1760, they entered into pact with the Nizam of Hyderabad. They opposed British and they took sides. Subsequently, in a change of fortunes, due to some quirk of circumstances, they just come out of the alliance. Again, they attack Hyder Ali. That is the first Anglo-Mysore War. Second war, again, it's a change of fortunes. Again, this time, they side with the British and fight the Mysore. Third, also, they've been dilly-dallying due to some strange force of circumstances, treachery, betrayal, loss of trust, and meanwhile, they have been bribed by the British, so they switch over the loyalties. And finally, both the Mysore, that is the Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan, if you call it Mysore, and the Marathas, both of them slowly petered down. Fluctuating fortunes, changing equations, British slowly gaining power, the rise of Indian infantry in a place called Kadalur, Fort St. David. 1748, a person called Major Stringer Lawrence, he started raising an infantry called Madras Regiment. And it took him 10 years to raise different regiments. And subsequently, they are all initially called as regiment, then it came to be known as battalions. 1758, Madras Regiment is fully formed. The first Major Stringer Lawrence is credited to be the father of Indian Army. 1748, the birth of Madras Regiment. From there, they come and take Fort St. George, Madras, by surprise. 100 years earlier, 1639, the British had come down. They are the last to come, by the way. People who had come earlier, they were predated by French, Portuguese, the Dutch, Armenians, and whatnot. They are the last to come. 22nd August, they enter into a treaty with the local last surviving regent of Krishadevaraya, that is the Vijayanagara king. He is represented by a person called Beri Timmappa, is a Dubash, who can speak 2 languages. And Francis Day, who is the regent of Britain in India, and a person called Andrew Cogan. So no man's sand gets bartered on 22nd August 1639. That has been reckoned as the birthday of Madras. So Marathas, slowly, they lose out on the power. And finally, British, led by the legendary Robert Clive, who was alive only for 49 years. He fought several wars and battles. He was the governor of his Bengal twice, 1757 and again 1762. In both the terms, he had led British to unimaginable victory, wins the Battle of Plassey, rewrites the entire British history in Madras, consolidates their empire in Bengal. At the same time, there is a rise of presidency in Mumbai. Slowly, Marathas win. That's it, sir.
Thank you, Narayanan. And now I'll just throw open the house for questions. If anybody, for the next 5 minutes only, because, no, not the director USI. Yeah.
Thank you. Morning, sir. I'm Major General Vikrant Deshpande, serving Indian Army officer. Just a slight comment on what Major Narayanan went, and a question to both of you regarding the... sir, if you look at the history of how the Marathas came to Tanjore, you have to understand that that was a legacy of the Bijapur kingdom. So Shivaji's father was given a Jagir in Tanjore. And it is, Shivaji only came to consolidate because his stepbrother started revolting. So it was not... So he has not made a campaign against any existing ruler, but it is a Jagir from the Bijapur state. So that was one comment I wanted to make on your statement. Secondly, sir, one of the myths that has been going around is that the British recruited Gorkhas. for the first time. And you are aware that it was Maharaja Ranjit Singh who actually recruited Gurkhas for the first time in India. And that is why even today in Nepal, the Gurkhas who go to Indian army are called Lahore, because it was the Lahore Darbar. So could you give us an insight into the composition of these campaigns that General Zorawar led, in terms of the troop composition? Whether Sikhs, Dogras, Gurkhas, what kind of composition was it?
Sir, Dogra army had all kinds of ethnicities. So we had, of course, Dogra Rajputs, and J&K or Dogra state was one state where Brahmins also went to battle. In fact, this is a very unique thing that all so-called, all kinds of castes we have in our Hindu society, all of them were soldiers. Then we had Sikhs, then we had Gurkhas. In fact, Gurkhas, the British wanted one thing. They were very scary of one thing, that Dogra or Maharaja Ranjit Singh's Sikh empire joining hands with Hindu empire of Nepal, whom they had defeated. So they were very chary. They made sure that there was no contact was ever made. In fact, the fact that British went into British Gadwal, and this basically they drove a wedge between Sikh empire and Hindu empire. And when General Zorawar Singh reached Tibet, one of his commanders, he went to the Kumaon, Nepal and Tibet border, and at one point of time, Dogra army was only 15 kilometers away from Nepal border. That's the reason British went running to Lahore and said to call him back. By that time, of course, the strong Maharaja Ranjit Singh was not there, so he was called. So it had, and Muslims. So this belt of Punch, Mirpur, this belt during World War I and World War II contributed 60,000 troops, soldiers to the British army. So that legacy actually belongs to the Dogra army, which of course General Zorawar Singh had. So we had all kinds of troops in Dogra army. So even today, sir, when people say that Jammu should be separated, many people think here that Jammu guys are looking for Hindu majority area. No, Jammu province is 6 districts out of 10 are Muslim dominated districts. So when people say separate Jammu, they don't say that we are Hindus or Muslims. This is nothing called. So it's a very secular, Dogra actually a very secular society, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I'll just add on to that. And before we take one last question, I think, because after that we'll start winding up. Now, as far as the Gurkhas in the Punjab army is concerned, I mean, many of us will know about it, but many will not. The majority will not know, especially the younger lot. That when the Gurkhas expanded sometime in the early part of the 19th century, they conquered, you can say, parts of Sikkim onto one side. And the other side, they conquered the areas of what is now Uttarakhand, that is the Kumaon Gadwal area. They expanded there. Now, they wanted to expand southwards. That was where the kingdom of Oudh was there. But Oudh had British protection also, and Oudh itself was not a small entity also. So they tried, but then they gave it up. And they realized that to expand along the foothills is something that is a little easier. So they expanded further up to the Shimla Hills. And when they came onto the Shimla Hills, at the same time in the Kangra Valley, there was a king from, you can say, Katoch king, Sansar Chand Katoch, who was, he was again very ambitious and he was building up his kingdom. He also could not expand southwards because of the Sikhs being there. And he was in conflict with Maharaja Ranjit Singh also. And one of the kingdoms of the Simla Hill states, you can say that kingdom, Bilaspur, it used to be called Kalur. Kalur is from where General Zorawar Singh was born in Kalur and thereafter took up service elsewhere. So the Queen of Kalur invited the Nepali General Amar Singh Thapa to come to their aid, and they gave them support and they waged war with Kangra. And the Gurkhas went up to Kangra. They wanted to go up to Kashmir, but Ranjit Singh, they wanted to help from Ranjit Singh for doing that. Ranjit Singh didn't want to do it because he himself wanted Kashmir, so he backed out of it. Eventually, the Gurkhas could not capture the fortress of Kangra, but the rest of Kangra they captured. Right? And thereafter, they remained, finally Ranjit Singh came to the help of Sansar Chand Katoch, drove the Gurkhas out of Kangra, and they remained in the Shimla Hills till subsequently they came into conflict with the British, and around 1813, 1815, they had these Anglo-Gurkha wars, and thereafter they had a treaty, because after that treaty, these Gurkhas got into the, were recruited into the British army. No, I am myself not very clear because that time there were a lot of demobilized Gorkha soldiers and their fighting prowess was known both by the Sikhs, by the British, who took some of them into their army and the British also took them. So I am not very clear that did the British take them first or did the Ranjit Singh take them first. But the fact is Ranjit Singh did have Gorkha soldiers. Lahori, you're very right. I was commissioned in 2nd Battalion, the Jammu and Kashmir Rifle, which is 50% Gorkha. And so that is what I know. Okay, I think one last question and then we'll wind up. Yes, please. Yeah, blue shirt. Sorry. Okay, lady. The lady, okay, we'll give it to the lady. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'll keep my question very short. I teach at the National Law School in Bangalore and I'm doing a PhD on service women in the Indian Army. So Colonel Rena, you raised a very important point about positionality, like doing research from the perspective of the victor, the vanquished. So my question is, how do you write military history from a service women's perspective? Thank you.
Okay, military history, whether a service woman writes or a male writes. In fact, what is required is integrity and trying to tell the story as it happened. It's very difficult. You know, history is always subject to so many human limitations. So I don't know what do you have in your mind, but as a student of history, military history, I would say that whether you are male or female, the focus should be evidence-based and it should be from all sides like I try to do. Because if you take one side, then you have victory, everything, ga. The history doesn't go like that. So wherever there's a victor, there's a victim. But how the victim was treated, because winning or capturing territory was part of the game that time. Though we have now started taking pride in saying we were never kind of expanding, but we were expanding, our kings were expanding. So I think taking a balanced approach is what I would recommend, gender irrespective.
Thank you, Ajay, and of course thank you for the questions from the audience. We will not take any more now because I had told the organizers that we'll finish bang on time. And I think we are just 1 odd minute away from bang on time. And before I end, let me say that it's very heartening to see all the young children here because they need to know about our military heritage and history. And we have a lot of historians here, a lot of people interested in history. Major Narayanan is doing a lot in the south. And I was, quite yesterday we had one of the VIP speakers mentioning about India being the greatest producer of steel at a particular point of time. Now, I am not very certain whether that was so or not, but I am certain about one thing, and you all can look up the internet, read wherever you want to read, that 1,000 years before steel was there in Europe, steel was there in Mysore, you can say Karnataka, that area. And if you can search on the internet for wood steel, W-O-O-T-Z. Wood steel was the steel. It's a derivative of a word of the Kannada and the Tamil languages. In that language, steel is called Okku, Urukku. So from Urukku, it became woods. And for a long, long time, the raw material for the Damascus steel used to go from India because this was very high carbon steel. And it used to initially in Damascus, and basically what was being made in Karnataka and subsequently in Tamil Nadu, it was not a steel mill or something. It was like artisan sort of thing. People used to make steel. It was a cottage industry, you can say. So they used to, put iron ore inside, cover it with mud, have a slow, some way they used to have a fire burn, and finally it had a high carbon content. And the best Damascus swords were made out of steel going from India because basically it was meant for weapons. So now with that, I thank both my co-panelists. I thank the USA of India for giving us an opportunity to be here. And my apologies to the Director General. Sir, I had to give a chance to others to ask questions because... Oh, you can ask him later and you can ask him also, but don't look into his eyes. Okay. Hypnotize you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant General Ghanshyam Singh Katoch, for moderating this enriching session where I'm sure all of us would have been enlightened on Udhav, great Indian military leaders and military systems. And we have actually respected every second, say it's 10:50. So that was the time allotted for the session. Thank you to both the panelists, Colonel Ajay Raina, Major V.V. Narayanan. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. So Project Udhav is all about illuminating India's military future with insights from the ancient strategic wisdom. And that's what this session was all about. Colonel Raina shared about the 3 campaigns of General Zorawar Singh, Ladakh, Balkistan and Tibet, the military prowess of the ancient times and the strategic wisdom that we can leverage from it. Thank you very much. So we'll set the stage for the second session of day 2 of the 3rd edition of Indian Military Heritage Festival. In attendance here at the USI Auditorium, we have distinguished officers of the Indian Armed Forces, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, war veterans, respected civilians. But I think all of us will be very happy that we have young school students amongst us. So I'd like to inform that we have students from Army Public School, Shankar Vihar, and you can identify them easily because they're all NCC cadets as well. So a very warm welcome and good morning. I hope you're enjoying the festival. Through the day, enjoy all the enriching experiences that the guests have to share. We also acknowledge the presence of school students from Army Public School, Dholakua. And I believe all of you are from 9th class students. That's what this festival is all about, that we hear these stories of courage, valor, nation first, patriotism, and service towards the nation. So please settle down because we've got the guests ready for the second session. Please take your seats. The second session is titled Military Biographies. So in the next session, you'll get to hear biographies, Jeevniya, biographies of people who have contributed to the military operations. Books have been written on them, and we'll have the distinguished authors who will share their perspective. I would also like to share, particularly with the young audience who's joining us today, that when you enter, you must have seen the military paintings. Most of those paintings are oil paintings, and they've been made by the artist Lieutenant Colonel Arul Raj. So when you get a time during the day, please see those paintings. There is also a stall of the Indian Army, the Navy, and the Air Force, and they can guide you on the recruitment process if anybody wishes to have a career in the armed forces filled with adventure, patriotism, and camaraderie. So let me quickly recap what all happened on day 1. So on the 14th of November, we started with the Indian Military Heritage Festival with the inaugural session. And we had the august presence of the Honorable Raksha Rajya Mantri, Shri Sanjay Seth, who shared that India is an ancient civilization, and the civilization called India has lot of stories. It's replete with stories of courage and valor, whether in Mahabharata and other wars and battles he narrated. That is all part of our military heritage. Then we had the second session where we had the heroes of Operation Sindoor join us. And they complimented the resolve and resilience of the 1.4 billion people of India during those times, the solidarity with our armed forces. We did discuss the World War II yesterday, 80 years of World War II. And then in the special session where the Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu was there, he contributed these two books to the library of the USI. It's called The Battles of Panchalan Kurichi and the Vellore Revolt of 1806. Right then, so our guests are here. I'd like to invite on stage our distinguished guests for the second session of day 2 titled Military Biographies. Can we request Lieutenant General Satish Dua, Air Vice Marshal Dr. Arjun Subramaniam, Lieutenant General Ghanshyam Singh Katoch, and the moderator Major General Jagatveer Singh to please come up on the stage. Let me introduce the distinguished panelists, beginning with Air Vice Marshal Dr. Arjun Subramaniam, AVSM, PhD. He is the author of the book Shooting Straight, a military biography of Lieutenant General Rustam K. Nanavati. Air Vice Marshal Arjun Subramaniam, retired, is a former fighter pilot, military historian, and a strategic affairs commentator. He serves as adjunct faculty at the Kautilya School of Public Policy, Hyderabad, and lectures at war colleges across India's armed forces. Air Vice Marshal Arjun Subramaniam is the author of several acclaimed books, including the 2-volume India's Wars, a comprehensive account of India's military history, as well as Shooting Straight and Reflection of an Air Warrior. Widely published and respected, he offers deep insights into India's defense policy, strategic thought, and the evolution of its armed forces. A warm welcome, Air Vice Marshal. Let me now introduce to you Lieutenant General Satish Dua, PVSM, UYSM, SM, VSM. He's the author of the book Bravest of the Brave, the inspiring story of Naib Subedar Chuni Lal, Ashok Chakra, Veer Chakra, Sena Medal, and also author of the book A General Reminisces, A Life Under Fire in Kashmir. Lieutenant General Satish Dua has served the Indian Army for over 4 decades, retiring as Chief of Integrated Defense Staff in the year 2018. A counter-terrorism specialist from 8 Jammu and Kashmir Light Infantry Siachen, he has operated extensively in Jammu and Kashmir and the Northeast. As Corps Commander Srinagar, he planned and executed the 2016 surgical strikes following the Uri terror attack. He has also served as a commando instructor and as India's defense attaché to Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos, and remains a respected voice on security affairs. In the previous session, I had already introduced to you Lieutenant General Ghanshyam Singh Katoch, PVSM, AVSM, VSM retired, and he has authored a book that is titled A Kashmir Night and the Last 50 Years of the Princely State of Jammu and Kashmir. Lieutenant General Katoch is an infantry officer and alumnus of DSSC, Higher Command Course and National Defense College. Let me now introduce the moderator, Major General Jagatveer Singh, VSM, retired, was commissioned into the 18th Cavalry in December of 1981, a regiment he later had the honor of commanding. A second-generation officer, he is an alumnus of the Doon School, Dehradun, and St. Stephen's College, Delhi. Over a distinguished 38-year-old career, he has held numerous command staff and instructional appointments across diverse terrains, including commanding an armored brigade in the desert sector during its conversion to Arjun tanks in the prestigious 1st Armored Division. He served as a UN military observer in Iraq and Kuwait, Brigade Major of the Mountain Brigade in counter-insurgency operations in the Northeast, and held key staff roles at Army Headquarters and Integrated Defense Staff. So it's over to the moderator, Major General Jagatveer Singh, with a request to conclude this session, sir, by 11:50.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your kind words. For me, today it's indeed an honor and a rare privilege to be sharing the stage with such illustrious, and distinguished generals. Sir. General Katoch, I've known for a long time, and I've had the pleasure of reading both his books, which I really enjoyed reading. General Dua, sir, of course, you've been an icon. We looked up to you right from the beginning, sir. And sir retired as the CISC in his time, and he's had great experience in J&K. And of course, Arjun Subramaniam and I are classmates, so we've known each other for many, many years, and we've also served together in staff college as DSS. So we've, all of us share some sort of rapport. But what I'm here to discuss with all of you are these books. Now, what is remarkable in these books, there's a common thread, and of course there are differences. So the common thread is they're all written by senior Army and Air Force veterans, I'll say Armed Forces veterans. And they are all military biographies in the sense that they're writing about people who served in uniform. So they bring out those, traits and the challenges and the experiences of people who served in the army. All three of them, all three have written about people, and all of them have covered, to a great extent, Jammu and Kashmir. So all these books are linked in one manner or the other with Jammu and Kashmir. Both General Katoch belongs to the Jack Rifles and General Dua belongs to the Jack Light Infantry, and they'll bring out, what it means to belong to these units. In these books it comes out. Because General Katoch's book covers the history, spanning, you can say, almost 100 years. His grandfather, Major General Janak Singh, was the Prime Minister of Jammu and Kashmir under Maharaja, the last Maharaja of Jammu and Kashmir, and he was there in between R.C. Kak and Mahajan, Mehchan Mahajan. So, and he served in the Jammu and Kashmir army for many years, and sir then joined 2nd Jack Rif, the same unit which his grandfather also commanded. So that's a very, very rare thing. General Satish Dua was commissioned into 8 Jackali. Now you read about 8 Jackali, and I can tell you, you read both his books, it's, inspiring to read the stories of 8 Jackali. And what is different in the biographies is that he is a general, and I'm saying this openly, who has written about people who served under him, his subordinates. I don't think anywhere in the world there are biographies written by a general about the common soldier, the soldier who served under him. So it's rare in the sense that they are, you can say, first-person biographies. And Air Vice Marshal Arjun Subramaniam has chosen to write about an army officer. So that's again unusual. I asked him often, and we'll ask him today, why he chose to pick a person like General Nanavati, whom he has never served under, and yet he chose his story to, tell everybody. So this is something, which is very different. Now, General Nanavati also served extensively in the valley. He was GOC 19 Division. He commanded 102 Brigade in Siachen, and he was Northern Army Commander during Parakram. And both General Katoch and General Dua would have, also known about him closely, served with him. And we've all grown up about, I have not had the pleasure or privilege of serving under General Nanavati, but of course we've all known about him. So, these are three people that, authors who've picked up these stories and they're writing about this. So, before I, go into more details, I'd like to ask General Katoch, sir, since you can just give us a brief insight into a Kashmir night, the story of your grandfather, sir, how he started off, and how, you talk of the various, the intrigues of the Dogras and the thing in the princely states, how they were advising the Maharaja that time, and there you said they're Dogras from Jammu and Kashmir and they're Dogras from Himachal, and your grandfather was a Dogra from Himachal, and how he came there and how he did that. If you can just give brief insight.
Thank you, Jagat. Now, this book that I've written, A Kashmir Night, it's on my grandfather. And why I wrote on the family is that the book I wrote before that was on my wife's great-grandfather. And I realized that my wife's family knew very little about that gentleman because it is thanks to him that they came on to some inheritance. So I was asking them, I said, do you know how you got the inheritance? So it was a war award. And he had been part of 19 Lancers and he had gone off to, during the First World War, to France and Palestine later. So I wrote that book and thereafter I realized that I must write on my own grandfather. And luckily the source material was there. In the case of my wife's great-grandfather, it was a regimental history, but in case of my grandfather, it was his diaries, unpublished diaries. And so one could get a lot from there. Now, if you write only about the family, it doesn't, to every reader it may not be important, but since he lived through an important period of history, I thought I must include that during in his life. So here, what I've written about it is, I've written about his early life, I've written about anecdotes from the village, I've written about how he joined the service of Jammu and Kashmir state, initially in the rank of a Naib Tahsildar, because there are certain things which in the present time we find very different. We feel, how does somebody from the revenue department thereafter join the army? But that time they had a system and the army needed educated people. So they said, okay, we'll commission these revenue people into the army. So he got commissioned into the army and they could, go from the army back to the revenue, back to the army. The way you find, say, in the civil services, people shift from railways to administration to something. So same thing was there in the army. Now, in the service of J&K state, he served, he commanded his battalion in Gilgit for about 3 years during the First World War. And so there are a lot of interesting anecdotes, stories about his command in Gilgit. And thereafter, he later on became you can say, a governor of Gilgit also. Subsequently, he served in J&K state till 1933. In 1933, he retired. But thereafter, the Maharaja kept on asking for him back to officiate because he had a very good reputation. To officiate as the revenue minister, finance minister, law minister, things like that. And finally, at a very crucial time, the Maharaja got him back as his prime minister. He was made prime minister on the 12th of August 1947. That means just 3 days before India got independence. And he remained prime minister till 15th of October 1947 because he was 75 years old that time. And he told the Maharaja that it's very difficult for me to, continue. And the government of India was also insisting on the Maharaja that they should have somebody that the government of India had recommended because by that time, in a manner, the government of India had become the paramount power after the 15th of August. So, on the 16th of October, Justice Meherchand Mahajan, who was later Chief Justice of India, was made the Prime Minister. So, my grandfather was privy to a lot of things which happened that time and which I have included in the book.
Thank you, sir. In fact, it's fascinating. The book starts with your grandfather driving back from Srinagar to Jammu on 24th October. And at each stop, he reflects about one part of his history. And at that time, when he leaves, his eldest son is back there as the advisor to the governor of to the Maharaja, military advisor, who sent from here, who later on also commands 15 Corps, General Kashmir Singh Khatoj, and the youngest son, your father, is just, guarding, he's undergoing training and made to do, sentry duty that day. So it's fascinating, sir. Yeah. So, General Dua, sir, now you have actually covered the essence of a soldier's life and the challenges in the valley, as well as, in how he carries out his duties and what makes him sacrifice himself and what makes him motivates him. That's something phenomenal. And both these people you picked up, Nazar Wani and Chunni Lal, sir, both have got 3 awards, which are very, very rare. Sena Medal Bar followed by Ashoka Chakra, Sena Medal, Veer Chakra, Ashoka Chakra. I mean, this is almost unheard of, sir. And they are the bravest of the brave. And your battalion was there and Bana Singh was leading that assault, sir, in 84. So, I mean, there's something amazing, 86, sir. So, there's something amazing about these stories, sir. So, and you also said that when you were the CEO, Chunni Lal was there in your battalion, how you picked him up, kept him close to you, made it the best Tafadar, which is very rare for a person of his caliber. And he always had, you say, for a CEO to say that reassuring presence. and everybody wanted him in operations. Can you just throw some insight into these two people, sir?
Thank you, Gadgir. Jai Hind, everybody. Before I begin, since he spoke about one book, can I get double the time? I speak for two books.
Two books. Yes, sir.
I have two books, and just like General Katoch has written about his family, essentially. I mean,
So there's your
I
family
have
also.
also written about my family because all books are from my regiment, from my battalion. So that's a larger family we all recognize. You brought out this aspect, so I'll get it out of the way. You said it's rare to have biographies of others being written in first person. So all three books of mine, actually he's mentioned two. The first one is India's Brave Hearts. This is not an autobiography, but these are my combat experiences in first person, obviously, and this has been translated in 4 languages. These two books, and I'll take them one by one.
I'll hold them up.
Thank you. I'll also hold them up. I think that pictures, is it? Right. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, this book, my second book, A General Reminiscences. If you pay attention, the next 2 minutes, I'll tell you some things that you have never heard before. There are everything, you know, you draw parallels between generals. In your previous session, you tried to draw some parallels between the Mysore dynasty and Zorawar Singh. This book, I assure you, in next 2 to 3 minutes, I'll tell you, there are no parallels in the world. If I've got your attention, I'm going to ask you a question before I start. How many of you, and I'm sure army officers, senior officers will know, but how many of you have heard of the word Ikhwan? Raise your hands. Good. I'm glad to see one young man put his hand up. All right. We'll come to that. This is the book about the only Kashmiri Ashok Chakra. I'm from Jackal Regiment, as he said. My troops belong to only J&K. 50% Muslims, 40% Dogras, and 10% Sikhs from J&K. And I vouch for Kashmiri Muslim patriotism. Those who are in the army, they are no less brave than any other army soldier. Okay. Having said this, this is the story of a terrorist who became a soldier and then he became a hero who got Ashok Chakra and 2 Sena medals. That itself is unparalleled in this world. It's a coincidence that when I was commissioned in 1979 and my first posting was in Srinagar, I started my life, that was my center there, and I started my life there in 1980, January 1980. A few months after I joined the Jackal Regiment, Nazir Ahmad Wani was born. And 39 years later, when I retired on 31st of October 2018, within 24 days, he launched his last operation and he made the supreme sacrifice. So his entire life runs concurrently with my service in Jackal. It's a coincidence. But I've drawn on that and I have used him as the protagonist to bring up the turmoils of, ups and downs of militancy and how the state, the country reacted towards it, how our responses were shaped by Rashtriya Rifle, Ikhwan, TA battalions, and I write about that. But a parallel narrative is my own narrative, how I started as a second lieutenant, what are my impressions as a captain on the LOC in Kupwara, as a major in Kargil Brigade as the BM, and then I commanded my battalion. I've done 7 or 8 tenures, all ending as corps commander when we did the Uri surgical strikes in 2016. So it becomes a very interesting narrative back and forth. But talking about the hero, he is a rare man. He started as a terrorist. In 1993, India launched a very rare experiment. We made a group called Ikhwan. That time, Rajesh Pilot was the Minister of Interior. There was only once we had a Minister of Interior. And in this book, he brings out, Rajesh Pilot, when I bring out that he made Ikhwan. Ikhwan in Arabic means brotherhood. Essentially, surrendered terrorists were put together as a contra-rebel force. And for 9 years, a little less than 10 years actually, for 9 years, they did a great job working with the army, with the police, generating intelligence. I beg your pardon. Not only generating intelligence, but also taking part in operations. They could not have been awarded medals because they were not in the military, but they acquitted themselves very bravely, and I use his story and a few others to talk about their bravery. The 1996 elections that we could hold in Jammu and Kashmir were because of Ikhwan. And that even Mr. Dullat admits in his book that was a turning point in militancy in Kashmir. So having seen his story as an Ikhwan, he started off as a terrorist, as a youngster, then he became an Ikhwan. This is Nazir Ahmad Wani I'm talking about. In 2003 end December, practically started in January of 2004, we wound up Ikhwan. Then I'll interrupt my flow to say, the name of the chapter, Ikhwan, I have written a bold experiment. There are analogies in the world. There are contra rebels in South America, other countries, etc. We also tried Salva Jodum, that didn't take off. But the next chapter I write about, I call it a bolder experiment. And there is no parallel in the world. In 2004, we made an army battalion out of the surrender terrorists, 540 of them.
TA battalion.
Yes, I'm coming to that. It is an army battalion. It's a territorial army battalion. But to make an army battalion, make them wear army uniforms, territorial army soldiers are no less than army soldiers when they are embodied. And they
absolutely.
Yeah, and these soldiers of 162 TA battalion from my regiment, Jackal battalion, are still now permanently embodied. So that is why I chose to use the word. I chose my words carefully when I said army battalion, because they are not like TS soldiers who go serve for 2 months and then go back to their profession and come back every year for 2 months. They did a great job, again, because they were surrender terrorists and they knew not only the tactics and the information about them, they actually knew some terrorists personally. And I bring out those stories where they actually knew those guys whom they killed. Okay. I will stop here to talk about this book, because this man, Nazir Ahmad Wani, eventually, when he made the supreme sacrifice, in his career, he had earned 2 Sena medals earlier. Surprise, surprise, he has worked, he went to Sudan as a part of peacekeeping force with another battalion, with the Jackal battalion, 12 Jackal. Imagine, someone who started as a terrorist went as a peacekeeping force in a country other than India. So that's his astounding story. And eventually he got Ashok Chakra in 2018 when he made the supreme sacrifice. So I think that's Kashmiri patriotism.
And now Chuni Lal sir, and he starts off by Siachen, where the corps commander that time, General Sami Khan, said, "Ye to devtaon ka kaam hai jo aap logon ne kar dikhaya." So I mean, that's something very rare for a corps commander to tell a battalion, sir. So he is part of that operation.
And General Sami Khan gave us, in 1987, gave our battalion a silver trophy, which is like a sand model, a model of that Bana top, which we captured, where we got Paramveer Chakra, Mahavir Chakra, and several other awards, where Chuni Lal was a part of it. I'll come to that later. He gave us that trophy, and in that trophy, he's written the sentence. He's written the devtaon ka kaam hai jo aap logon ne kar dikhaya. So I'll come to that. This is a story of, the book is Bravest of the Brave by HarperCollins. The previous book was by Penguin, India. This book talks of a very rare soldier. He is on record as the highest decorated soldier of Indian Army, arguably maybe the world. And his name is there in the Limca Book of Records. He joined in 86. He finished his training in 86, joined the battalion. He is from Bhadrawa, J&K. He joined our battalion when our battalion was being inducted into Siachen Glacier. And as a rookie soldier in 1987, our battalion then conducted this. Indian Army had to launch an attack to execute the highest attack ever in the world. At 21,153 feet, there was a post called Left Shoulder of the Pakistan, which was not allowing helicopters to fly, but we had to maintain all our posts only by helicopter. There was no land routes in those days. So our battalion was tasked to capture it, where Bana Singh, then Naib Subedar Bana Singh got Paramveer Chakra, we got 1 Mahavir Chakra, 7 Veer Chakras, 11 Sena medals and 69 commendation cards, highest number of awards in one operation. But this man, Chunni Lal, was a rookie soldier with less than 2 years service. He was barely 19 years old. He was the first man, the first buddy pair to reach, as a part of Bana Singh section, to reach Bana top. And he got a Sena medal. Now imagine his life starts with a Sena medal, and thereafter, during his peace tenures, he grew up among heroes. The same Paramveer Chakra, Mahavir Chakra, Sena medals, Veer Chakra, everybody was present in the battalion. Somebody was in his company, someone was his instructor. So he grew up among heroes. And then later he blossoms as a Havaldar. When I was the commanding officer in 1998 on the LOC, he was a Havaldar. And that's the incident
Yes,
you
and
mentioned.
in fact, that's his operational part of it, but he's also got some character qualities. And one which I stood out, which I read in the book, is when he went to a UN assignment with a different battalion, not your battalion,
With
sir.
two jackets.
And there was one day, some commotion at the gate, and a lady had come there, and she wanted to return change. And the CO that time was Colonel Anil Malik, sir, of that battalion. And he asked what's happened. And this lady had been paid $100 for a chicken which cost $1. And as man who had paid her, so you can tell them this story.
Thanks for giving me the opportunity. I would have just concentrated on his bravery part because the time is less. But this is a very interesting story. When this woman came back at the sentry at the gate, she wanted to return $99. And the CO stood there to find out who's this strange soldier who has given for a $1 merchandise, chicken that he bought. He's given his $100 note and she didn't have change. So she came back next day to return the change. And he took his change back. There was Chunni Lal. The CO asked Chunni Lal, why did you give $100 for a $1 chicken? Suppose she had not returned the money to you. He just mumbled. I think that day her need was greater than mine, or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely, sir.
So this is what he just mumbled. And I'll just take one more minute, if you allow me. As a Havaldar, he's countless operations, and like you said earlier, as a commanding officer, I start with the line that he was a reassuring presence. I always felt if Chunni Lal is there, then everything will be fine. He actually became our good luck charm, our talisman. Whenever he was there, he did a lot of operations. We did special operations. You all understand that the ones when we are living on the LOC, special operations are different kind of things. That Chunni Lal and Major Deshpande got Veer Chakra in peacetime, not Shaurya Chakra. We got 3 Shaurya Chakras also during my command tenure. We got a Kirti Chakra, Shaurya Chakra, 11 Sena medals. But he got a Veer Chakra, not Shaurya Chakra. So I don't have to explain. Those are special operations which involve the line of control. And Chunni gets one of the 2 Veer Chakras in that tenure. Thereafter, he again went to UN. He has had 2 United Nations tenures, one in Somalia, which we just spoke about, and one in Sudan with my own battalion. When we returned from Sudan, he was then deployed our battalion was deployed in Kupwara, and there, in a bit to stop an infiltration, he stopped the infiltration. He killed 3 terrorists, was instrumental in killing 2 more, but eventually he made the supreme sacrifice and he was awarded Ashok Chakra.
We'll discuss this later, sir. We'll come on to this. Now, Arjun, your book, Shooting Straight, it's a phenomenal biography about General Nanavati. And out of all the people, we've discussed, General Nanavati is still alive in Dehradun. So he would have guided Arjun throughout. Arjun had great interaction with him. And Arjun never served under General Nanavati. Now, General Nanavati is a very rare person because I've read this book. And he's a direct entry who gets the Sword of Honor in 1962 in IMA. And then he's commissioned into 2nd 8th Gorkha Rifles. And at that time, his battalion has suffered, in the Chinese aggression. So he's got that feeling in his mind about how they suffered, what were the problems they encountered. And he starts penning that down right from a 2nd lieutenant. And then you read his books. He's had remarkable operational experience. He served in the northeast as Nagaland as a young officer involved in insurgencies. He was handpicked to go to Sri Lanka which Arjun will tell us about, during Op Pavan, in charge of all the para-commando battalions at that time. Then he went to Command 102 Brigade. He took over from Brigadier Nagyal as Commander 102 Brigade, commanded 19 Division in Baramulla, and Northern Army Commander. Nagyal was so soon after that, sir, and he was GOC 3 Corps in, the northeast, Dimapur that time, and saw that, and then Northern Army Commander during Parakram. So, Arjun, can you just take us, firstly, why did you choose General Nanavati to write about, and what did you gain about his insights after writing this book and your interactions with him?
Thanks, Jagat. For a moment, I thought you'd forgotten about me. Anyway, okay. So, as a professional military historian, I always look for vacant spaces and niche spaces to write about. And when I started writing serious military history in 2012, so I first wrote this book, which is called India's Wars 1. And then I wrote a book which is called India's Wars 2. And the vacant space that I occupied by writing these two books was to narrate contemporary Indian military history through a joint lens. And when I talk about a joint lens, I mean to say writing concurrently about the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. And once I finished these books, I realized that I needed to look for another space, for another vacant space to write about. And that's when I realized that most biographies and autobiographies that have been serious biographies and autobiographies that have been written about Indian military leaders primarily revolved around military leaders who were commissioned before independence. And I'm talking about soldiers such as Sam Manekshaw, P.C. Lal, Admiral Nanda, General Sagat Singh, Field Marshal Kariyappa. They're all the pre-independence generation. And when I looked at the landscape of serious military writing, I realized that there was no military biography based on fundamentally serious research, primary and secondary sources of information. Now, when I was writing India's Wars 2, which primarily covers war and conflict from 1972 to 2020, I came across General Nanavati for the first time in 2014, right? And while I was interviewing General Nanavati for my second book, I realized that General Nanavati had a fantastic repository of primary sources of information. And when I talk about primary sources, I mean to say his draft notes. Whenever he drafted a DO, he had a copy with him available. Whenever he drafted a paper, he had a copy. He had a draft copy available with him. All his operational tenures were recorded in minute detail in the form of chits, in the form of diaries. So, for example, if he visited a brigade headquarters on 16th August 1993, every part of his visit was recorded in his minute calligraphy kind of writing. So you exactly knew how he felt, what was happening on the ground, what was that encounter all about in J&K, and you could write with reasonable authority. And now, General Nanavati, for those of you who have met him, and I'm sure many veterans would have met him, is a very reserved and reticent general. And for about 2 years, he just pushed me away. He says, forget about it, Arjun. I'm not going to lay open my life on a book, for you. And then finally, slowly, I got around his family, his children, and then I convinced them that here was a man who had a story to tell. And the story was worth reading, not only by a large constituency of military readership, but also by a general readership at large. And I think the book has now been released for almost a year. And I've got an excellent response from a readership beyond just the military. And what struck me about General Nanavati was that not only was he a professionally competent soldier, a very widely respected general, but what stood out about his entire career was his ability to speak truth to power, even at the cost of career penalties. He almost did not make it to full colonel rank. He did not go for his National Defense College course at his first attempt. He went at his second attempt. But at no stage in his career did he compromise on an ethical and straightforward approach to soldiering. And that was the third thing that that attracted me to somebody like General Nanavati to sort of write a biography. Now, an objective biography cannot be a hagiography, which means it cannot be all praise and all goody-goody stuff. So what I did was I also contacted several officers from the Indian Army, his contemporaries, even his seniors, who had a tough word to speak about him. And the biography contains a critique also of General Nanavati's approach to soldiering and generalship. And I think that is what allowed me to write an objective and a balanced biography. And I think that is something that I have been able to achieve as a military historian, is that I generally stay distant from my central protagonist, so that I can offer a balanced view, I can offer a critique, and it doesn't turn out to be something like a chest-thumping biography or a chest-thumping rendition of history, which we are very, very used to reading about in our contemporary discourse. So, Jagat,
that's something that stood out in the book because there were two people who served closely under him who had different views about him. And one was his chief of staff when he was the corps commander, General Mahanti, and the other was the GOC 14 Corps when he was the Northern Army commander, General Arjun Ray. So
absolutely,
yeah, they both, and you've written about that in the book.
And in fact, there is another one of his contemporaries who said that one of Nanavati's biggest impediments was that he was a perfectionist. And if you're a perfectionist, remember the younger folks amongst you, perfectionism is to be a perfectionist can invariably lead to lack of success. So you need to be professionally competent, you need to be hardworking, you need to be disciplined. But if you end up as a perfectionist, you may not end up achieving the goals that you set yourself out to be.
Yes, sir. General Katot, sir, we'll go back in time now, back to partition. And this period when your grandfather was there, your uncle was to come as the military advisor, and he was in Delhi, handpicked to come there. And something which stands out is at that time, staying with him was the person from his same battalion, 613 Frontier Force, General Sher Khan, who goes to Pakistan and becomes the DGMI and almost plans the operation. And your grandfather was also grappling with the standstill agreement at that time. So what was the dilemma in the Maharaja's mind? Because he would have had an insight into him. Why did he not want to accede to India at the earliest? So why did he delay?
Okay, actually for the, it's a biography of a family member, but the interesting part for the lay reader would be the last part, the part 5 of the book, which is the road to accession. And since my grandfather was, the chief minister at that time, so he was privy to certain things. Now, there's always a question that that comes up. I'll cover two things here. One is, there's always a question that comes up that why did he delay Delhi? Why did Hari Singh take so long before signing the instrument of accession? Because if he had signed it in time, then what we call Pakistan occupied Kashmir would have been part of Kashmir, part of Jammu and Kashmir. Now, I've covered that in this chapter in great detail. And we have to, see that particular time from the point of view of the Maharaja. We had talked about earlier in the last session about Rani of Jhansi fighting for Jhansi. She was not fighting for India, she was fighting for Jhansi. Or Tipu Sultan fighting for Mysore. He was not fighting for India, he was fighting for Mysore. And similarly, Hari Singh was trying to hold on to his kingdom, and why should he not hold on? After all, Hyderabad and Jammu and Kashmir were two kingdoms which were of the size of Great Britain. And why would he want to say sign away everything exactly as per the desire of somebody else? He would like to lay some of his own conditions also, so that either he holds on to his kingdom or his future is secured. That's a very common, human psychology. We fight over, a couple of acres of land. People kill each other. This was almost 84,000 square miles of land. So he had to take his time over it. And one of the prime reasons why it added to all this dilemma was that till June 1947, it was known that the partition is going to, the British are likely to leave or going to leave by June 1948. In June 1947, Mountbatten, was suddenly pushed through a plan, and which he must have got orders from the top, because the situation was becoming a little too murky and the British public was not willing to get embroiled in a civil war. After the First World War, a similar sentiment among the British people had led to the independence of Ireland. The British people did not want to fight a civil war in England or in Great Britain to hold on to Ireland, and now they didn't want to fight a civil war to hold on to India. So they wanted to get out fast. And in June 1947, 2nd June 1947, the plan was told, okay, we are leaving in 2 months' time. Now you decide, are you going to join India or are you going to join Pakistan? So it was a very difficult decision. And there were a number of other factors which I have, brought out in my book. The other thing that I brought, which will be of interest to the reader in my book is, that is the airlift into Srinagar. Now, as General Jagabdi brought out, my grandfather's eldest son was called for by the Maharaja as his military advisor, and his eldest son was from 613 Frontier Force, part of the Indian Army, British Indian Army. And the Maharaja put up a request to Sardar Patel, went all the way, and they sent him as a military advisor. That's a different thing that once he was asked for as Chief of General Staff. So once he came there, he told the Maharaja, sir, I have not even commanded a battalion as yet. So I think I'm not suitable to command the state forces as Chief of General Staff. So therefore, I'll come in as a military advisor and you choose somebody else. And he chose Brigadier Rajendra Singh, who later died while trying to hold on the invaders ahead of Odi. Now, that time when the airlift was to take place for saving Srinagar, the only battalions which were around in the area of Delhi, and they were deployed for aid to civil authority because there was a lot of unrest that time. There were riots going on. Was one Sikh, which was in Gurgaon district. One Sikh was spread over 2,500 kilometers. That time Gurgaon district was much bigger than what it is now. And the one Sikh was spread out all over. And the other battalion was 15GR, whose CEO was here yesterday, which is here in Delhi. 15GR was the other battalion, it was in Red Fort. But we talked about the Gurkhas being in the British, in the Indian Army. As per the treaty between India and Nepal, only British officers commanded Gurkha battalions. Till independence, there was not a single Indian officer who was in a Gurkha battalion. Now, at that particular point of time, Lieutenant Colonel Anand Singh Pathania was just taking over 15GR, but there were a large number of British officers still in the battalion, and Indian officers had not yet come in. So therefore, 15GR could not be sent to Srinagar because the British, the Chief of General Staff in India was a Britisher, and they had said that the British government has said that British officers will not be fighting British officers, as part of the armies of India and Pakistan. So therefore, they said 15GR can't go till all the officers are changed over to Indian officers. So the only other battalion which was left was one Sikh, which had all Indian officers. It had all Indian officers, but they were spread out so widely that the whole battalion could not be collected in time by the time the accession was signed. As a result, a company worth of 13 field was brought in as infantry soldiers, because 13 field was also deployed on IS duties there. They had come from, I think one Sikh had come from Clementown. I don't know from where 13 field had come. So these are interesting things which are there in the book, which are not so well known. Thank you.
Back to Arjun. So, in your book, you say after his experiences in, Sri Lanka, Baramulla, and Siachen, General Nanavati recognized the importance of the cognitive domain in improving combat leadership skills. So that's something very important, which he recognized very early, which people are talking about. But one of the things you talk about is his, one of the seminars he held in 16 Corps at that time, in which the chief minister of that time was present of Jammu and Kashmir. And I'll read out what he says. The reclamation of occupied territories of POK and the northern areas, however, is another matter. It is achievable, but would demand extraordinary synergy of political, diplomatic, economic, intelligence, and military effort, and an uncharacteristic single-mindedness of purpose. I mean, that's what he's been quoted as saying in this seminar. So, can you tell us a little bit about this, sir? And then I'll ask General Dua, since he was also corps commander there, to tell us about this, how this synergy has been, what you felt about this synergy there, sir?
So, General Nanavati's approach to Kashmir evolved over a period of time. So when he was, and I'm sure General Dua and General Katoch will identify with that metamorphosis of an approach to Kashmir as one grows senior in service. When he was a divisional commander in Baramulla, he was an outright hawk as far as Pakistan was concerned, believed in outright kinetic action. That was the peak time of militancy when Kashmiri trained militants were giving way to Pakistani trained militants of the Lashkar-e-Toiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed. There was vicious fighting in the valley, and you could not be anything but a hawk when it came to commanding a division in Jammu and Kashmir. And then move fast forward by another 10 years to Operation Parakram time, and after Operation Parakram, when he was the army commander, when he made those comments, by that time General Nanavati had evolved from being an outright hawk to being a realist vis-a-vis Kashmir. But at the same... Yes. So his evolution as a commander and as a leader also comes out during the book. But as far as that remark is concerned, he says that that is something that should remain alive and should be a spark. But when he mentioned that extraordinary synergy that was required, I think that is what one sees as something that we've been chasing, about extraordinary synergy in order to reclaim Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and the other occupied territories.
Thank you, Arjun. And, we've got General Dua here who's seen this synergy not only as GOC 15 Corps, but also at the highest level as this is. So can you tell us about this, how you saw from a young officer till retirement, this synergy, and what do you think is the way forward, sir?
Thank you. First, let me start by Jagadveer, by an interesting fact that to say that I served, General Nanavati was the army commander when I was commanding my battalion on the LOC. And
during Parakram, sir?
No.
Just before
earlier.
Parakram.
This is earlier. And if Arjun has read his notes very carefully, then since he mentioned that every visit he wrote down, he had a 45 minutes long briefing with me after this Chunilal's operation took place at my TAC headquarters at Pindi Gali. And he wanted to know all about the operation after which Chunilal got beaten. So that's an interesting sort of linkage there. Coming to the question about how we, the synergy or different forces that work together in J&K are concerned, like I said, I started my life from Srinagar, and I've had 10 years there. So I have seen this grow. Initially, as a captain, I've seen those times where there was, almost no firing across the LOC. There was very good times in 1983, 84. It was a very peaceful time as far as LOC is concerned. The undercurrent remained in the valley. But initially, when militancy started, all of us who served there know it. It was a very tough time in 1989, 99, early 90s. It was a very tough time, so you would recall that how to deal with police. How to deal, dealings between army, police, intelligence agencies was a very tough call initially. In fact, I'll go ahead to say, I may ruffle some feathers. The SP's rank used to be equivalent to a lieutenant colonel. He used to wear one Ashok Chakra and one star. It is after that they changed and they made it like equivalent to a colonel, so that he would sort of become equivalent to a colonel. He started wearing those black tabs. This is what police did, they upgraded it. Anyway, so we went through a turbulent times. But I think over the next 4-5 years, till 96 elections and all, it dawned on everybody that we will not reach anywhere with these turf wars. And a UHQ was established, a unified headquarter was established in J&K. And then, when I became the CEO in 98, by that time, we saw that things were smoothened out to a great extent. tough issues will remain every time, but overall issues between the civil, military, that is the police, the army, then the civil agent, that is the district commissioner, intelligence agencies, things started getting smoothened out to a great extent. And I suppose slowly we all realized that these are very personality driven things. By the time I went as corps commander, I made sure that we were on very good terms with the DGP, the intelligence agencies, because all these things, structures apart, are very personality driven.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it happens at the national level. It happens between Army, Navy, and Air Force. I'll end with this. 1971 war, everyone says, is a perfect example of the synergy between Army, Navy, and Air Force, which it was. It was a great example to the world in the military history. That's why we got such a great victory. But the fact is that it was personality driven. It was the top personalities of that time, the chiefs of the three services that time, they got along well together. So, and we can't let synergy or war fighting remain hostage to personal relations. That is why institutions, structures, processes, and infrastructure of jointmanship needs to be created. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sir. Now, we are running out of time, so I feel let's throw it open to the audience. Anybody questions? The three of them are here. We request you to please give your name out and ask the question. I'll take, yeah. Yes, sir, Jal Sindhu, sir, please, sir, your... Sir.
I never met him. But do you know there were three officers who used to be known as M1, M2, and M3? General Chandan Nagyal was M1, R.K. Gaur was M2, and Nanavati was M3. Abstemious, self-critical, and they used to make life miserable for themselves. General Nanavati and Nagyal used to exchange notes. I went there, we were deployed, there was a hut available for us to stay in, but no, we dug trenches and we settled down over there and made life miserable for ourselves. This is the sort of person he was. As you know, most army officers know that he used to carry his own satchel. His whole possessions, moving from one station to another, was one trunk containing all his books, nothing else. So he was a great soldier. And Chandan Nagyal was my boss, so I know him very well. He is another personality. I think you give me an idea, I'm going to write about him.
Sir. I heard his, when he was sub-area commander in Dehradun, I was posted in IMA, he came and addressed us over there.
Actually, he was...
Insight into Siachen.
He was Colonel GS-72, I was G1.
Sir.
There are great stories about him also.
Sir. Yeah, young man over there, yeah. Please give out your name and where you're from. Yes. We encourage questions from the youngsters. Yeah, Vinayak, you also.
Good afternoon to the esteemed panel. I am Pranav Paranjpe. I am a student of Defense and Strategic Studies. And my question is to General Dua. This is a bit technical, but for a long time, a major issue with our counterinsurgency effort in Jammu Kashmir and to an extent in other regions as well has been that the army, the CAPF, the JKP and the civil administration, non-uniformed personnel just were not able to cooperate. This is a major problem that I had read in a paper on counterinsurgency. While this problem has been sorted out to a very large degree, but the issue of synergy still remains. What, in your opinion, is the final form? What do you think we should aim for in terms of civil-military cohesion in counterinsurgency?
Thank you, Pranav.
Pranav, sir.
Pranav. Sorry. Thank you, Pranav. And I recognize that you were the one who raised your hand. You were the only one who raised your hand when I asked about Ikhwan. So, Pranav, that's a very interesting question. A part of it I've answered in the question that Jagat put to me, that we have seen it evolve. And I brought out how the synergy, there is a UHQ and is largely personality driven, but we've realized that we can't subsist by ourselves, but yet issues remain. All right. Let me, to answer your question, since I brought that out, let me enlarge the scope of something that perhaps we don't think about. You know, we don't only require synergy between Army, Navy, Air Force, police, intelligence agencies and CRPF and Rashtriya Rifles. We require one more element to come in, one more dimension which has to come in. And I speak a lot about that. I write about that in my book, A General Reminiscences. And that is the civil society. When we say whole of nation approach, that's what it means. The civil society has to be involved. In today's world of white collar terrorism, as we are seeing, or hybrid terrorists that started in J&K 5 years ago. So all this, only civil society can throw up such people who are living amongst them. If doctors and paramedics and pharmacists are going to be getting into terrorism, civil society can find out somebody who rents a house to him or sells a car to him or her and things like that. So I end by giving you positive examples of how civil society has helped these agencies and security forces. We talk about Ireland and Singapore as good examples, but I'll tell you two homegrown examples. The two very good examples in India are Mizoram in 1987 and later Punjab. We have solved insurgency in Mizoram. Armed Forces Special Powers Act was taken away overnight because of involving the civil society. In Punjab, it was the mothers that stood up. You know, KPS Dhillon and all, they did not achieve much success till they involved the civil society, and eventually it is the civil society said enough is enough, and that's where we finally resolved the Punjab insurgency in the 80s. Thank you.
Yeah, Vinayak, you had a question.
Good morning, sirs. Sir, my question is for the entire panel, and it has to do with how narrative warfare, which because I think India wins the wars, but it always ends up losing the narrative battle. So, sir, how does it impact when military history is written? Books like the one on General Nanavati and Subedar Chundilal. So, when those stories are written, how does losing the narrative war impact those stories, and how, say, from 30-40 years from now, somebody who reads these books, how does it impact them, and how does it impact their perception of what happened when those two individuals were operating?
No, thank you very much. And I'll ask General Katoch to start. Yes, sir. And then we'll go like. Anybody, any other question? Okay, sir.
Yeah, I'll talk about narrative war only, and I'll talk about it from my book. So it's not that narrative wars is a new thing that's happening now with social media and things like that. Narrative wars have existed earlier also. And I'll tell you about a narrative war which the Maharaja of Kashmir lost, and later India also in a way lost. You know, and the narrative war was that when Sheikh Abdullah had launched this movement against the Maharaja, quit Kashmir and all, because that time they obviously couldn't say quit India because they were not India, they were Kashmir. So he launched the quit Kashmir movement. So he, in his speeches, he started saying that, you know, Kashmir Valley was sold to the Dogras and, you know, millions of Kashmiris were sold like cattle and sheep. That whole lot of Kashmir was just, the Dogras paid 75 lakh rupees and purchased Kashmir like cattle and sheep. Now that resonated with the population, and the Maharaja was used to living in a kingdom where his word was law, nobody would say anything against him. Now when somebody made a statement like this, he did not have a machinery to counter it, or the knowledge of machinery to counter it. And now, many years later, when you think about it, the counter was very simple. That the Dogras did not buy Kashmir for 75 lakh rupees. The British imposed a fine on the Sikhs of 1.5 crore rupees for the last Anglo-Sikh war that was fought, for the not last, the 1846 war that was fought, because the British in 1846 was a company, it was a commercial enterprise, East India Company. So they were responsible to the shareholders. So if they fought a war, they used to impose a fine on the loser that you have cost us so much money, itna paisa do. So they said pay 1.5 crore rupees to the Sikhs. The Sikhs at that time did not have the money to pay that. So they could pay only 0.5 crore rupees. So Maharaja Gulab Singh, not Maharaja, that time he was Raja. But he had amassed wealth. So he told them that, okay, the Sikhs told the British that we will hand you over Kashmir and Chamba. And because that was part of the Sikh Empire. But the British did not want to take over Kashmir and Chamba that time because they said ki it'll add on to a headache. So they said, no, we want the money. So Maharaja Raja Gulab Singh that time said, okay, I'll pay the 1 crore rupees. But later the British said, no, we don't want to give Chamba because it is contiguous to Kangra, which they already had, and they wanted a route through there towards Tibet, trade with Tibet and China that side. So finally they said, we'll only give you Kashmir, so you pay 75 lakh rupees. So he paid, so it was like a war indemnity paid, and they were not sold like cattle and sheep. Because if you start thinking of sold like cattle and sheep, it is like the Louisiana purchase in the United States of America, where 1/3 of America, the Americans purchased it from the French for 1 cent an acre or something like that. So it has happened in the world earlier and in this case, but that narrative was lost by the Maharaja, and subsequently it has been told many times again, and we have not been able to really counter it now.
Yes, a quick word, sir. They are
all right.
Getting the
Very
signal
quickly,
for time up.
This issue of cognitive warfare is very dear to my heart. I've been speaking about it everywhere. Take recent times. The cognitive warfare, we you know, in Uri surgical strike, we did the thing very well by announcing it to the world. I'm not because I was a corps commander, I didn't do anything. It happened in Delhi. We did it very well. We announced it, we took the responsibility, and we said why we did it. But in Balakot, we actually lost it. I'm not going to go into details. We lost the narrative by not following it up in the way we should have done it. Operation Sindoor. Now everyone says it was a stupendous victory, but we lost the narrative. Everyone says that. Am I right? Everyone talks about it. But there is something wrong with us if we can actually win. Pakistan, we need to learn from Pakistan. I have no hesitation in saying that. They can sell 71 war as a victory to their own country, in which they were divided into 2 countries in 93, so they laid down their arms. So point is, we need to learn. I can tell you many other things, lobbying firms in US, what Pakistan is doing. We haven't done it. I'll end by one very small, pithy example. We all in 26/11 attack, we caught Ajmal Kasab alive, right? Where else in the world in a big terrorist attack has some terrorist been captured alive? Never. But we never made much. We should have made a song and dance about it. We should have spoken about it. This is what Indian military does. NSG, army, everyone. That was the police. We should have done that. India as a country, we captured him alive. We actually allow our terrorists to surrender. We announce. I mean, I've been in. We announce. Surrender kar do, tumhe kuch nahi hoga. No other country does it. But we don't make narratives about things that we should. And of course, we have to get to cognitive measures and not just stories.
Thank you. Arjun, as a military historian, how do you shape narrative?
Balanced, credible, speedy, and continuous through a multi-domain strategy, which means to say good writing, good audiovisual impact, good social media impact. I think that's the way to build narratives.
Thank you very much. At the end, I thank my panelists for their wonderful insights into these, into their books and the various people associated who they've written about. And I thank the audience for such a patient listening and for your wonderful and insightful questions. Thank you very much, Jai Hind. And all I can say is, I urge you to buy these books. They are well worth reading.
Thank you very much. That's a very engaging storytelling of the inspirational stories. We like to express gratitude to Lieutenant General Satish Dua, Air Vice Marshal Dr. Arjun Subramaniam, Lieutenant General Ghanshyam Singh Katoch, and the moderator Major General Jagatveer Singh. Thank you very much. Let's have a group photograph. So all of these books are a treasure trove and will connect you to the glorious military heritage of India. Happy reading to everyone. Thank you very much. Let me now tell you about the next session, which is a very interesting topic: Assam's modern journey, history, conflict, and the pursuit of peace. Thank you. Thanks. So here in the auditorium, why we'll focus on this topic, Assam's modern journey. parallelly in the adjacent room. The topic that will begin in moments from now will be on Border Security Force and Bangladesh. Nothing like getting a signed copy from the author. So please settle because we are ready with the next session. And once you settle, then I will invite the guests onto the stage. Please take your seats. Right then, the stage is set. I'd like to invite Lieutenant General Vikas Lakhera, Director General Assam Rifles, Mr. Rajiv Bhattacharya, and Colonel Vivek Chadda to please come up on the stage. So everyone is requested to please take your seats. We're starting the next session. Can I request everyone, please sit down. All the young students are also requested the youth. Take your seats. We have to start the next session, please. So can I request Lieutenant General Vikas Lakhera, Sri Rajiv Bhattacharya and moderator Colonel Vivek Chadda to kindly come up on stage. It's a pleasant sight to see young children getting the signed copy from the author. It's a very cherished memory. These books carry decades of experience of the author. So the reader always is very fortunate to lay their hands on these books. Yesterday when the governor of Tamil Nadu came, he contributed these two books to the USI library. This one says Foreshadowing the Great Rebellion. The Vellore Revolt takes us back to 1806. And the other one is the Battles of Panchalan Kurichi, which is an unopened diary from the time period 1792 to 1801. This book has historical traces of Panchalan Kurichi from the British documents. Can I request Lieutenant General Vikas Lakhera to please come up on stage, Sri Rajiv Bhattacharya and Colonel Vivek Chadda. Thank you very much, sir. Sri Rajiv Bhattacharya, please come. Colonel Vivek Chadda, the moderator of the session. Let me introduce the panelists to you, beginning with Lieutenant General Vikas Lakhera, AVSM, SM, Director General Assam Rifles, commissioned into 4 Sikh light infantry in the year 1990. Lieutenant General later commanded the battalion in Lower Assam. He is an alumnus of the DSSC Wellington Higher Defence Management Course and Royal College of Defence Studies, London. Lieutenant General Vikas Lakera has held key instructional and staff appointments, including at the NTA, Eastern Command, and the Army Headquarters. He is a decorated officer with extensive counter-terrorism experience across Jammu and Kashmir, Assam, and Nagaland, and holds advanced degrees from Madras University, King's College London, and Osmania University. Thank you very much, Lieutenant General Vikas Lakera, for your presence today. I'd like to introduce Mr. Rajiv Bhattacharya. He's a senior journalist based in Assam with extensive experience reporting on India's northeast and its border regions with Myanmar, Bhutan, China, and Bangladesh. A Chevening Fellow, he has worked with the Telegraph, the Indian Express, the Times of India, and Times Now, and was managing editor of the Seven Sisters Post. He is the author of the book Ulfa, The Mirage of Dawn in the year 2023. Rendezvous with Rebels, this book was published in 2014. Lens and the Gorilla, 2012. And Paresh Baruar Sandanath, 2013, an Assamese book. His work offers deep insights into insurgency, geopolitics, and conflict dynamics in India's northeast. A very warm welcome, Mr. Rajiv Bhattacharya. And now, the moderator, Colonel Vivek Chadha. He's a senior fellow at the Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis. He joined MPIDSA in the year 2011 after serving for over 22 years in the Indian Army. Colonel Chadha's areas of research include counterterrorism and military studies. His single-author books on counterterrorism include Low-Intensity Conflicts in India and Analysis, Lifeblood of Terrorism, Countering Terrorism Finance, and Company Commander in Low-Intensity Conflicts. He has also written the book Indo-US Relations, From Divergence to Convergence, and he has recently published the book Mahabharat Strategic Insights, Navigating the Dharmic Compass. So it's over to the moderator, Colonel Vivek Chadha, with a request to conclude this session by 12:50 p.m., sir. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you to the Director General USI, Conrad Chinna, for this opportunity to be here today. USI always feels like coming back home. This opportunity is no different. May I also take this opportunity to greet my mentors, my seniors sitting here. I can see a lot of them. Good morning to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an absolutely stellar panel today. Besides the introduction, which has already been read out, there are a lot of similarities despite the obvious differences that the two of them may have. General Lakera has done multiple tenures in the Northeast, spending a fair part of his life there. He's also studied there, in a sense, almost being a son of the soil from that region, besides the fact that he's the Director General Assam Rifles. Rajiv, of course, is one of the best known authors, one of the best known columnists, and since I come from a research institution, and although that's not part of his profile, let me say his work more than rivals the kind of research that some of us can only aspire to do. Exceptional work he has done. So without getting into the details further, I will not introduce the subject because I think given the presence of the two people who are here on the panel, I'll actually be doing a very shallow job of that. So let me straight get on to the subject. What we'll do is we'll have short, brief comments from the two panelists, maybe about 5 to 7 minutes each. And thereafter, we'll commence with the interactive session. And as I have been directed, of course, we will stick to the time. So let me commence with General Lakera. 5 to 7 minutes, sir.
Absolutely. Esteemed veterans, students, and the friends from media if they are there, and brother officers. You'll be aware that northeast of India of late has been in news for wrong and right reasons both. I happen to command Assam Rifles, which is synonymous with the growth of northeast for last about 190 years. With advent of tea, oil, timber, Assam Rifle also shares the same legacy as the northeast progressed towards growth and turmoil, Assam Rifle saw it all. In a sense, the history of modern India's northeast and history of Assam Rifle ran parallelly. So today, Assam Rifle is in charge of Indo-Myanmar border. We are the nominated border guarding force. We have 46 battalions, 1 NDRF battalion, a total strength of 66,000. And we also have 4 battalions north of Pir Panjal in Kashmir and 2 south of Pir Panjal in Doda Kishtwar, along with 1 sector headquarter. So if you see the canvas of Assam Rifles, it is very, very vast. Assam Rifle has participated in every conflict, right from world wars to insurgency, to IPKF, to Kashmir when it started off, and you name it. It was also part of Victor Force in World War II, where it was fighting behind enemy lines in the Tidim area across Mizoram. Now, we are also known as Sentinels of the Northeast and Friends of Hill People. So it does not mean that we are not friends to the people in the plain of Assam or plains of Arunachal. Bulk of our people, our soldiers, about 35% come from the Northeast. Our soldiers speak each and every language which is spoken in that area, each and every tribal languages. So if you see, there are nearly 29 tribes in Arunachal, there are 17 recognized tribes in Nagaland, there are 9 to 10 tribes of Nagas in Mizoram, and about nearly 18 tribes of Kuki, Chins in Manipur, and similarly in Mizoram, there are 9 tribes, Lusai being the main tribe, and similarly Tripura. So it's a tribal land. So our soldiers come, bulk of our soldiers come from there. A legacy of Assam Rifle is legacy of the Gurkhas. When the Gurkhas got enrolled in the Assam Rifles, they started Assam Rifle. 2 geographies of India are part of India because of Assam Rifles. One is Tawang, which was, the first flag was hoisted by Major Bob Kathing in 1951 with a platoon of 5 Assam Rifles, and Vijayanagar, which was preemptively occupied by Major General Goraya, and he named Vijayanagar after his son, Vijay Singh Goraya, who is presently staying in Canada. So you can owe that Vijayanagar and Tawang are part of India today because of the proactive involvement of Assam Rifles. Assam Rifles and Indian Army, they are like 2 sides of a coin. The entire legacy of Assam Rifles comes from the Indian Army. The entire command and control structure of Assam Rifle comes from the Indian Army. So, in a sense that Assam Rifle is nothing but an extension of Indian Army. Indian Army heavily depends on Assam Rifle for any contingency which comes to our northern borders in Northeast India. Assam Rifle troops will be fighting shoulder to shoulder with the Indian Army. And that is the proud history of Assam Rifles. We will dwell on the internal security situation of Northeast as the talk progresses. So you are aware that Bangladesh, what's happening there. You must be aware of Myanmar, how things are taking shape. You are aware the South Arunachal, which you are not aware, it's the most active area as far as conventional firefights are concerned between the underground groups and Assam Rifle soldiers. Nagaland itself, I call it Ram Rajya because Danavar Daite Saath Baste. It is absolutely, everybody has embraced each other. Mizoram, Manipur, of course, it's an area of interest because wherever there is tragedy and conflict, people are interested in that. Mizoram, everything is happening and nothing is happening. Tripura, just because of Bangladesh, a lot of attention is going toward that. And Assam, of course, is the bridge which links all these areas with rest of the India. So I'll just say this, and thereafter, through moderator and through audience, anything you to ask, and we have to discuss, we'll do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that overview. Turn to Rajiv now. I think all of you are aware of his recent book, 2023 is when it came out. And I had the privilege of reviewing it. Exceptional book. Those of you who have not had a look at it, please do. I think I have not read a more detailed, granular account of what the ULFA is all about. What were the dreams, what were their aspirations, and ultimately what was the reality of the struggle. I'm aware of the kind of effort that Rajiv put in to collect that data, the number of years that he spent to collect that data. So in his case, I'll request him to briefly speak about his book And thereafter, of course, in doing the Q&A, we'll move beyond that as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At the very outset, I am extremely grateful to USI Ministry of Defense and all other sponsors for giving me this opportunity to come here. Respected participants, so this book happens to be my fourth book, Alpha, the Mirage of Dawn. Actually, I have done my graduation, post-graduation in Delhi. I began my journalistic career in Delhi. I went back to Assam, Northeast in 2007. I started my research from 2011. Initially, I thought it's going to be a very easy topic. It took me exactly 11 years to write this book. It's an extremely tough topic. I realized that I'll have to do a ground research because I'm not an academic. I'll have to come up with a journalistic account. And the man who is most difficult to catch and one of the most wanted men in India, Paresh Barua, who currently lives in China, along with one or two more rebel leaders, I knew I had to catch him. After years of trying, he finally said, okay, you come over. I'll take you to Myanmar. And thus began a journey in 2011. We went to Taka. He was not there. Even before I reached Taka, there were some attempts to get me killed, unfortunately by my colleagues. Okay, I have hinted that in my second book, Rendezvous with Rebels. It was a very unfortunate incident. He leaked it out, but we made it, we were successful. The entire endeavor took me 4 months to complete. I came back, I wrote the series of articles. Then I started the journey. I went to Bangladesh, I went to the border, I went to Bhutan, I came to Delhi many times, interviewed many army officers, intelligence officers, ex-police officers. It took me 11 years. Then I realized that of all the information that I had gathered, even the lawyer also advised me, I could not write about 15%. I would go to jail. Straight I'll go to land up in jail. Even the publisher refused to publish certain contents. They were too volatile because it will come under Official Secrets Act. So I produced the book of 1,40,000 words. The original manuscript was about 70,000 words. I had to delete 30,000 words. So nonetheless, I ended up learning a lot about Assam, about Northeast, about Myanmar, Bangladesh. It gave me a very good background, a launchpad to continue my further research, which I am doing right now. So I hope I'll be able to come up with better books in the future. That's all.
Thank you. I've had the opportunity to listen to him in more closed quarters. We'll see if we can elicit some of those juicy details from him today. Let me do the journalist job for a change. First, turning to Jan Lakhera. We are aware that there is a transformation of the armed forces which is on. We have a process toward the larger integration and enhancing the jointness of the armed forces. A couple of days back, the Chief of Army Staff was at IDSA, and he mentioned that the endeavor will include the CAPS as well. So let me commence by asking you, what is the kind of integration that we visualize for the CAPS and more specifically the Assam Rifles when it comes to the integration of the armed forces? And given the fact that as it is, I think in terms of the kind of bonds that are shared between the Assam Rifles and the army, they are probably the best that any CAPF has with any of the armed forces. But moving forward, how exactly are we visualizing this process?
With time, the lines have blurred between the front line and the rear. So the people who are responsible to fight have to be capable, but also people in the hinterland who are there need to be equally capable. Inventory, if it is vast between the forces and armed forces, it's a problem. Inventory, if it is similar, solves a lot of problems. It also supplements the effort of the Indian Army, Air Force and Navy, particularly Army. So on these lines, yes, a lot of things are happening today. Assam Rifles, especially, I'll talk that our inventory in terms of our ability, drone, counter-drone systems, our communication equipment, even our weaponry, tactical weaponry, is in sync with what Indian Army is procuring. Aim is that whenever we support Indian Army in the endeavors on the northern border, there is a seamless integration without we being dependent on the sector stores, as they say. So the effort is on, and Assam Rifle has taken a lot of effort towards this direction. We are also helped by the way the officers are from the army. They come from different directorates, different battalions, different regiments, and it does help us. As regard other CAPF, the other day there was a meeting in MHA in which it was discussed that everybody is procuring things on their own, and we need to streamline. First, we need to identify the threat, and then we need to build our capability and come to a common SOP and methodology of procurement. So I think inter-ministerial dialogues are also happening today, because everything is involving a lot of money. So if you streamline all these things, our not only procurement, but the supply chains and the repairs echelons also get benefited by it. So in times to come, like border security force on the western borders has to be there with the army. ITBP on the northern borders has to be with the army. CRPF has to take the rear area security onto them. Some rifles, along with Indo-Myanmar border, will be on the northern borders. So yes, in terms of force preservation, our mobility, communication, and our preparedness, all these aspects are looked into, and maybe it will take some time, but yes, we are in the right direction.
Thank you. Let me also inform this audience. Not too long back, I was part of a group which was looking at the modernization of the CAPFs, and we had visited all the CAPFs in their locations, which included the Assam Rifles. And I have no hesitation in confirming it to all of you that the processes, procedures, and the efficiency with which the Assam Rifles has undertaken their modernization is not only exceptional, it is leaps and bounds ahead of the others. So I think the model that they present, I'm sure things can improve, but the model that they present is absolutely world-class in terms of how they've been able to get their act together. I could see it firsthand, it's exceptional. So I completely second what the DG said here. Let me turn to Rajiv. Rajiv, you wrote in your preface that there are certain details. For example, when the Ulfa cadres would get caught, they would almost never reveal all the details to their captives or rather to the people who would be interrogating them. For the benefit of the audience, can you perhaps give out 3 things about the Ulfa that most of them would probably not be aware of?
The interrogators. Sorry.
3 things about Ulfa that most of the people, even if they've operated there, will not know about the group. Yes.
See, firstly, what I found about the Alpha, it was an extremely, and it is still an extremely confused organization, unlike the separatist organizations that you find in Manipur. This is one striking aspect that I found. Number 2, capability to network. Now, can you imagine Alpha a delegation going to Singapore, meeting a Mossad agent, taking him to Romania, fixing an arms deal, and bringing a consignment of weapons to Bangladesh? Then the consignment gets confiscated, and Paresh Boro and one more guy is incarcerated by the DGFI in the Mirpur cantonment for 2 months. Even the Indian intelligence never knew about it. Okay? 2 months. So there are many things about Alpha, as I've said, remains shielded from the media, has remained shielded from the intelligence also. This is number 2. Number 3 is that Alphas, whatever I have written in my book, the external linkages are somewhat more than what I have written. For instance, let me tell you one more thing which I could not write. Alpha had established linkages in countries like Azerbaijan also. Alpha had sent cadres to Kazakhstan also. That's very interesting. Why to Kazakhstan? Kazakhstan, by the way, has the world's largest uranium reserves. Okay? Another very interesting aspect of Alpha, how it manages its network, the flow of funds from Assam to the camps in Myanmar, to Bhutan, and also to Bangladesh. It's very efficient. It goes zigzag. Hawala agents are from Kolkata and Mumbai. They were also involved at one point of time. They channel the funds. even at one point of time, I came to know the name of the agents also. Even right now, funds are going from the northeast to the camps in Myanmar. Sometimes we come across very interesting high-profile names also. We have given money to Alpha. Well, I can't take the names, of course. Some very, very interesting names, crores of rupees. And another thing is that Paresh Burwa, as I've written in a book, is a tactician par excellence, but he can never be a strategist with a long-term vision. He's some kind of a person who takes delight in maybe ambushes. He likes his ego to be massaged all the time. And as I've told you, he lives in China along with one more separatist leader from Manipur. They are in the grip of the Chinese intelligence, if I'm not wrong, the second department, not the MSS. He's in touch with the second department. And the Chinese intelligence has also set up a very strong network in Myanmar, in recent times in Mandalay, and he's in close touch. And unlike the role played by Pakistan with regard vis-a-vis the terror groups, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Toiba, China's role is very different. China doesn't want terror in the northeast. I'm confirmed about it. China would be very upset if India starts interfering or India has a greater role in Myanmar. Then China will start activating these groups. Now, I somewhat get a feeling that the last attack that happened in Kakopothar, that could be somehow be linked to what happened along the Pakistan-Afghanistan border. After the Taliban foreign minister came here, he went back. This is a theory. I am not discounting this theory. Okay, it's linked. All these things are linked in a broader geopolitical frame, actually.
Thank you for those interesting inputs. Since he's spoken about some of the neighboring countries, let me turn to the DG Assam Rifles. The situation is not ideal in Bangladesh. The situation has almost always been chaotic in Myanmar. How do these conditions across the border affect the internal security situation in the northeast? And what are some of the initiatives that are being taken in this regard?
So I'll talk on Myanmar first. There is 1,643 kilometers of Indo-Myanmar border, right from border pillar 1 in the south till border pillar 71, 72 in Moreh. In the tactical depth of around 20 kilometers, most of the places, there is no sign of Myanmar army. So in the state, the Chin state, one of the states which shares, Myanmar army has been pushed back by about 25, 30 kilometers. A lot of the soldiers came this side to our posts, and we have sent them back via Moreh. When we come to South Manipur, there are places like Tidim, and when we go towards Molcham and towards Moreh, Moreh is intact because Moreh will never fall. Myanmar army has pulled its complete might in Moreh. Moreh is the connectivity to Kalemo and onwards to Nepito and Rangoon. So they will not allow it to fall. So although KNAB, the Three Brotherhood Alliance, everybody, the Kachins, everybody is putting their might. But Myanmar army, with support of NSC and IM and the PLA, and KCP and KYKL and other VBIGs, they are well established there. But there's a town north of Moreh, which is known as Mintha, which has fallen to the rebels. And Pantha had also fallen. Now, Myanmar army over the last 2 months have regained a lot of ground in these areas. So elections are coming up in 21st phase on 28th of December, 104 seats. And this election is going to be held in the states where Myanmar army is not there. So it will be very, very interesting how the elections will take place in phase 1. As far as we are concerned, I don't know, I can't comment officially whether we are this side or that side, what is our stake, whom we are supporting, what is our role. So we confine to border guarding, we keep a strategic and a tactical and operational awareness. A lot of refugees are in Mizoram, about 32,000 have come this side. The biometrics are on, 50% have been registered. Also, since December last year, 75,000 people have moved across and gone back. through the new FMR regime. Across Arunachal, there is no sign of Myanmar army except in area of Pangsao Pass. But all the major camps of Alpha, NSC and KYA, PLA are existing there. There are two major clusters known as Everest Gut and Arakan Gut, north and south. Across Nagaland, there is nothing. So there is only NSC and Nikki Sumi, who has got business interest, and NSC and KYA across Dan Pangsha, border pillar 145. Mizoram, Somra tract has got huge presence of NSC and IM. That is the foreign legion that is known as Ale Command. They are there, but NSC and IM also has now two groups. One is led by Hanshi Ramsen, SS Lieutenant General, who is opposed to the present dispensation led by Anthony Shimre. So the recent visit of Muiva to Ukrul was to get the Tankuls house in order. So the Tankuls come together because Tankuls also were divided. And if Tankuls are divided, NSC and IM is finished. Because Tankuls per se don't have much support in Nagaland. It's only through fear of gun they are there. So till the time Myanmar remains restive in the present state, these groups will be alive. So either Myanmar is stable or we play a role since we are the immediate neighbors and nobody has that proximity to Myanmar as we have. Nobody has so much of hedge as we have by land. Everybody else has to come. China has to come all the way from Wa state and from the Kachin state. Americans have to come through the sea route towards Sitwe and then come up. It's only India, right from the Rakhine state, the Chin state, and over to Sagain state. We have the presence everywhere. And maybe the people who decide in future may take a call. But as of now, what I say, situation is restive. We manage situation on day-to-day basis. And there are plethora of groups which are present there. The ZRA is fighting for Myanmar army, who are Chin group, against KNAB. The Chin Brotherhood Alliance is also on, they have groups, they are also fighting with Chin Council and other people. Arakan army is fighting with the Chins. The Nagas are fighting with another faction of Nagas. The PLA is conniving with against cookies. So it is a melting pot of confusion. The more you know, the less you know. The more you want to know, the more confused you are. And just to tell you, there is no term as cookie, which has got reference in history. It's a Bengali word, which means people from the Patka and Arakan. There is no word as Chin. It is a Bamar word, which meant the people who stayed in the hills across the Rakhine state. And there is no word like Naga. Historically, there are tribes who were called Naga by the people from Assam, Upper Assam, or maybe some other reason. And they found unity through a name. And how name can bind people through one identity is a perfect example what Britishers did to us. And then they united all these tribes together in state boundaries which are artificial. And that is why the revenge of geography is unfolding here in the Northeast. So 20 years back when I was a major, we had a similar discussion about NSC and IM in 1997. And I was an observer sitting somewhere. It was a new place that time. And so many years later, we are discussing the same thing, sir. And I'm pretty hopeful that 20 years down the line, we'll discuss the same thing.
I hope not. I hope not. That was very, very interesting and I think very, very articulately conveyed. From what the challenges from across the borders, let me move to Rajiv to talk about some of the challenges in-house in Assam. He's already traced the journey of the Ulfa, and it's a crest and trough journey that the group has had. My initial years in Assam, I remember the kind of popular support they had. There were instances where groups of hundreds of ladies could gherao you, snatch people and take them away. That was the kind of euphoria that existed. But as Rajiv says, times have changed. The battlegrounds have changed. So my question to you is, what is going to be the future battleground of what we face in Assam?
Thank you for asking me this question. In fact, answering this question could require at least 1 hour. Let me cut it very short. Alpha cannot revive. It's impossible. But Alpha, as General Lakhera has said, so long the civil war continues in Myanmar, there will be enough space for the separatist groups to survive and sustain. There will always be some people to cross the border and join Alpha. in the 1990s, if there were 1,000 people, now there will be 50 people. The rest of the people, because of lack of employment avenues in Assam and Northeast, you find more people coming out to the mainland in search of jobs. There is hardly a metropolis where you don't find a Northeasterner working there. Okay? In that way, unemployment in Northeast has actually promoted national integration. It's a fact. Now, having said that about Alpha, in Assam, I'm afraid, let me be very upfront with you, because people in Delhi, they don't know. By 2050, the situation in Assam is going to be 10 times more volatile than Kashmir. It's a very vast topic. In Assam, there will be no guns, no bombs, no suicide bombers, which is why the situation in Assam becomes much more dangerous. Assam is slipping out. New Delhi has realized that 2 years back, 2 years ago. Because, please don't mind, the Assamese, Assam has been shouting, but New Delhi is too far off. The problem of illegal immigration, it seems that it is only Assam's problem. New Delhi is not bothered. 29 lakhs of bighas under encroachment. Now, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma has said by next census, the Bengal origin Muslims are going to be 38%, the largest ethnic group. Imagine the situation in 2050. I hope I am proved wrong. By 2050, all the indigenous communities will start fighting for minority rights. I hope I'm proved wrong. I hope I'll not be alive by then to see this misfortune. That is one thing. You need a holistic policy. You have to be ruthless. If your neighbor is ruthless to you, you cannot be kind to them. This is what the left liberals in Delhi don't understand. Also, the right-wing people, let me tell you, don't try your experiments there. Don't try your Hindutva experiments there. Because if Assam were to explodes, it will be Hindus versus Hindus, Muslims versus Muslims, Hindus versus Muslims, Muslims versus Hindus, which we saw during the Nelly massacre in 1983, 7,000 people killed. It was a multi-ethnic riot. Be careful. When Assam is gone, the whole Northeast will be gone. And I hope I am proved wrong. I am not very sure if India will be able to win the war against Bangladesh. Pakistan can't do anything. But India may not have easy answers to tackle Bangladesh. This is number one. Number two, I see an environmental disaster looming on the horizon in the Northeast. As a result of whatever is happening inside the Northeast, also because what is happening across the border in Arunachal Pradesh. I am frightened. Now our entire focus is riveted on the Yarlung Changpo, the great ban, whatever China is planning. Now a few months back, I wrote a story in the Week magazine. China has farmed up huge plans on the Lohit River. Huge dams. Now that eastern Tibet, that area is the world's third largest source of fresh water. And China is not going to leave it alone. China is going to interfere. These are water bombs. Now, when you block the river, if you have a string of big dams there, the whole ecology of the Northeast is going to change. Northeast is a biodiversity hotspot among the 34 biodiversity hotspots in the world. Number two, Northeast falls in Zone 5 seismic zone. So these are the two things which I hope I am proved wrong. But 30 years down the line, 40 years down the line, I don't know what's going to happen. And as I've told you, General Lakera is here, everybody is here. I hope you spread the message. In Assam, there will be no guns, no bombs, no suicide bombers. It is the Rohingya model, / Southern Thailand model, which has come, which is taking roots in Assam, which is far more dangerous than the suicide bombers in Kashmir. Please try to understand that.
Thank you, Rajiv. Let me now throw the house open to questions from the audience. Yes, sir. If you could identify yourself and the speaker you want to ask the question to.
Firstly, Assam is very close, or Northeast is very close to my heart, because I have spent out of my total career nearly half of the time I have spent in the Northeast. And I have commanded my battalion in Assam. I have been a young officer there. I have also been commander of a brigade in Manipur. So basically, I'm not too happy with the kind of assessments that I have heard from some of you. Sir, I feel that the situation in Assam is certainly bad, but it is not critical. Secondly, I feel that the problem areas of Assam are not only related to management of the areas across in Myanmar or in Bangladesh, or even in the areas across in China. The problem area as far as Assam is concerned is, like you have very rightly pointed out, is the immigration of the Bangladeshis. That has been a problem for a long time, and I think there is a need for us to do something about it. But I would put across to you that the kind of solutions that we are putting for tackling this problem, I don't think they are quite correct. I think there is a requirement. There is certainly a requirement for us to ensure that there is additional amount of focus is put to the Northeast. There has been a ministry which has been created here, but there is absolutely be all they are doing. I don't know. The second point which I wish to talk is about the Assam Rifle. Assam Rifle, I have commanded my brigade there, my sector there. I was a DIG Assam Rifle in Manipur. And it was an eye-opener to me. They are fabulous. Fabulous to say the least. But I think they are not being exploited to the hilt. There is a lot that they can do. They know everything about the Northeast. And the last point which I have got is the issue of tackling ULFA. ULFA is a confused organization, like you have said very rightly. But I think we also need to understand that as far as ULFA or any other insurgent group there in Assam is concerned, the basic philosophy of Assam has not changed. In Assam, the greatest influencing factor are the mothers and the sisters. It has been because of them, when I was commanding a battalion, that we were able to get a surrender of 200 plus ULFA cadres, and which led to the start of SULFA, surrendered ULFA. I think there is a need for us to reach down to the people, the civil society, like it was talked in the previous session. And lastly, I would say that though the challenges are high, but it is not of the kind that you will, that the whole thing is going to blow up. To that extent, I feel that there are fairly intelligent people in our hierarchy, both within the services as also in the governance, to be able to tackle these. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll take two more questions and then we'll request the panelists to answer. Let me get the young person there, yeah, at the back. Please identify yourself and a question.
Morning, sir. So my name is Prateek Vishwas. I wanted to say that, like sir has said, for me also, Northeast, especially Nagaland and Manipur, are close to my heart because I've spent my toddler years there. My father was serving in the 11th Assam Rifles. And tab when Rajiv sir mentioned that Assam is in danger, in the next like 20 years, it will be in turmoil. I felt, matlab, I was very hurt. You have mentioned the problem of Rohingyas. So what are the suggested steps that aren't being taken by the government? So, Achha, sorry, you have, sorry. You have mentioned the illegal immigration. What are the suggested steps that haven't been taken by our government that can help curb that problem? Thanks.
Thank you, General Deshpande.
Major Deshpande, quick two comments, Rajiv. Sometimes we tend to connect too many dots. The Kakopathar story may not, it has its origin somewhere else. We had those threats on 15th of August also. In Jagun also they tried. So that attempt was being made much before the Afghanistan was even on the radar. So to make a generic statement will be that kind of a conspiracy becomes and the second is the Yalung Sanko and Lohit, that because I commanded my division in Dinjan, that's why I'm replying to you. 82% of the water comes south of the watershed. So let's not make the water bomb. If the water bomb has to go down even in the Lohit or Yalung Sampo, it will take down the Medoc County and the entire Rima Tato bowl first before it affects India. So putting these kind of things as a kind of a strategic this thing, it is an area of concern. There is an ecological problem. But water bomb kind of statements are too far-fetched. My comment.
Thank you. Well, sir, this has been about water bombs. I have not invented the term. Some experts have done that. Some experts who were from Tibet, who run organizations, who know what is happening in Tibet. You have a string of dams across the river, and that area is highly seismic, extremely seismic. And you know the kind of management in Assam. Let's take, for example, the problem of river erosion. You have a look at the data. Assam's landmass is shrinking. Government doesn't have any answer. The same old tactics. Floods. Assam is the most crisis-prone state in the country. Every year there is floods. The same old tactics. So if you discount that theory, that there would be no water bombs, I'm not going to agree. But yes, on that first thing what you said, I do agree about that Kakopathar thing. Now, why I'm saying this, I know the kind of linkages between some separatist leaders and ISI, even now, and the kind of strings they can pull through China. I know that very well. Okay? And why today Paresh Borua and Alpha in that area, sir has said, why they are alive? They'll be alive. Why? There has to be some reasons. It's not that just Alpha wants to remain alive. There are reasons behind it. They have the support of some countries. Even now Bangladesh also. So that is the thing. Thank you. Right.
Let me be a little positive now. So what is Northeast is the fabulous area of India. I think per capita talent in the youth of Northeast far suppresses any other part of India. Manipur, such a small state, the kind of sportsmen it offers, the number of army officers which are joining Indian Air Force, Army, Navy over the last 5-6 years have increased. So many girls from there have married army officers. Tripura is going to become the largest, one of the most progressive states in India, but highest per capita because of palm oil and rubber. Mizoram, the kind of trade which is coming in as regards garlic is concerned and ginger is concerned, one of the best in India. Nagaland, the Hornbill is one part, but Nagaland, no crime at all against women. I think one murder happened recently of a basketball player by uncle. Nothing. Zero crime rate. Manipur, no crime rate. Nagaland, there are shops which are open 24/7. You go towards Chakisang area, you walk down, you put the money there, take your vegetables. Can you imagine this? Very, very warm people. So, and today, I think what he mentioned was that we are integrated as people-to-people integration. Even it was to a necessity, we are much more better integrated. Yes, problems were there in the past. Problems will be there in the future. And I think the critical thinking is always that you count the worst scenario. It may have, we don't desire things to go bad. But if we don't talk about now, then how do we prepare for it? So nobody says that it's going to happen. He cannot prophesize. But his prophecy can make you all think what needs to be done, and of course people will decide. So by and large, I believe the Northeast is a wonderful, wonderful area. My father was a company commander. When he left army, he came to BSF on deputation in Dhubri. That time, Dhubri was 90% Hindu population, and that time BSF was known as Assam Border Security Force in '67. And now it is 90% reversed. People keep on moving constantly from one geography to other. It is a phenomena which is not recent, it has happened earlier. Ahoms, if we go 500-600 years back, they have come from other parts. So similarly, everybody has moved. But yes, integrity of the nation, I think the Indian Armed Forces are there, and we are celebrating Indian Military Heritage Festival. Just due to the Indian Armed Forces, the geography of India is going to be secure. And I don't think that anybody can alter the geography of India. But we need to talk hard, and we need to talk among ourselves. So I think we should not, Northeast is not it's an enigma, yes, but a wonderful enigma. Problems happen everywhere. More murders happen in UP, Bihar than entire killing in Northeast. So, but only thing is that we always choose to see what is being fed to us. But, and the younger people, I'll just let you know and we'll invite you. We have a Unity Utsav every year. This year we started with all 15,000 students of Northeast studying in Delhi. And we come together for a sports and cultural festival. Just come and watch them. Just come and watch, and you'll see there's no difference at all. They also sing Jana Gana Mana today. In Nagaland, there was a Jana Gana Mana competition, sir, where people participated. They sing, there's no hesitation at all. In spite of NSA and IM, and in spite of whatever, I think a lot of water has flown under the bridge. Everybody has played a part. And thank you very much for complimenting Assam Rifles, sir. Though we are an aging force, and I always tell everybody, to my men, जहाँ पे फौज का बुढ़ापा शुरू होता है, वहाँ पे असम राइफल की जवानी शुरू होती है. So we have, our average age is 41 years, and in spite of that, the soldiers stand guard. A 60-year-old JCO sir leading a 20-year-old recruit on a patrol, unheard of. So legacy, my friend Deshpande is there. He commanded very close to Assam Rifle sector there, so he's aware. But yes, people like Rajiv are required, sir, because if he's not making us aware of the controversy or a worst case scenario, we'll never be aware. So that's all I have to say.
Let me echo that sentiment that we should be prepared for the worst and let's celebrate the best. So I completely echo that sentiment. Let's move for the next round of questions. Please raise your hands. All right, let me start again from the back. Yeah. Sorry, I'll come back. I'll come back.
Thank you very much, sir, for this wonderful session. My question is to Lieutenant General Rakhera.
Please identify yourself.
So my name is Vijendra Singh. I am Master Student of International Relations. So my question to Lieutenant General Rakhera, especially what we see in Northeast, that there are internal disputes, state disputes, border disputes between the states. How that are affecting the Assam Rifles operation and the normal social scenario there. Thank you, sir.
Any dispute affects the social fabric, right? But Assam Rifle has nothing to do with it. We look outwards to the Indo-Myanmar border, and we do cater for internal security situation arising out of various contingencies. But as regards you are talking about Mizoram, the problem is Assam, right? The Assam was the mother state. He was the mothership. All small subsets came out later. Nefa was Arunachal, and Eastern Nagaland today was part of Nefa. It was known as Tuensang Hill Naga area, which was governed only by an army officer, Colonel Pranlal Luthra. He was from the Indian Frontier Administrative Service, which was only manned by the Indian Army officers and Indian Air Force and Navy officers. So we don't, there's a belt, like Dimapur, for example. Dimapur is a town after Dimasa, goddess Dimasa. It's a Dimasa Kachari town, and not conventionally a Naga town. So there is a dispute there in the disputed area belt. So disputes happen everywhere. We don't have a role. It's a dispute to be solved between two states. Mizoram, Assam, even Meghalaya, Assam. So any state which is sharing boundary with Assam has a perception of a boundary. So it does affect, but I don't think it is a thing which is alarming. Something which is, we need to be untowardly be worried about. And we have no role to play in that. The state police and the state administration, they do the needful.
Thank you. There was somebody there who raised his hand. Yes, please. Please use the mic.
Yes, I am Sanjeev Barua. I am a journalist. I cover defense and foreign affairs with the Week magazine. So, this question is a very short and crisp question, General Lakhera. You, I mean, while in your brief little intro, you spoke about the states in the Northeast. So, Mizoram, you said something very intriguing. I'm a little bit intrigued, actually. So, you said a lot of things are happening in Mizoram and nothing is happening in Mizoram. What would you care to explain a little bit? Thank you.
That's what I exactly meant, that I can't say it. You know, sometimes it's good to be understood without speaking. So the silence is the most loudest sound. Okay, since you're from the Week and you're from the defense vertical, you are exactly aware of what's happening. And since you want to hear from me, and coming from my mouth, it will stir up a hornet nest. Okay, so since we can talk outside the forum, and then we can apply the Chatham House rule to both of us. Thank you.
Thank you. There was somebody here as well. Yeah, please. Take a mic.
Very good afternoon, respected panelists. My name is Abhishek De. I am a journalist. I write for the BBC. I had a question for Mr. Rajiv Bhattacharya, and I'll keep it short. If you could tell us a bit more about the situation in Assam now, and where do you see things going like 5 to 10 years down the line?
Thought you had answered that. In 5 to 10 years down the line, I see a lot of evictions continuing. The government has identified 29 lakhs of bighas that are encroached. Okay? That includes forests, reserve forests, people's grazing reserves. Now, in the another 10 years' time, I see a lot of people, maybe thousands and lakhs of people who would be without homes. Or maybe who would be compelled, the people who have been evicted, they would be compelled to fall back upon their original homelands. Number 2, I see the possibility of a rift between Bengal origin Muslims who own land and those who don't own land. Number 3, I see a possibility of a large scale migration from Assam to the mainland. Okay, number 4, I see the possibility of more people coming from Bangladesh to India because of the situation there, but I have crossed the border many times covertly. The first thing we do is to identify the safest route. Even if there is 10% of danger, we avoid that route. So these Bangladeshi infiltrators, they have their network. Very efficient network. Probably in my calculation, they are not going to settle down in the Northeast. They are going to go to the mainland. They already have Aadhaar cards. Very efficient network, touts. In Tripura border, sometimes a tout fetches as much as 30,000 rupees per infiltrator. In Tripura. Okay? So I see the possibility of more. Now, nobody can say that I am a pessimist, I am saying these wrong things. It's a fact. According to a World Bank report, a large chunk of Bangladesh's land will go underwater as a result of global warming. They cannot cross over to Myanmar, they'll get shot. Okay, Rakhine State, they cannot. And Rakhine State now, in the coming 1 year, Rakhine State is one area to be watched out for. It's going to be interesting. So the only possibility is they'll have to come to India. Okay, so I see these possibilities happening, and maybe I also see the possibility of New Delhi government becoming more alert, having a holistic policy. Even now there is no holistic policy. The Chief Minister says NRC or no NRC, we are going to catch you and throw you out. But for how long? You need a policy. You need a policy that, okay, NRC needs to be re-verified. It has to be re-verified. Now, why it needs to be re-verified? It's a long chapter. You need to go through the affidavit submitted in Supreme Court. It was a scam. 1,600 crores of rupees. I am not saying that. The CAG has said that. Okay, these are large possibilities. I can see these things happening in Assam. Thank you. We've completely run out of time. All that remains for me is to thank both the panelists. I think all of you would agree. This was a very invigorating session, and both of them have given us the kind of details, the kind of narratives, the kind of information which has made us much better informed about the things that are happening in that region. Please join me in giving them a big hand.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant General Vikas Lakhera, Mr. Rajiv Bhattacharya, and Colonel Vivek Chadha for sharing more on the wonderful enigma, as you said, General, particularly sharing the legacy of Assam, the legacy of Assam Rifles, and we look forward to knowing more on the Unity Utsav that you mentioned, General. I'm sure all of us will participate with great fervor in that. So after that food for thought, it's time for food for stomach. The lunch has been laid. Enjoy your lunch, and let's be back so that we can start the next session at 2 p.m. Thank you.
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। USI द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। USI द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। USI द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। USI द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। USI द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। USI द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रैटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रैटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रैटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रैटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रैटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रैटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल में भाग लेके भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के स्वर्ण इतिहास को नमन करने का मौका पाए। जय हिंद।
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स मौजूद रहेंगे यहाँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर 14 नवंबर को एक स्पेशल सेशन भी होगा। साथ ही रंगारंग सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन।
आम जनता की भागीदारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी। यूएसआई द्वारा आयोजित इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज
Next session on time.
इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल द्वारा भारत का साहस और पराक्रम प्रदर्शित किया जाएगा। 14 नवंबर से 15 नवंबर न्यू दिल्ली में आयोजित किया जाएगा देश का सबसे बड़ा पराक्रम उत्सव। आर्म्ड स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप्स, मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशंस किए जाएंगे। तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के
So I want to tell you that right after lunch, in minutes from now, we're going to start this session that's titled Valor and Honor, Indian Army Through the Ages.
Indian military
Session that will happen from 2 to 2:50. Thereafter, from 3 to 3:50, Rygad battlefield trails of a World Heritage Site. And then from 4 through 4:50, retracing the roots of Asian strategic thought. Thereafter, the last three sessions of the day will be a combined session where the audience of the other hall also joins us here. And we'll have General N.C. Widge, former Chief of Army Staff, join us as we discuss his book, Alone in the Ring, Decision Making in Critical Times. We'll then be joined by General Anil Chauhan, Chief of Defense Staff. Thereafter, we conclude the third edition of the festival with a closing ceremony. So once again, requesting everyone, please come, take your seats. I hope you had a good lunch, and after that you enjoyed the music by the Army Band. That's the Rajputana Rifles. Brilliant numbers through their musical instruments. So we are thankful to all the audience that are gathered here, and also gratitude to everyone who's reaching to us via social media. The program is being telecast live as well. So there'll be a lot of people who would be benefiting from all the enriching discussions and perspectives that are being shared here as part of the third edition of Indian Military Heritage Festival. तो भारतीय सैन्य धरोहर उत्सव का ये तीसरा संस्करण है। आपको मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि पहला संस्करण वर्ष 2023 में आयोजित किया गया था। राजधानी दिल्ली के सैम मानेकशॉ ऑडिटोरियम में। और तब भारत के रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह इनॉग्रल सेशन के मुख्य अतिथि थे। और ये कारवा 2024 में पहुंचा दूसरे संस्करण में नई दिल्ली स्थित इंडिया इंटरनेशनल सेंटर में। और इस बार हैट्रिक हो रही है, तीसरा संस्करण भारतीय सैन्य धरोहर उत्सव का, जहां कोशिश है कि जो भारत की समृद्ध धरोहर है कैसे उस पास्ट को प्रेजेंट से जोड़ें ताकि भविष्य के लिए हम प्रेरणा पा सकें। तो हर एक चर्चा में आपको बहुत कुछ सोचने और सीखने को भी मिलेगा। और एक बार फिर से आप सभी का आने के लिए आभार। Once again, a polite request to everyone outside the auditorium, please join us. We're all set to start the proceedings after lunch. I can share with you that even as we'll be discussing valor and honor, Indian Army through the ages here over the course of next 50 minutes or so, adjacent to the auditorium in Seminar Hall 1, parallelly we'll have a session on the topic Lessons and Insights from the 1965 Indo-Pakistan War, as the year 2025 marks the Diamond Jubilee of the 65 War. Right then, so let's start. Thank you very much once again for joining us after lunch. I'd like to invite on stage the panelist for the next discussion, Valor and Honor, Indian Army Through the Ages. Please welcome Lieutenant General N.S. Barar. Kindly come up on stage, sir. Major General Jagatbir Singh, Major General P.K. Goswami, and the moderator, Colonel Mandeep Singh. I request all four of you to please join us on stage. I request Colonel Mandeep Singh to please bring all the guests and also come up on the stage. We've got Lieutenant General N.S. Barar here, Major General Jagatbir Singh, and Major General P.K. Goswami. Please join us on stage. So as we have Lieutenant General N.S. Barar come on stage, let me introduce him first. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. So that's Lieutenant General N.S. Barar, PVSM, AVSM, VSM retired. Lieutenant General Barar is an alumnus of RIMC Dehradun and the National Defence Academy. He was commissioned into the Regiment of Artillery in 1969 and is a veteran of the 1971 war. A qualified Army Aviation helicopter pilot and instructor in gunnery, he is a graduate of the DSSC High Command Office, Higher Command Course and National Defence College. He superannuated as Deputy Chief of the Integrated Defence Staff, Perspective Planning and Force Development, and served as Colonel Commandant of the Regiment of Artillery. Post-retirement, Lieutenant General Barar was a member of the Armed Forces Tribunal Chandigarh and is a published author and military analyst. A very warm welcome, Lieutenant General Barar. Thank you. Let me now introduce to you Major General Jagatbir Singh. I did introduce him in the previous session where he moderated. Briefly again, Major General Jagatbir Singh, VSM retired, was commissioned into the 18th Cavalry in 1981, a regiment he later commanded. A former Director General Resettlement at the Ministry of Defence, he's a prolific writer, speaker, and commentator on defence and national security. Welcome, Major General.
Thank you.
Let me now introduce Major General P.K. Goswami. Thank you, sir, for joining us. VSM retired, Director of USI CUNS. Major General Goswami is an Indian Army veteran and Director of the USI Center for UN Studies. He served as a UN military observer in Angola in 91-92 and later as senior faculty at the National Defence College, New Delhi. He's been closely associated with global United Nations peacekeeping initiatives. He has authored 9 monographs on UN peacekeeping and the book India and UN Peacekeeping Through the Prism of Time in the year 2022. And we did see his book being released at the inaugural session of the 3rd edition of Indian Military Heritage Festival yesterday in the honorable presence of the Raksha Rajya Mantri. Thank you very much, Major General Goswami, for joining us. And finally, let me introduce the moderator of this panel discussion on Valor and Honor, Indian Army Through the Ages. Colonel Mandeep Singh, retired, served in Army Air Defence, a graduate of Defense Services Staff College. He commanded his regiment during operations against Pakistan and later along the line of actual control. He has authored 7 books, including History of Indian Air Defense Artillery, 1940 to 1945, and Forgotten History of Hong Kong, Singapore, and Royal Artillery. So it's over to the moderator, Colonel Mandeep Singh. So it's exactly 2, with a polite request that we conclude this session by 2:50 p.m. Thank you.
Welcome to this session on Valor and Honor, Indian Army through the ages. As has been the norm, I'll only be just moderating and I'll leave to the distinguished speakers to talk. As was told to you, they have all authored books and we are basically going to discuss that. And to start with, may I request General Barar to talk about his book, how he came to write about it, what it is about, and a very interesting topic, pick of the army. Why mountain artillery and how did it earn this reputation that they are the best of the best? Sir.
Oh, that's an interesting question to start with, why pick of the army? Now, you all are familiar with Kipling's writings, and I think no author understood the Indian army better than him. You know, the insight into the soldier's life and their business. So he wrote a very interesting poem called Screw Guns. The opening paragraph says, smoking my pipe in the mountains, sniffing the morning cool, I walk besides my old brown mule, wearing my old brown gaiters. He says, with 50 gunners behind me, never a beggar forgets. It's the pick of the army which handles these little pets. So the title has been picked from there. And as we go along, I'd also tell you why they were the pick of the army. To start with, incidentally, there's a very nice sketch executed by Snaffles. You all are familiar with Snaffles. C.J. Payne was his name, but he went by the name of Snaffles. And a lot of our institutions have got a lot of sketches sketched by him. And one of the famous ones you will find all over is this mule train led by an officer smoking a pipe. This is actually the translation of that poem into this sketch, for which the 3 Peshawar Mountain Battery was actually made live to him, available in Khyber, to be staged for him to sketch it. And this poem used to be sung after the dinner night in all gunner messes to the tune of the Eton Boat Song. But that aside. Now, the artillery in India, as you are aware, first thing which happened to create mountain artillery was when the British ended up onto the northwest frontier. Now, they required something which could move into the mountains, in the hills, where normal artillery, towed artillery, which was cumbersome in any case, could not move. So they raised what was called the mountain trains, and the first one to be raised was the 4 Hazara mountain train, which survives today in the Indian Army in 56 Field Regiment as 4 Hazara battery. And then, of course, 1857, besides this 4 Hazara, 2 or 3 other batteries were raised from the Sikh troops after the Anglo-Sikh wars. So there are about 4 batteries which existed. And after 1857, the entire Indian artillery was disbanded as being too dangerous, except for 6 batteries of the Bombay Presidency, which they said or they felt was unaffected. Out of the 6, only 2 survived. That was 1 Kohat and 3 Peshawar. So the net result was that after 1857, we had only 6 mountain batteries. That was the only Indian artillery in the entire Indian Army. Now, which was much sought after. The men were specially selected. Minimum height had to be 5 feet 10 inches, chest 36 inches, for him to handle this heavy equipment, which had to be loaded, offloaded from the mules, walk. British officers would volunteer and fight to be posted to the mountain artillery for 2 or 3 good reasons. One was they were always in action. One mountain battery was on the frontier for 60 years continuously. They'd come back again and again. One Britisher commanded a mountain battery for 18 years. He refused to go anywhere else. So it was much sought after by them. And the only artillery being the 6 mountain batteries, they were very selective about the men also. So it was selected men, very high volunteer, British officers, always in action. And the crowning, I would say, piece was that it gave a man independent command. Unlike an infantry battalion or a regiment which had a colonel, here a battery commander major was the boss, and often his 2 troops under a captain or a subaltern were also given independent command somewhere else. So it was independence all the way. It made very good reasons for them to be the way they were. So that's how this title came about, the pick of the army. And I'll take another minute to say why I wrote this. I'm not a mountain gunner. I've served all my service in medium artillery. My first commanding officer was a mountain gunner. He was from 22 Mountain Regiment. And a lot of things I observed that time, I used to wonder, why do they do it like this? And later came to light that this was all the heritage of mountain artillery which he was, projecting to all of us. Well, at time not being available to explain why and how I got into it, but it was his and me combined effort to finally write this book. And that's how it came about, the pick of the army.
Thank you, sir. Just as a matter of interest, General Baraz said that there was no Indian artillery except these mountain batteries. Incidentally, Indians went to Hong Kong to join artillery, which was under the Royal Artillery. And if anybody of you was there yesterday, we talked about it. In fact, the first anti-aircraft regiment manned by Indians was in Singapore in 1934-35. That was much before the Indians started this. So there are a lot of histories that you have to read about if you're interested in. But thank you, sir, for the...
May I also add one small bit? These mountain batteries were not part of the Indian Army. They were part of the British Army. They were part of the Royal Artillery till 1939, when they were merged with the Indian Army Artillery, which was raised in 1935. So they were Royal Artillery units manned by British officers from the Royal Artillery.
Thank you, sir. After knowing about that book, Pick of the Army, as I mentioned, there are 2 more books and the authors here. General Jagatbir has co-authored a book on Indian Army, and the title actually is Valor and Honor. May I request you to just talk about it, sir?
Thank you very much, Mandeep. And I thank the USI for giving me this platform to discuss this book. And I did this as part of the Center for Military History and Conflict Studies. So the first time in 2005, there was a book written by the CMHCS, that time also edited by General Cardozo, and it was on the Indian Army. And a need was felt to have a sequel of this book because it was very popular. And I also want to tell you where this book fits in. Now, there are numerous books written on the Indian Army, so people wonder how come you want to suddenly write a book on the Indian Army. But each of those books covers a different niche of the Indian Army. So there are books which are written on various battles which are fought, like you can say 47, 48, 62, 65, on the conflicts. And they've gone into great detail on all these conflicts. Then there are books which are written on regimental histories, like every regiment has its history. It goes into great detail on, that regimental history, how it went about, the evolution of that unit, the way they fought, and various traditions associated with that unit. And then there are different types of books which are more of the coffee table books, which are again pictorial, lot of photographs, and they are some are initiated by an arm. Lot of formations have also started doing that, and commands. And then you have various books covering various parts of the activities of the army, including sports and all that. So there are numerous books. So this book is, you can say, sort of a compilation, and it's been written with the aim of reaching out to the average reader who doesn't have that much knowledge and insight into the army. So it's more of a comprehensive book which covers the army right from its evolution, that is from the 1600, which goes on to cover the major battles we fought, the major actions that have taken place, the low intensity conflict, and we have Colonel Chadda sitting here in the audience, and we've had various people contributing to this who wrote about the low intensity operations and the counter-terrorism operations. Then we covered on the United Nations, the Indian Army's contribution to United Nations, and then of course on the ethos and the traditions of the Indian Army. So it's in the 300 pages, you had to try and, compress everything and this information. And next thing I want to tell you is that this book, since I was very, very closely involved with this, as I said, it was a follow-up of the 2005 book, but it was initially asked to be written by RTRAC. And RTRAC, at that time, they commissioned us to write this book. So it went through a lot of, approvals at the Army War College level. So it went through Army War College. They were the people we were dealing with. So the whatever's been written here has been approved by Army War College, finally by RTRAC. And when we wanted to, and it was published first in-house in the Army, there were restricted number of copies distributed up to, I think, corps level. And thereafter, when we wanted to, take it out into for the public to, because it was very well received. Thereafter, it again went through a series of, examinations at Army headquarters level. I won't go into who all did it. And finally, the approval came and this book was published. And after that, it's just to cover, give the Army's perspective of, to reach out about the Army to the main audience so that people are aware of the Indian Army in one volume. And I think it's come out very well. And it's not written, I've edited it, but the contribution has been by various authors who are experts on their field, who have written about this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Actually, if you can lay hands on this, it is an excellent book to go through. Covers almost all aspects in an excellent, comprehensive manner. One of the chapters is on the UN peacekeeping missions. And we are lucky to have General Goswami here today, an expert on that. He actually had authored a book on UN earlier also, and this is the second book. May I request you to talk about it, sir? How come you thought of writing this and what actually is there?
For the sake of the audience, the Center for the Indian Center for the UN Peacekeeping Training was raised by the USI in 2000. Before that, there was no formal training for the peacekeepers which were getting deployed. So once we started that, that is the time from where the USI started getting involved with this. And we, in due course of time, we have a very rich archive which is having catalogued all the activities of the UN peacekeeping, not only from 2000 onward, but in the past, like General Rekhi, who was there with the United Nations for 17 years, General Diwan Premchand, he donated his 2 boxes of his photographs and newspaper cutting and his own personal handwritten notes. And because he is the old veteran, he was born in near Peshawar, half the diaries are in Urdu. So we had to get it translated to understand what he's trying to convey. So that is the type of archive we have. Last year in October, Army headquarters approached me because every year they come out with a UN annual magazine, which is from the Center for the UN Peacekeeping, and I've been writing for them. But they wanted me to specifically write on the overview of India's contribution till date. And that is the time I realized that in 2025, we'll be completing the 75 years of contribution, because the first time we got deployed was in 1950 in the Korea. Though it was not a UN peacekeeping, it was a multinational force which was deployed. And subsequently, some part of that in the form of a neutral repatriation commission which was established, and the force which was deployed, that was under the UN. So I started that work. In that research, it really, because I had a very good archive available in the USI and digital archive with the CFHR, so I started going through that.
Then, because once I was writing to the Army headquarters, we were coming out with a special USA journal on the peacekeeping. So I wrote another article for that. That was basically how Indian ethos has made the Indian peacekeepers successful in their duties. This took me almost 6 months. And by that time, I had done a lot of research and collected the data. So that is the time I thought of writing a monograph, actually, not the book. Once I started proceeding with that, I found the lot of things are coming out. And I realized that if I include everything, it may run into 2 to 3 volumes. That much of data was available and to cover. But I decided to concisely come out with a small book so that at least people can have the basic knowledge. And then, based on their interest, they can go into the various other researches. So that is the background how this book I have worked on it. And because 24th October is the UN National Day, UN Day, so I thought of this, that before that I must complete and get it published so that we can release this thing. So we were holding the international conference on the UN peacekeeping on 23rd and 24th of October last month. And on the last day, this book was unveiled at that time and finally released yesterday. So this is the background to the book.
Thank you, sir. Now, after the introduction to the books, we come on to the topic that is there, valor and honor. And if I may, I'll flip it. We'll talk of honor first. Izzat, what you talk of. Sir, the regimental motto of artillery is Sarvatra Izzat o Iqbal. There are a lot of youngsters here. If you could just explain what Izzat actually means for Fauji and how do you live for that and how you die for it, sir?
A brief background to this motto. This is a translation of the British Royal Artillery motto, which is Ubique Gloria et Entena, which says the same thing, everywhere with honor and glory. When Indian artillery was to be raised, they wanted an Urdu translation of this. And the first suggestion which came up was, Jahan farz bulaye, wahan banda jaye. And the CNC, Britisher that time, he says, look, the British troops will call it, Jahan farz bulaye, wahan bandar jaye. So don't have this as your motto, think of something else. And that's the time when we came up with Sarvatra, which means everywhere, Izzat o Iqbal, with honor and glory. Now, Izzat is a very Indian concept. It's a word which encompasses a lot of things and very difficult to translate into English. You know, Izzat means honor, self-respect, doing your duty, being thought highly of yourself, not letting down yourself in the eyes of your comrades, living up to the expectations of your organization, living up to the well-being of the larger good rather than an individual good, and so on. It is all-encompassing. So when you come to Izzat, not only the regiment of artillery, in fact, I would say Izzat is the cornerstone of the Indian Army. If you read that famous book by Philip Mason, A Matter of Honor, he's talking the same thing. Actually, it's a matter of Izzat that he's written about. A very interesting and detailed account, which some of the youngsters may like to read, where he goes about describing why the Indian soldier fought, primarily for Izzat. You see, there's a lot of criticism to say World War I and II, we were mercenaries, we fought for the British Empire, this, that, other. Okay, that's on the face of it. But the fact is that the Indian soldier primarily fought for Izzat, and Izzat of all that I've just said. So I think it's a very appropriate motto which the Regiment of Artillery carries, and we carry it very proudly.
Thank you, sir. Now, coming beyond the artillery, if I may, Izzat, he mentioned, is a core value. Now, recruitment, as most of you will be knowing, is all India basis, all across the board. There's not one particular community or something who's contributing. Now, point may come up, how do you instill this feeling that this is what we live for, this is what we die for? That feeling of honor, of Izzat. How is that instilled, especially when men are from such diverse backgrounds? Is it the officer-man relationship? Is it the training? It is the ethos of the army, regiment? What is it that makes it so? Could you talk about it a bit, sir?
Yes, it's a very interesting point that you brought up, and I must take off from where Jal Barar spoke about Izzat, and he put it across so beautifully that, you know, it left very little for me to say. But what I have to say is, what Mandeep, you've talked about, for me, the most important thing in the army which upholds all this is the regimental system. And I feel the regimental system in the army is the soul of the army. And it's the foundation, but it's the biggest strength of our Indian army. And that's where these honor, these traditions, this love for your, unit, and in a unit, in any regiment, it's not only my unit or artillery or anything, but it's across the board. It's that love for your honor of your regimental flag, the badge you wear, upholding that, the pride in wearing that, and the honor you have in, without hesitation, without thinking. There are numerous stories, numerous tales of how people have put their own lives without thinking behind and put them at the stake of the honor of their unit for their comrades, and keeping that ahead. So I think that is the most important thing. And when you join a unit, like I'm talking of, say, Armored Corps, so we had two types of units. So we have the older units with our fixed caste-based units. You know, the infantry, you have complete caste-based units. So we had the older units, which are fixed caste-based units, and now you have the mixed units. So people wondered, was it the so-called, like say in my regiment, which is very different from all, we had one Jat squadron, we have one Muslim squadron, and we have one Rajput squadron. So do they fight for their, individual identities, or do they fight for the honor of the regimental badge? And it's always that strength of your regimental badge that comes up there for which you fight. And that's what motivates the individual, I feel, is that firm regimental spirit, that what we were taught in IMA, spirit de corps, something like that, how that comes about. And that becomes part of your nature. And when you get commissioned, when you join a unit, your unit is your family. Today, your closest ties are with people who you serve together, who belong to the same unit, who you associate with that badge. And that's, again, a strength of the Indian Army, that even those people who have laid down their lives for the army, the Indian Army looks after their families and welcomes them into their folds every time, right till the present day. So I mean, that's something, there's a continuity that is there in these traditions, in this thing. And that's how this common purpose and this common aim come about. And it's not confined to any one unit, but it's across the board in all units. There's this strong sense of bonding, strong sense of camaraderie, strong sense of willingness to sacrifice everything for your unit, for the nation, and knowing that your families and all will be looked after. So that strength of that support is also there. And I feel that's how you've come about. And that's very rightly put it. Izzat is a very difficult word to define, but that's actually what defines the Indian Army today.
May I give you one small anecdote on this? Sure. While doing the junior command course, there was a demonstration put up by 13 grenadiers, the demo battalion, of how to do it right and how to not to do it. So there was one good demo, one bad demo. And when that bad demo chap had finished his job, the commentator, who was the junior commissioner of 13 grenadiers, he said, सजनों, ये जो आपने देखा है दुरुस्त करने का तरीका, ये 13 ग्रेनेडियर का है, और ये जो खराब तरीका है, ये 13 ग्रेनेडियर का जवान नहीं है. Although both were from the same battalion. So, he wanted to make sure that his battalion pride is not hampered with any misconception that this wrong chappie belonged to them.
Thank you. Now, both of them actually spoke about that Izzat, honor, Naam Namak Nishan, if you call it, fighting for that. An interesting question came to my mind. We also have a panel discussion which includes the UN peacekeeping forces, our contribution to that. Sir, if I may ask, in such a case, what is the motivation for that man? Like he's talking about in a unit, regimental spirit, he's fighting for that, he's living for that. Now out here you are in a different environment, in a different country, not serving your, if I may say, national aim. Firstly, do we need to send people for those UN peacekeeping force? What do we gain out of it? And if you are going there, what do you motivate the men with? That what are you going there for? Sir?
Right, I come to the first part of it, what you asked, this thing, how they get motivated. Now, motivation is the one aspect. I think the complete Indian Army, troops, officers, GSUs, everyone, whichever is wherever they are working in the regiment or the headquarters, they are really motivated. That's how they progress in their career. So that motivation, whether they are in India or abroad, they carry it. And it becomes more pronounced when you are outside the country, because then it is not only the ijjat of the unit or the regiment, it is the ijjat of country is also at stake. They realize that. One thing we always talk, when a selection process is going on, it is conveyed to them that you are going to be, when you get deployed outside. Hello. When you get deployed outside, you will be the ambassadors of the country. So that aspect, regiment ki ijjat or desh ki ijjat, these are the two things which combine and make it as a very motivational factor to see that the neither unit's name or not the country's name is tarnished. Some people get deployed in isolated pockets, few here and there. Sometimes the full unit is going. When I'm saying unit is going, even the each and every Jawan of the unit, not that who is posted today will go. It is a deep selection process from the regiment, different battalions. The good chaps, I will say, are selected and they are brought into this thing. So this complete thing is making a difference as far as the motivation is concerned, because they are trained, they are motivated, they are fully aware about the situation. Now, another connecting aspect I'd like to bring out here, I think the Indian Army is the one army which is trained round the clock for all types of eventualities, all type of terrain. We have minus 50 degrees in the north in the glacier area. In the desert we go, it is plus 50 degrees. In Punjab or Central India region, we get trained for the plains, riverine terrain. Then on the northeast you go, it is a mountain as well as a jungle. You go to the south, then it is a, you are operating under the high seas also. So, and units move from one sector to another in a span of 2 to 3 years. Before they get deployed in another sector, they go through a short reorientation course. So round the clock, they are being trained for the all types of environment. Besides that, normal army duties, you are working on the counter-terrorism, counter-insurgency, as well as the aid to civil authority. Now with this all type of expertise available to the troops, officers, JSU, everyone, once they get deployed into the foreign mission, these are again, those countries are war-torn. They have a lot of other connected issues. So we don't find difficult in getting accustomed or adapting to the prevailing environment and getting our things done. That is one aspect. Another aspect, what you asked me, the gains or the losses. I don't think India has ever, when it has gone for the, in support of the humanity or saved the humanity in the crisis situation, it is not a, it has been a transactional. So once it is not transactional, then it means with आप अपनी लगन से उस काम के लिए आगे बढ़ रहे हैं. So that makes a lot of difference. Though we have a lot of strength in this aspect, because we are capable of providing that capacity and capability in all types of terrain, all types of social environment, wherever we get deployed. And once we deployed, country has the strength to sustain it for a longer period. I'll give you two examples. In 1960, when the Congo operation started, for 3 years we were there. And though that operation closed, then another operation started, and last so many years we are still continuing. We have a major force deployed in Congo, South Sudan. So these things are going on for a long time, though the rotation takes place. But in rotation, it means that type of strength is not available to the Indian army. So we have that type of capacity. And due to this, India is considered as a most reliable partner as far as the UN peacekeeping is concerned. There have been instances when the Under Secretary General had to write to the Prime Minister Nehru at that time for Ambassador Dayal to be posted as the SRSD, the senior most head for a Congo mission. Because that is in 1960 he wrote. Because in 58, Ambassador Dayal was in the Lebanon to resolve that issue. So this is the type of thing, wherever the crisis situation is there, even today, you'll find the leaders in the senior leadership, always an Indian is involved. So I think that is the gain, I will say that. Though we had not planned for any gain, I said it's not transactional, but these are the type of gains we are getting.
Thank you. As most of you will be knowing, he's talking about reliability, that you can bank upon this. Indian Army, as most of you may be knowing, is actually the most trusted institution in India. If you go across any online polling or survey or whatever, if you say which is the most trusted institution in India, the top of the line will be Indian Army or Indian Defence Forces. And that reputation actually goes abroad also. It is not only in India. As paraphrasing that LIC, Jindagi ke baad type, you can say not only in India, India ke bahar bhi, the most trusted force in the world, you can call it Indian Army. That is one point. Secondly is when you are operating in all this type of conditions, terrains, he's spoken about the varied terrains in India. Now the conditions abroad are much more difficult. The people are not known, you may be going to a different area. So there may have been some different challenges there and acts of valor coming to the second part now, which most of us will not be knowing. We know about Captain Batra, we know about Abdul Hamid, we know about Brigadier Usman, Captain Somnath, or Major Somnath Sharma. All those acts of valor may be well known, but there may be some acts of valor which are outside India while during the peacekeeping forces. Could you talk something about that, sir?
You touched upon two things, challenges and the valor. Let me touch upon the challenges first. Now this Indian mind is has a way of finding a way out in all the situation, what we call in the very local parlance, jugaad. Okay. So converting those challenges are many, but converting those challenges into the opportunity, that is another quality. And we have been very successful in that. I go step by step. The moment the troops get deployed, ordered, they move here, come to Delhi for some minor training. In that, it is always tried that at least 1/3 of the strength of this thing should learn the local language in that short span of time. So you can understand, for a child to get a new knowledge of new language is much easier, but older people, it takes time. So some people go with that. So what we do at the other end, when you go, you are communicating in whatever few words you have picked up in that language. You join your Hindi and English with that and sign language, and you are communicating. In the return, locals start picking up your language, and it becomes much easier for you to. So there are cases, I'm sure a lot of people would have seen TikTok or the WhatsApp videos in which African children are singing the national anthem. So this is not has come out like that. So it is a one challenge which was converted into the opportunity. Then second one I'll talk about we realized in 60s when we started operating with that, we were finding the lack of women peacekeeper in this thing. Because the local community, when you are interacting with it was slightly difficult to interact with the women because they will be very shy to interact with it. So what we did, from 1990 onward, we started inducting the women peacekeepers also in this thing. Now, women peacekeeper, you know, the war-torn countries, the women and the girls were not given a priority for the various security services or to get involved into the governance part of it. But our Indian women peacekeepers became a role model. I'll quote an example of Liberia when 2007, first all-women battalion in the world was deployed by the India. They stayed there for 9 years. When they joined, the total percentage of women and girls in the governance was only 6%. By the time they left, it was around 17%. So they become the role model. At the same time, they gain the confidence and the intelligence starts flowing to us. So this is another thing. And Jogad, a live example in the Korea, when a very small force had gone, it was not a fighting force, it was a humanitarian force, a medical field ambulance had gone. They were fighting along with the American troops. And then when the Chinese moved in, they had to withdraw. And a river they had to cross, but they had no vehicles. And they didn't want to leave their medicine and the equipment, because after that they will have no role to play. What they did, they found an abandoned train. And train was there, coal was there, but there was no water in the boiler. And there was a small river close by. They made a chain, and with a bucket, they filled up the boiler, and they crossed the river. And within, I think, 30 minutes of their crossing, the bridge was blown up. So that unit was being called Bucket Brigade. So this is the type of Jogad we are there. Now, he asked about the valor. There are a number of cases, particularly the Congo in 60-63, even today, then Somalia, then Sierra Leone. But I quote a case of Congo, where the highest military decoration, that is Paramveer Chakra, was awarded. This is the case in December 1961. Date was 5th December. Now, if you know, oriented with the Congo map, southern part of that, there is a very mineral-rich province of Katanga. And the moment in 60, the independence, Congo became independent, it revolted with the support of Belgians, because Belgium was earlier controlling the Congo. And they revolted and they wanted to have an independent state. So that's how Indian troops were deployed in that place. 3-1 GR was there. And these people with the Belgian troops had made the roadblock so that no access was being provided to the airport existing at that place. So this unit was tasked, that is 3-1 GR, and planning was that one company of the 3-1 GR with the 2 Swedish armored cars will attack that position, and Captain G.S. Salaria, under 2 sections with the 2 Swedish car, will establish the roadblock so that they can't escape. And this. Now, when this cut-off force was moving into the position, they didn't realize there was another position which was heavily armed, and they opened fire on them. And they realized that their strength was only 2 sections, and those troops were approximately 90 plus. So there was no other thing. Captain Salaria took a decision, and he did the frontal assault on them with whatever strength he had. And in that, he got a bullet injury in the neck, but he continued to lead the men. They killed 40 enemy soldiers. They destroyed their 2 armored car, whatever was there. And in that thing, when he lost a lot of blood, he fell down and he was evacuated, but by that time, he had sacrificed himself. And he was awarded, besides all other decorations or awards from the UN or the international community, the highest award given to him, only peacekeeper till date who has received it, the Paramveer Chakra, he received it. Besides that, the troops in Congo, when they were deployed, besides 1 PVC, they had 3 MBC, 14 Veer Chakra, and 23 Sena medals. So this talks about that how even a small force can contribute towards and that's how today Indian peacekeepers are well recognized. Till date, we have a record of the highest sacrifices in the world today, and it is 184. That is, combined Western countries, they don't reach that figure. These can be 2 things, that we are foolhardy. Another thing can be, we go out even at our own risk to do our task and save the civilians, basically. Wherever the incident happened, it was basically to save the civilians. So this is the one story.
Thank you. I requested basically, not many people will be knowing that how this valor has been actually shown by our troops while even in UN peacekeeping force. And now, sir, I'll request you. You were talking about the battle honors of the mountain batteries. I don't know how many actually know about it. Could you tell us something more about it, sir?
Thank you. You see, at the end of World War II, there were 17 mountain batteries which came to India, and 8 went to Pakistan. And by 1950, only 6 were left. Some were converted to field, some were disbanded. And out of the 6 also, 2 of them, as part of 24 mountain regiment, were converted to mediums. So we are left with only 4 mountain batteries. And these are one of the oldest 4 mountain batteries: 2 Dera Jat, 4 Hazara, 7 Bengal, and 10 Abbottabad. 22 Mountain Regiment was the only mountain regiment in the Indian Army in 1950, the traditional mule, horse, gunners regiment. Amongst these 4 batteries, they had 34 battle honors. 34 battle honors, which no infantry or armored or the cavalry regiment has till today, a single regiment. One regiment, 34 battle honors, including the only Victoria Cross, a gunner Victoria Cross, in the entire British Commonwealth. Amongst all gunner units of the British Commonwealth, the only Victoria Cross awarded was to Haldar Umrao Singh of then 22 Mountain Regiment. So that is the legacy they carried forward. And when you're talking about heritage, let me also add over here that because it was only the mountain artillery till the Indian artillery started raising in 1935. So all the customs, traditions, the training, the systems were inherited from the mountain artillery. So Indian artillery today, actually, the heritage lies in the mountain artillery. Although the last mountain regiment was converted to field in 1985, there are no mountain regiments today. But their legacy and their heritage goes on in the Indian artillery today. And one sore point I want to put across here is, at partition, the Royal Artillery Mess in Ambala, which was the center, training center, went to Pakistan. And along with that went all our records, all our war diaries. And the most precious thing lost was, there was a centerpiece on the mess table of 8 mules made of solid silver 1 foot high. 8 mules which depicted a 3.7 gun being carried in parts by this mule train. In short, it was a complete gun detachment on mule bases, translated into silver, 1 foot high each, solid silver. And it used to be displayed on the dining table in the center. Unfortunately, that also went to Pakistan.
Maybe we get it one day, sir. God willing. Sir, these unsung stories of UN peacekeepers, of the mountain batteries, I think, sir, if you could give us some more, maybe of armored.
Actually, you asked a question. There are very many stories which are there of valor, very many stories of people being honored. But if you look throughout, read the military history and all that, you'll realize, and I look after the project in USI called the Gallantry Awards Portal Project, and we examine and write about all the Chakra series winners. And you pick up any story, be it a PVC winner, Mahavir Chakra winner, Ashoka Chakra winner, Veer Chakra winner, and you read the stories of their individual acts of bravery. But I also say that apart from an individual act of bravery, it's also a collective act of bravery by the body of troops that individual belongs to. So there's a lot to do with the backing of, the unit which is there. And I'm reminded of something like Sir said. So my unit fought in Tobruk, and our CO that time was a British officer. And when he was honored with the DSO. And later on, many years later, in 1997 or so, when he, 87, when he passed away, his medal was returned to us, sent to the regiment with a letter drafted by him and by his son through the High Commission in London that time, through the DA or MA. And he said that, I may have been awarded this medal, but I owe it to all ranks of the regiment who fought with me, and they deserve it much more than I do. And General Katoch, he talked about the first airlifting into Srinagar and how first Sikh was, spread all over, and then it came into, it was moved to Srinagar that day, and their CO got the Mahavir Chakra, Colonel Ranjit Rai, and Infantry Day is celebrated on the day he laid down his life. And that battalion is today 4 mechanized infantry. Their family has presented that Mahavir Chakra to the unit, and it's kept in the quarter guard, pulled out on their raising day, and it's a symbol and all that, that they felt that the medal belongs more to their unit than to an individual. So, while reading all this, it's, some things are policies, like you said, unsung. Like, I'll just give you a small example. May be correct, may not be correct. Like, we compile all these things. Now, you look at India's wars. 1965 war, 5 of the div commanders were awarded Mahavir Chakra. 5 div commanders. General Sparrow was one, GOC 4 div, General Gurbaksh got it. I think GOC 7 div was General Sibbal, he got it. GOC 15 div, the second was General Mahinder Singh, who took over, he was given. And GOC 19 div, General Kalan. 5 GOCs got Mahavir Chakras. How come? No other war any GOC has been given any award. 1971, not a single GOC was given any gallantry award. So, sometimes it's a matter of policy, sometimes it's a matter of recognition, sometimes there are many people who've fought, who deserve much more, who've not been given. But ultimately, like we spoke in the beginning, everybody doesn't fight for themselves or to individual. They fight for the honor and valor of their unit, their pride of their unit, and later on for the Indian Army. So I think that's what's important. And there are multiple stories across the board when you read of how it's, I feel more and more since that it's, yes, there are brilliant acts of bravery, outstanding self-sacrifice, motivation, commitment, but there's also a collective spirit behind that, which is the ethos of that unit, which backs them, which pushes them. And a lot of them, I spoke to General Y.K. Joshi, he was here. So he tells, he was pushed into command of 13 Jackrif during Kargil when Major Batra was there. And he said how Major Batra felt that for the honor of that unit, he had to make that dash, giving up his life to clear that position against all odds. And they've done it, sir.
In fact, a similar incident comes to mind, 1965, Rajarani Picket in Poonch. 3 attempts had been made to capture it, they had failed. And the brigade commander called the commanding officers and she said, look, we have to capture it, otherwise we cannot link up after Haji Pir has been captured from the other side. And CO2 Sikh, that was Colonel Khanna, he simply said, he says, sir, close the discussion, the Sikhs will capture it. But when the attack started, there were serious difficulties, a lot of casualties and all that. All that he did was, he got up, waved his pullover, and he said, the Sikhs have to capture it. They lost, I think, some 80 odd dead, and Rajarani was captured. Colonel Khanna, of course, died and killed in action. He was awarded the Mahavir Chakra. Now, it's once again, it is the, the regimental sort of a name and the honor which has driven them over there. Because he has committed that my battalion will capture it. And that's why they have gone around doing what they did.
Absolutely, sir. And the famous words of his battalion were that Raja Litta, Te Raja Ditta.
Rajarani was captured, and Khanna, who was the Raja, we lost him.
Similar instances, I'll just quote 1965 Haji Pir. Now, there was a post, a very dominating post south of the Haji Pir Pass, Baduri. Now, 19 Punjab was tasked to capture it, and they had a massive casualties and they failed in the first attempt. And as he said, brigade commander conveyed that now 19 Punjab will not go, this task will be, I think, 3rd Bihar was being offered. They were not still, no orders were passed. CO spoke to commander on phone. He says, I need 1 attempt. He says, I fail, then you take any decision. He moved with the permission from the formation headquarters, the unit from one location to another. It took him almost 24 hours to move, and he carried out attack from the most unassuming direction. They had a casualties, but for the sake of what General Barar has just mentioned, for the sake of his battalion ki ijjat, he spoke to his troops and they could capture.
Thank you. I wanted to bring out this point basically for the youngsters. When you read about the valor, acts of heroism and everything, for every story there may be 10 more stories which have not been highlighted. So my request, read about it more, get more into the history of every battle. You'll find so many heroes that you can look up to. That was the main aim, and I'm thankful to all the panelists for bringing out this point, how actually the unit gets motivated, the men are motivated. So that is the point, that izzat, that valor, they are the core values that are binding the army. And running out of time, I'll just request you very shortly, sir. Looking at the future, we saw Op Sindoor, standoff weapons, you firing a missile from here or whatever distance. The social media impact, the impact of technology, everything is getting together to change the way we are fighting. One apprehension, will it change the qualities of a soldier? Will we lose out on this izzat or valor, or we'll be able to hold it? Any thoughts on that, sir?
You see, things change, but nothing changes. When I joined, we wore cotton uniforms, starched, ironed, crisp. Today we wear terracottas, no ironing, no starch. Yet we still wear the same uniform. And so, notwithstanding all the technology which changes, all that may come about, the man will remain, and the man's job will remain, and there will be occasions and circumstances where it will be required of him to go beyond the call of duty to deliver. And when he does that, there is no doubt that these good old values or virtues of valor, honor, izzat would stand and would still be required.
Connected with this, you may use any technology, any weapon system without using the manpower, but still you need that man to walk over to that piece of ground and hold it physically to claim that it belongs to you and now it is under your control. So ultimately that person is required. That person has to be trained ultimately for it. He has to be motivated enough to walk into that trap, even if there is a trap, and then go and claim that now it is in my country. So you need that thing still.
Thank you. Sir, any?
There's often, talk of, technologies at pole position, but as Sir rightly brought out, the human factor still remains. I think courage, commitment, the dedication, the capabilities of the individual still remain, and that's what is most important today. And I think that is the qualities of the Indian soldier which will endure.
Thank you. Running out of time, already getting hands. I'm sorry we will not be able to take any questions. And as, sorry sir, please sir. Battle honor, sir. Sir.
It has 35 battle honors pre-partition and 3 battle honors after partition. It has 5 Victoria Crosses before partition and 2 Paramveer Chakras after partition. It is the most decorated regiment, single unit. Of course, if you take the whole regiment or regiment of artillery, we can't compare. But as a single unit, it is the most. So 35, I think you said 34? So this one has got 35 pre-partition and 3 after partition. 65 war and 71. The other thing that I wanted to mention was about what you mentioned. Why are the Indian troops so liked in foreign assignments? When I was speaking to the Americans, the one thing they asked me was, how come your soldiers are so good? And the reason was, we explained to them the customs and traditions which we get them to imbibe. They make all the difference. Look at all your UN peacekeeping operations. Where are they? In the most difficult areas, downtrodden, the areas where there is so much of poverty. No white will go there. Only the Asian troops are sent to the Bangladeshis, Pakistanis, Indians. The other thing is that we come from that strata, particularly our men. They are rural folk. So they bond very quickly with the locals. That is why you find that the Indian army is so popular abroad, particularly in the UN missions. They bond with the people, they understand their problem, and of course, the regimental traditions and customs, they bring out the best in them as far as valor is concerned.
Thank you, sir.
I'd just like to respond on one aspect. Sir, I agree
Request
that
you to.
few aspects you have brought in. But in my research, due to the time shortage, I could not cover in the question answers. Why, even I was looking into it, why Indian peacekeepers are so much acceptable. I remember my own case when I was in Angola. And the moment they used to see an Indian, they used to call us Indiano. And they will walk up to us freely and convey whatever they want to convey. So they had that attachment. Now, gone into, though there is nothing in black and white anywhere, how it has been. So I have come to conclusion in this thing that this is basically due to our deeply rooted social, cultural and religious ethos, and which is based on the ancient tradition, which can be enunciated in our ancient shlokas. That is 3 I have picked up. Sarve bhavantu sukhna, sarve santu niramaya. And another one is loke samasta sukhne bhavantu. A normal day-to-day course, you must have heard elders talking about sabka bhala karo Bhagwan. So this is the, and today's ever prevalent sentence of Vasudev Kutumbakam. Now these things are very profound but not visible in the normal course of time. Now I think these are the things which affect our background of our thinking. So when we go with this heritage and the ethos to the particular task, we get involved. And as you said, our rural background and the prevailing circumstances in that country may be slightly, and we find against all the religions, we go and mix up with them and try to support them in whatever way we can help them. So once you do that, once you get accepted, your task or mandate of your mission becomes much easier to task. And your point is very correct. The Western world will try to use the Western template on the African problem, which is never as successful. And they don't have, to be very frank, a faith on a white skin. So they are slightly hesitant on these aspects.
Thank you. I'm sorry we're running out of time. Just as we rang up, thank you, sir, for your insights and your inputs. Thank you all. And if I may, on your behalf, assure the audience, we uplift to the mottos, the valor and honor through the ages, and we will continue to do so. Thank you.
We would like to express our gratitude to the esteemed panelists, Lieutenant General N.S. Barar, Major General P.K. Goswami, Moderator Colonel Mandeep Singh, and Major General Jagatbir Singh. Thank you so much. Let's step forward for a group photograph, sir, for posterity. And as Colonel Mandeep said, that for every story that we hear, there are 10 others that go unnoticed. Thank you so much for bringing forth so many instances of the unsung heroes. Indian Army through the ages has indeed upheld the core values of valor and honor. Best wishes. Thank you, Colonel. नहीं 50 तक था 50 ले लूं मतलब जब माइक सामने आए मुझे सेशन नहीं आगे सेशन नहीं करना है अगला हाँ करना है सेल चेंज करना है करिए ना फटाफट करिए शुरू करना है अगला सेशन बिल्कुल करिए फटाफट सेल बदल दीजिए माइक लेकिन ऑन ही रहने दीजिएगा Thank you. Once again, the next session is very interesting. It's titled Rygad, Battlefield Trails of a World Heritage Site. And I invite on stage the distinguished panelists, Shri A.K. Sinha, Mr. Varun Bhamre, Mr. A.R. Ramanathan, Mandira Nayyar, the moderator, and Shri Chhatrapati Sambhaji Raje. Let me introduce each of the panelists to you. We're extremely honored to have amongst us Shri Chhatrapati Sambhaji Raje, Chairperson, Rygad Development Authority. Namaskar, sir. A distinguished public figure, social reformer, former Rajya Sabha member, and is widely respected for his work in social justice, cultural preservation, and public welfare. A 13th-generation descendant of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, he carries forward a legacy of leadership and service. He was nominated to the Rajya Sabha in 2016 by the Honorable President of India, Empowerment and Cultural Conservation. As head of the Rygad Development Authority, he leads the restoration of Rygad Fort, promoting heritage conservation and sustainable tourism. Committed to philanthropy in education, healthcare and skill development, Shri Chhatrapati Sambhaji Raje embodies humility, integrity and foresight, upholding the timeless Maratha ethos of courage and service. It was a proud moment, ladies and gentlemen, for us when in July this year, Maratha military landscapes were recognized as UNESCO World Heritage Sites. It consists of 11 forts in Maharashtra and 1 in Tamil Nadu. And out of the 11 forts, Rygad is one of those forts. We also have with us Shri A.K. Sinha, Director, ASI retired and Consultant Rygad Development Authority. Shri Sinha is a distinguished archaeologist with 37 years of service in the Archaeological Survey of India, retiring as Director Monuments in the year 2013. His expertise spans excavations in India and abroad, earning him a strong professional reputation. He currently serves as an expert member of the Rygad Development Authority, Government of Maharashtra, advancing heritage conservation and site development. A warm welcome. Please also welcome Mr. Varun Sarjerao Bhamre, a conservationist architect. He's completed his postgraduate degree in architectural conservation at the School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi in the year 2011. And he brings with him the experience in the conservation of Jain and Maratha era temples, monuments and forts. He's worked as a visiting faculty and thesis guide at the architectural colleges of Pune University and Jalgaon University. And currently he's working as conservationist architect at the Rygad Development Authority for the past 7 years. A very warm welcome to you. Mr. A.R. Ramanathan is with us. He's a renowned architect and heritage management expert with over 25 years of experience in architecture, conservation and policy. He's worked with the Ministry of Culture and ASI, contributing to UNESCO dossiers for Bhimbetka, Great Living Chola temples and Harappan sites. A warm welcome. And finally, let me introduce the moderator, Ms. Mandira Nair. She's been a journalist for over 2 decades. Till recently, she was the Deputy Bureau Chief at The Week, where she wrote on culture, foreign policy, and books. She was one of the first few Indian magazine journalists to travel to Myanmar when it opened up to write a cover story. Mandira has traveled extensively within the region, reporting from China, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Russia. She co-founded Agla Varka, a cultural platform that's dedicated to foster meaningful conversations about Punjab, challenging stereotypes, and shaping new narratives. So it's over to the moderator, but before that, we actually have a special address. So may I take the privilege of inviting Shri Chhatrapati Sambhaji Raje, Chairperson Rygad Development Authority, to share his special address, sir. Come here.
Squad leader Shri Rana ji, moderator Nai madam, we have the Rygad consultant A.K. Sinha on the dais, Shri Ramanathan sir, conservation architect Varun Bhamre, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. It gives me an immense pleasure to be here amongst you all. I bring warm greetings on behalf of the Rygad Development Authority and all those who are working to preserve and strengthen the heritage. The gathering comes at a meaningful time. Recently, 12 forts of Maharashtra have received
the World Heritage recognition, which should have been done a long time before. Nevertheless, this has created a new interest in the Maratha history, architecture, and the strategic leadership of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. The forts include Saler, Shivneri, Lohargarh, Khanderi, the capital fort, Rygad, his first capital, Rajgarh, Pratapgarh, Suvarnadurg, Panara, Pavangarh, Vijayadurg, Sindhudurg, and Jinji. Now they call it as Zinzi. So Zinji is in Tamil Nadu. But it is also historically very important because Shivaji Maharaj's empire went till the south, and after Shivaji's son Sambhaji Chhatrapati was killed by Aurangzeb, his younger brother Rajaram Chhatrapati Maharaj had to flee and rule the Maratha Empire from Jinji for almost 9 years, 1689 to almost to near 1700s. All the centers of all this stands the Rygad, which is the epitome of all the forts, the capital chosen by Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Rygad is not only a historic site, it is an emotional place for millions of people. As the 13th descendant of Chhatrapati, the legendary king of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, and also proudly to say, I am the 4th descendant of the reformer King Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj, and the grandson, the last ruler of Kolhapur, His Highness Major General Shahaji Chhatrapati Maharaj, who defeated Field Marshal Rommel, then the Desert Fox, and the Nazi troops in East Africa. It is in my blood to uphold the proud military tradition of my lineage. And it is because of this very spirit that I had an inborn desire towards conserving our heritage, especially the living military heritage of our ancestors, the Maratha forts. When I am devoted to this mission, I am overcome by a mixture of pride for our history, an overwhelming inner conviction, and a deep sense of duty, which is why I've committed myself since more than 25 years to both our tangible heritage, like the forts, and our intangible heritage, like the Shivrajya Abhishek. Shivrajya Abhishek is the coronation of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. The Shivrajya Abhishek ceremony, which was restarted at Rygad by me, began with a small group. Today, every year on the 6th of June, it draws 5 to 6 lakhs of people. Their devotion showed how much this legacy means to the society. It is truly a Lokotsav, people's festival. This also led the government of Maharashtra to create the Rygad Development Authority, and I was entrusted with its leadership for the smooth administration of the Rygad Fort and the area of 21 villages at the foothills. You will see the Rygad slide in front of you. At first, the responsibility was very challenging because I was not a man of conservation and restoration. I had the desire. So it was very challenging. We had to work on multiple fronts of archaeological studies, debris removal, conservation rules, and the massive scale of the fort, which is almost 1,100 acres. But the right team and guidance, we have moved forward with commitment. I think you can see this on your screen, the Rygad Fort. It's huge, it's massive. Rygad, earlier known as Rairi, rises 820 meters above sea level. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj captured the fort in 1656 and transformed it into a strong, well-planned capital with the help of the architect Hiroji Indulkar. Its tough climb, the famous S-shaped Mahdwar, strong walls, and strategic location earned Rygad the name of Gibraltar of the East, because Gibraltar is supposed to be the biggest fort in the world at the tip of Spain. Inside the fort, every structure reflects simplicity, discipline, and purpose. The Nagar Khana, the Rani Wasa, which is all, it's printed in a very small way, but Nagar Khana, the Rani Wasa, the Ashtapradhan Wada, Jagdishwar Temple, Bazar Pet, Manore, Meena Darwaja, Palki Darwaja, Raj Sadar, and the very sacred place, the Samadhi of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. For years, the Archaeological Survey of India maintained Rygad. But deeper study and development was needed. I had a long discussion with the Chief Minister of Maharashtra then, the Prime Minister, and the Rygad Development Authority was created in 2017. And 2017 began a new chapter for Rygad. For the first time, the state government and the ASI joined hands, first time in India, with Maharashtra government funding the entire conservation fort. Our work, Rygad, moves in 4 directions. First, complete scientific documentation and the study of the fort. Second, visitor-friendly facilities. Third, authentic conservation and structural strengthening. I would like to show it on the screen. The Nana Darwaja, it's by the name called Nana Darwaja, that was the Darwaja, the entry point where Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj used to enter Rygad Fort. You can see on the screen what was before. And with the according to the scientific pattern, how it is after. You can see a lot of excavations, a lot of findings, which the Rygad Development Authority has been taking in the last 5 years. We have a lot of problem with the archaeology, but we have to find a way out, and we are trying our best. The fourth is developing 21 nearby villages into a connected heritage zone, because the Rygad Fort is just not a fort. The entire protection of this entire huge fort, which is also called the Gibraltar of the East, had the protection of these 21 villages. To support visitors and heritage development, about 88 acres of land has been allotted for the reception center, the vehicle parking, battery buses, interpretation center and museum, Maratha Research Center, hotels and accommodation, food courts, campsites, infirmary, fire station, police post, basic services like electricity, water supply and drainage, and more to follow. All this will create a balanced environment, modern facilities without disturbing the natural and sacred surroundings of Rygad. Heritage bylaws will ensure responsible construction in the region, which is very important. Rygad, you see the next slide, which is very important and very dear to me. Rygad has a huge tourism potential. People come because of the emotional attachment, and this will continue to grow. We now need to build this and develop other forts in a similar way. But the most important point in one of my missions, which I've been after the government, which I've been after the state and the central government, is Maharashtra is the only state which has sea forts. There are almost 10 to 11 sea forts, starting from Khandiri, Underi, Alibag. You go a little further, Vijaydurg, Sindhudurg, then you can go further to Goa. So sea forts you will not find anywhere in the world. Sindhudurg Fort was built by Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Was built by Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. The I would rather say Shivaji Maharaj was also called the father of Navy. And this cognizance was taken by the Navy, was taken by the Prime Minister of India this year. And the flag which you see has turned into an octagonal shape. Yeah, it's here. So that was the inspiration of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. This is what Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj was. And that is why I have something very happy to announce, and that's the reason I'm here. When we're talking about Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, when the Navy has also taken the acknowledgence, Prime Minister has acknowledged it, and the reason we are here is I'm happy to announce a very important step. The Rygad Development Authority and the Center for Military History and Conflict Studies, USI, will work together through an MOU. This partnership will include research publications and travel guides, training local guides and heritage workers, building military history trails, joint work with our Maratha Research Center, comparative studies of historically military strategies. The collaboration will expand as we move ahead. Beyond Rygad, more than 350 Maratha historical sites also need a long attention. Well, we really wanted to do the MOU today itself. But I requested squad leader Ranaji that let's make it a big show, a grand show. The people of Maharashtra and people of India should know at large. So let's do a MOU in front of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, wherein the news can go at large than just doing a MOU here. With your permission, I need to prolong for a few days. I would therefore suggest that this festival involves more international institutions and that we participate in global heritage events because India's military and cultural heritage deserves a place in worldwide discussions. Before I conclude, I want to say my family's bond with the armed forces is deep and very emotional. The Maratha Light Infantry has a long history. The Maratha Light Infantry was formed 250 years back. The Maratha Light Infantry has always been very kind to us. My family, forefathers have been the colonel of the regiments. My father, the titular King Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj, is also the present honorary colonel of the regiment of the Maratha Light Infantry. We were and we would be associated with the armed forces. And this association is a matter of pride for us, a legacy, a bond older than the modern history of our defense establishment. To conclude, I must remark that the Indian Military Heritage Festival has become an important platform for researchers, to soldiers, to students, and heritage lovers. It's my high honor to be here as a guest and speaker, and I must especially appreciate squad leader Ranaji and the entire team and all their colleagues to have put us together for such a great event. Thank you. And before I conclude, please join me with the Maratha Light Infantry war cry. So every regiment has a war cry with maybe a goddesses, maybe a god. But the Maratha Light Infantry war cry is Bol Shri Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj ki Jai. Bol Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj ki Jai. And then we go for the battle. Yeah. And thank you for applauding me. Thank you.
Thank you. That was, I think, we've got an overview of what is going to happen. And can I request Squadron Leader Rana China also to be part of this panel? I think we will have to arrange a chair. Okay. So while we do that, I would like to really sort of set the stage in a way I think we know exactly what the potential is of and how this is a really incredible moment. It's possibly the first time that such a project is being put together. And I wanted to ask before, I think we've seen the slides, and I think there are 2-3 things that I would like to pick up from what the chairperson said. One, of course, is huge, and I think if you've seen the pictures, you really realize the mammoth scale of the fort. Also that there are 12 forts, and it's a serial nomination that's sort of rare in the World Heritage space, and especially in India. And also the fact that, you said it's an emotional sort of connect. And I think it's important to keep that at center stage, as well as the fact that it is also very much a military strategic thing. So you have to balance emotion as well as strategy. And I would like to just sort of bring everybody's attention as to what the World Heritage Site and inscription really means. It's a great significance. And I would like to go across the panel to talk about what it actually means. 12 forts, ASI, some ASI protected, I think 6 not ASI protected. But what does it really mean in terms of not only a sense of pride, but also the responsibility that comes with it? So could I just go and ask Sinha Saab, who is really the ASI resident expert here, and can I ask him what it really means for the forts and what does it mean for us? Well, Angie, pass me.
This is, series of forts in Maharashtra were nominated in the World Heritage List. And they all now come under the World Heritage Convention 1972. World Heritage Convention very categorically states or mentions how these forts are to be properly conserved, restored, or for that matter used, and how they could further be promoted as tourist places of international importance. It's a very very important document wherein every aspect has been taken into consideration, and it stipulates that no erosion in its original character should be permitted. And every bit of it should be conserved in such a way so that its integrity and authenticity is properly maintained. That is very, very important. Well, out of our own, emotions, maybe, other aspects or, other forces, we sometimes, get a little confused, and we undertake restoration or conservation in such a manner so that its originality is somehow compromised. Well, UNESCO guidelines very categorically states that you have to be very, very cautious, and it stipulates that no attempt should at all be taken to, undertake any work at the site which may, cause, something, which may be considered by, scholars or in the heritage lovers as, erosion in the originality. That is very important thing. Well, I have been in the Archaeological Survey of India for, roughly, 37 years, and I have undertaken, conservation or restoration at a large number of sites across the country. And it's my own experience that while we conserve, we sometimes overstep. We undertake something, some decisions which may not be today, but maybe tomorrow or day after, could be considered as a deliberate attempt of restoration, which was not originally there as part of the monument. So, well, tourism pressure also, forces sometimes to create infrastructure which may jeopardize or which may, mar the original character of the site. Well, creation of, many facilities, which could be, undertaken with some cautions. And well, UNESCO, after every 4 years, UNESCO, appoints, experts to examine how the, monument has been properly conserved or restored or, development activities undertaken. Well, how far the authenticity and integrity has been maintained and proper respect has been given. So, every 4 years there is a monitoring committee which, undertakes this task. And it is other than the Archaeological Survey of India or State Department of Archaeology. Well, this is very important. I mean, nutshell, I can mention this.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ramanathan ji, I would like to ask, of course, the significance, but I would like you to also put into context at the moment with these 12 forts. Some of them, I think, if you look at this itself, the picture, it's pretty daunting. So access is an issue, I'm sure. And can you also put into context how many people actually go? Of course, Rygad is the main capital. It has now, as you said, with the coronation, become a place where everybody goes and you have lakhs. But in terms of tourist visitors, could you put into context what it is? And how do you think, in terms of the landscape, in terms of the 12 forts, accessibility, what does this tag entail?
Thank you. This is quite a complex question at one level. Normally when we have a World Heritage nomination bestowed on some monuments in a country, there is euphoria initially. But then the euphoria will soon dissipate into worry because of exactly what Sinaji said a little while ago, that there will be a monitoring committee which will come and take a look at what has happened down the line. And they will start asking very hard questions. So that being the case, the ability to actually work on these sites and produce what is required in accordance with the norms of the World Heritage is a very tall order, and it's a very difficult task. Rygad Development Authority by itself was formed only to look after Rygad. So now we are going to deal with 11 more forts. How? At the moment, I don't have the answer. But at the same time, all of us need to find the answer. Rygad Development Authority over the last 7 to 8 years has gained a lot of experience in dealing with Rygad as a site. Even in Rygad as a site, there are lots of challenges. There was a great thing to begin with, that not much of work had been done by ASI in terms of exposing the site completely. So that gives us a first-hand chance of actually working on the site and understanding it fully and bringing it to the world in the right way. Now that will possibly have to be done for all the other 11 forts. Now the specific question on tourism, yes, people come for the Shivrajyabhishek in lakhs, but who all come as tourists? And those who come as tourists, are they really interested in the site, or are they really interested in an outing? So there is a slight difference in both. And in terms of this, I find that the nominated forts have one big advantage as well. They are all located in Western Ghats, which is itself a World Heritage site, in the natural side. It's a natural site, World Heritage site. So we can actually use the tourism to drive many of the, let's say, acts of learning. This is what we had identified even earlier, before the World Heritage site itself, that some of these other forts could actually be roped in, and one can have a very small thing like a school trek commencing with, or you can go on to having even ecotourism at a slightly higher level. We also now have village tourism, and we can have simply forts tourism as well. Now, all these involve multiple agencies. That is where we normally run into issues, because on the paper we can put together a very comprehensive approach to doing all these things. But on the ground, in order to get that to happen, requires a lot of effort. That's why people like our chairperson can actually use their popular position to drive these developments. Having said that, the other 11 forts outside of Rygad Fort coming with Rygad Development Authority is still an open question. So beyond these basic remarks, I will not be able to answer what Mandiraji asked in totality.
The question was very apt, and it's a very complex answer to be given, but I think I can try to solve your question. Yes, it's a great honor that the 12 forts have come under the World Heritage Site. So it also involves a lot of discipline now, because tourism is going to increase. Now the footfall of Rygad Fort was initially around maybe a few thousands when we took over in 2016-17. Now with this Shivrajyabhishek function and the way we are progressing and restoration and conservation of the Rygad Fort, the footfall has gone to almost 12 lakhs in a year. So that's quite a bit, and it is good, but at the same time, it calls for danger. It calls for a lot of alarm clocks. I've been after the Archaeological Survey of India, which we face a lot of problems. I'm also after the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, that it is welcoming that the footfall has increased, but at the same time, if we don't come with the proper discipline, proper heritage rules and laws, and the UNESCO's guidelines, we will spoil the entire, the beauty of Rygad Fort. Maybe after 20 years, we may feel, what have we done? It should have been the same what was before maybe 20 years back. But if we have to really bring in the tourism, proper tourism, like we go overseas and when we see the type of tourism which is presented, there has to be a proper guidebook according to the UNESCO guideline and also according to the heritage which we should all abide. We are only talking about the Rygad Fort, but there are 350 forts of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and almost 11 forts which come under the World Heritage Site. Now, unless we come out with a strong discipline, things will go out of our hands, and that is one of the reasons we had a meeting with squadron leader Ranaji. We should come together and form a formula, some line connected to heritage, wherein even this message will go to the Prime Minister, this message will go to the government of Maharashtra. It's time, otherwise things will go out of our hands. And it is a very serious concern, especially if you ask me, once you come and see the Rygad Fort, sometimes I get so disturbed. What have I started and what are we going to end? If this tourism is not guidelined properly, if the tourists are not given a proper guidance, maybe it starts with plastic to everything. How can you control this 12 lakh people? How can you get a disciplined tourism? So that's a point of concern. Yeah.
I would like to add one more point. The first serial nomination in India was actually the Chola temples, Tanjavur, Gangaikonda Chorapuram and Dharasuram together. Now, I'm raising this because there is a fundamental difference. Tanjavur and Dharasuram are living temples. There is prayers are happening on a regular basis, 6 times a day and so on. So the method to maintain living heritage is slightly different from the requirements of maintaining monuments which are not really living monuments, which are essentially monuments as points in history and points in architecture development or whatever we have. So this will also be an issue that one will have to deal with when we are taking up these forts. Rygad itself, Chairperson made a reference to Gibraltar. That site was chosen by Shivaji Maharaj because it was considered insurmountable, and therefore the epithet Gibraltar of the East. And obviously the question as to how somebody could have actually built a capital city on top of a hillock like that, how would one taken materials, etc. No material was actually taken. Material was actually taken from the hill itself in a very, very scientific way, and the structures were built, and from wherever the material was taken, they converted those areas into holding areas for water, and therefore, a series of such measures. So it's quite remarkable in terms of how strategic planning works, and these are areas where research will throw up very many important clues to us not only to understand military strategy, but also how that military strategy thrived in the larger context of culture, tradition, approaches, and administration, and so on. Thank you.
So, Squadron Leader Rana China, I think you're going to be bringing in the discipline, clearly in that thing. But I also wanted to ask you, because in some ways, as everybody's pointed out, there are a lot of challenges, but it's also the first time in many ways that you're looking at this as military history, where you're sort of moving it beyond just the space of scholars, but getting people involved with battles and battlefield. And as you know, when we started out having this conversation, you said all battlefields and all forts haven't gone into battle, but there is that. And can you really talk about the significance of this MOU that you're going to sign, and how do you, and the significance of this being a military heritage trail? What can you expect, and what does the potential, what does it hold?
Thank you, Mandira. I'd like to start off by saying that we at the USI are greatly honored by this opportunity. It presents us with a unique opportunity to work with not just a heritage site, but also a symbol of living heritage, as the Chhatrapati himself is, his connection to one of the great icons in Indian military history, and of course by association with one of the finest regiments in the Indian Army. We have been working for a number of years now at promoting the idea that we need to do more in terms of our national military heritage. And to be honest, the thought initially came to me when we started off working with the Ministry of External Affairs, and we were working on the India and the Great War Centenary Commemoration Project. And when we'd gone, when you visit the battlefields of northern France and Flanders, one thing that you realize is that local economies are sustained by battlefield tourism. Now, that was kind of what acted as a catalyst, let me put it like that. But tourism in itself, so battlefield tourism is something that we've been trying to promote, and the Army has taken on, and this year we have, if you enter, you will notice there is a stall over there which talks about Bharat Ranbhumi Darshan, which is a project which we initiated along with the Indian Army. We've also been looking at indigenous military texts and how, or rather indigenous knowledge texts and how they feed into our indigenous strategic vocabulary. But a lot of these things, as has been very clearly brought out by the fellow panelists, is that the tourism also comes with a caveat, and I think the underlying aspect of that is sustainable tourism. Because while tourism itself is welcome, but if it is not sustainable, if we do not want to end up, as Chhatrapati himself said, we don't want to end up destroying the thing that we are trying to preserve through our efforts to highlight it or to glorify it. So, and you're very right, I think why this is an ideal kind of a marriage of minds and of efforts is that, with the USI and its unique position within the larger military ecosphere, we understand systems, we understand discipline, we understand processes. So much so that, about 10 or 15 years ago, the then Foreign Secretary had approached the Director USI and said, please come and help us sort out our the MEA archives, because she said it was only somebody with a linear military mind could actually tackle that Herculean task. So to that extent, I think it's a great opportunity for us, and we look forward to working together with the Honorable Chairman and the RDA, and of course hopefully with the government of Maharashtra, to develop not just the military heritage trails insofar as they are connected to Rygad, but also the other UNESCO designated heritage sites, as well as the other areas, not just in Maharashtra, but subsequently in the country. And I would like to say that I conclude by saying that our approach to this is not just conservation related, because it needs to be a very holistic approach which looks at the environment. We draw out a plan, and the key point in that plan is we're looking at developing these in a sustainable, holistic manner, where we're talking not just about the history and about the conservation elements, but also about the people, the environment, rozgari, employment, and all the rest of it, so that something like this can only work in the correct sense if everybody benefits. And by everybody, I also mean nature and the intrinsic pristine value of these heritage sites and structures, that those are not disturbed, but they are conserved in a manner that conservation is not visible. It should be that, if Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj himself were to come over there, he should be able to recognize it and not say, ki, ye main kidhar aa gaya. So that kind of thing.
So that's a really important thing, and I would like to then bring in Varun at the end. And I wanted to ask you, I think when I was speaking to Sinha Saab, he said that about 350 structures within Rygad fort itself that have, that are either debris or are still not exposed. So can you really talk a little bit about the conservation and not overdoing it, but just keeping that balance? And the challenges that go beyond Rygad, where you go to forts that are not as accessible.
Yeah, when we are talking about conservation, we were working for last 7 years based on the vision that rediscovery of the capital complex. And we have hierarchy of structures. We have water bodies, we have fortification walls, we have gateways, several gateways and bastion, and many military components we identified. And we have water bodies, and we have archaeological plains. And for that particular conservation of that particular hierarchy or components, we are following experts' guidance, and we are following the methodology scientific approach. Through MRSAC, we did the whole master plan. We understood the capital complex character through archaeological plains or with that structures hierarchy. And in terms of access, when we are dealing with the conservation, we have faces many problems in terms of material management, the transportation of material. Then again, we have climatic limitations also. And I think Ramanathan sir will explain the whole challenges in detail.
Yes.
It's for the first time that we actually initiated remote sensing, Maharashtra Remote Sensing Agency, to give us complete images using satellites to begin with. So we then established coordinates at the site itself, number of them, and then tried to understand the whole site. Now, understanding the whole site is not complete as yet, because the structures are still to be exposed. All that we have been able to understand so far is that there are 3 distinct levels to this capital complex. And there appears to have been a very solid rationale behind why it has been kept at 3 distinct levels. I'm not reaching any conclusions as yet. The study is still on. And in terms of the carriage of materials, like I said earlier in this panel discussion, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and his team were clever enough to use the material on top of the hill to actually build all the structures. But when we have to now conserve, and over a period of time when there has been nobody looking after this site, through vagaries of nature, those parts which have fallen have all rolled down the slopes to the base of the hill. Now, some material we may still be able to get from the base of the hill, but some material may have actually been lost. Somebody carrying it away, breaking it, using it for building his own house, whatever could have happened. So at the moment, we are finding it extremely difficult to actually lift material to the top. Often we are finding that estimates are having the largest component, the lifting of materials to the top, occupying 70% of the total estimate. So these are difficulties that we are facing. It's not easy to tell anyone sane that we are actually spending 70% of an item cost only towards shifting materials. We are struggling with these issues. We have talked to the Archaeological Survey of India to allow us to put a material hoist even on a temporary basis so that we reduce these costs and actually the money can go to more useful contribution to the site. So, but I don't really want to get into all these details because that's not for this panel. But that will give you some idea about how these things are done. Having said that, any conservation work is very painstaking and time consuming. And that's exactly what was visible from that pictures which came in the Nane Darwaza, where identification of blocks of stone which had fallen down and identifying them with the location in which they would originally have been and finding out what was still missing and getting an exactly similar kind of material to fit that missing piece and then put it back together. It's not easy. In addition to that, with so many people coming during Shivarajya Abhishek, all of them want the entire capital to be rebuilt totally so that they can see how the capital existed. That cannot be done. So at the best, we can give them an interpretation center in the 88 acres which Maharashtra government has given away from the site to develop all these support facilities. I must say that this is for the first time for a heritage site. The government has allocated so much of land so that the support infrastructure can come away from the site and not really allow the site to get spoiled. Having said that, with the footfalls increasing, we are already finding lots of vendors and others wanting to occupy space close to the site or probably even on top of the site and so on. So these are issues which will also have to be tackled as we go along. There is no end to discussing Rygad fort or the requirements of the other forts, except for the fact that Ranaji will throw me out. We are already at the 50 minutes past 3.
I'm going to give everybody a chance.
The consultants are very sober. I speak very bluntly, straightforward. We are doing it with the ASI together, but there are so much of problems which we face. The core area is done by the ASI. The other than the core area is done by the Rygad Development Authority. There are almost 300, the point which you asked, there are almost 300 sites which needs to be excavated. The ASI rule says 40% should not be done, 60% should be excavated. We agree. But unless we come jointly together as RDA and the Archaeological Survey of India, then only we can show what the excavated sites are in this coming few years. But with the speed what we are going with the ASI and us, it will take another 20 years and the government is not going to fund us. The government has told me, we will give you fund for the next 2-3 years or 4 years, max 5 years, not beyond that. And we have to utilize these funds for conservation and restoration at a proper speed. I don't say just rub it off and you use the money, but go in a proper systematic manner. But things have to be properly pipelined where the excavation of 60% needs to be done, wherein the ASI should also give us the authority under the guidance that we do this excavation. Unless this excavation is done, the debris clearance is done, we will not be able to show what Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Rygad Capital Fort was.
Well, Mandiraji had asked one very important question that, that was pertaining to excavation or exposition of 350 structures located well within the fort itself. Well, excavating, structures and exposing the remains therein, is not that difficult. Any sensible person or a person having little knowledge on archaeology can do it. But the main question, which always, worries me, is to, assess or find out what purpose this structure was built originally. Who were the users of these structures? Each structure has different, specific dimension. Some structures are very large, some are very small, some are of, medium size. Their location, where are they located? Are they located on the main, street, right from the citadel down to the Jagadishwar temple? That is the main pathway, you may call it, Rajpath or kind of thing. Well, these aspects are, but when we excavate, if little caution is there, little careful, planning is there, we can assess the hierarchy of the, people living at those structures. And, in fact, I wanted, I requested also, briefly to Rana Sahab also, that in this particular area, we both can, work, very well, and we can really do wonderful job to, arrive at exactly who were the users of the food. When we, some Senapati was using it, or a Tahsildar was using it, or, some local, small, functionary was using it. So like that, on the basis of the material culture we unearth, that is the, real, that could be the real, work, which we can do at Rygad Fort. Well, thank you.
Thank you. That was an incredibly interesting panel where we have different point of views and definitely a way ahead where squadron leader Rana China is going to lead the discipline. And possibly, this thing, before we leave, I would also say that it is, it's rare to have a situation which has such potential where this has never happened before. So in many ways, this is virgin territory. And as far as it's also important because I think as India shifts its focus to looking at itself as a maritime power, then these 12 forts and how they're connected and how, Chhatrapati Shivaji used the Navy rather than, in terms of aggression and how he used it as a guerrilla force to sort of keep this together is an important and interesting thing to talk about. And before we go, could we release the MOU, exchange the MOU or exchange the informal MOU before this thing? Witness history again in the making. Thank you. He's coming. Yeah, I'm going to facilitate this It's all you. Thank you. Wonderful and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this particular session. I request Major General B.K. Sharma, Director General, USI, to please come up on stage. And we'd like to felicitate Chhatrapati Sambhaji Rajeji, the Chairperson of RDA, Rygad Development Authority, by presenting him a USI memento and also, sir, a few books. The first of which is titled Portraits of Valor, Timeless Military Art. This is by Lieutenant Colonel Arul Raj. The coffee table book was released yesterday as part of the 3rd edition of Indian Military Heritage Festival. The other two books are called The Sukraniti, Statecraft and Warcraft, drawing from the ancient text and the wisdom that exists in the ancient civilization that India is. And the third book is The Honors and Awards of the Indian Armed Forces. We are very thankful to the panelists, to the moderator, and like Chhatrapati Sambhaji Rajesh said, that not only the tangible heritage, which is of the forts, but the intangible heritage, that of 6th June, when lakhs of devotees do reach to participate in the Shiva Raja Abhishek, is very, very informative. So thank you very much for this session. The defining moment of MOU exchange. This is the USI memento, expressing our gratitude to Shri Chhatrapati Sambhaji Raje, Chairperson, Rygad Development Authority. Shri A.K. Sinha, thank you very much. Director, ASI retired and consultant now with the RDA. Thank you to Varun Bhamreji, Conservation Architect. Thank you, Mr. A.R. Ramanathan, and the moderator, Mandira Nair. Thank you very much. Congratulations once again to the entire team. It was indeed a proud moment when a series of forts of India were declared as UNESCO World Heritage Site. And like Chhatrapati Sambhaji Raje said, 11 forts in Maharashtra, 1 in Tamil Nadu. The one in Tamil Nadu is called Jinji, and the 11 forts in Maharashtra are Salher, Shivneri, that's the birthplace of Chhatrapati Shivaji, Lohagarh, Khanderi, Rygad, Rajgarh, Pratapgarh, Suvarndurg, Panhala, Vijaydurg, and Sindhudurg. And I'm sure that when we go to Maharashtra next, we all will be very keen to go to Rygad. But like he said, sustainable tourism is so very critical, and everybody has to contribute towards it. So enjoy this beautiful heritage of India, but make sure that we preserve it and conserve it for future as well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, for also telling us that how this series of nomination by the UNESCO is different from the earlier one of Chola temples. So that was the session on Rygad, Battlefield Trails of a World Heritage Site. Once again, we express gratitude to Shri Chhatrapati Sambhaji Raje and the entire team that joined us for this particular discussion. So today on the day 2 of the 3rd edition of Indian Military Heritage Festival, that was the 5th session that got just concluded. And we'll set things up now for the next session. That's the 6th session of the day. And this is on the topic, Retracing the Roots of Asian Strategic Thought. We'll have 3 panelists here. And let me just remind you that after the 6th session, where we also had 6 parallel sessions in the adjacent seminar hall 1, we will have 3 more sessions after this, and it will be a combined session here in the auditorium. So we'll be joined by General N.C. Wij, former Chief of Army Staff. And he'll be in conversation with Air Marshal Dr. Rajiv Sachdeva. The penultimate session of the day will see Air Marshal Dr. Rajiv Sachdeva in conversation with General Anil Chauhan, the Chief of Defense Staff, and then we'll have the closing ceremony. In the closing ceremony, we will witness the release of 1965 War commemorative booklet to mark the Diamond Jubilee of the 1965 India-Pakistan War. Right then, the 6th session of the day, Retracing the Roots of Asian Strategic Thought. Can I request Professor Rajiv Bhargav, Major General Vikrant Deshpande, and Colonel Vivek Chadha to please join us on stage. So we are beginning the session, Retracing the Roots of Asian Strategic Thought. I request Professor Rajiv Bhargav, Major General Vikrant Deshpande, Colonel Vivek Chadha, and Dr. Saurabh Mishra to kindly join us on stage. please come. Let me introduce the panelists to you, beginning with Professor Rajiv Bhargav. He is the author of the book Bridging Two Worlds, Comparing Classical Political Thought and Statecraft in India and China. He's a renowned political theorist and a former director of Center for the Study of Developing Societies, that's CSDS, Delhi. Professor Rajiv is currently an honorary fellow at the center and the director of its Parekh Institute of Indian Thought. He has taught at the Delhi University and JNU, Delhi, and has lectured, taught, and held visiting professorship at various international universities. Professor Bhargav's work on individualism and secularism is internationally acclaimed, and he has also authored and edited several acclaimed books. Very warm welcome, Professor Rajiv. Let me introduce Major General Vikrant Suresh Deshpande now. Major General is a serving army officer who has extensive experience in counter-infiltration and counter-terrorism operations in Jammu and Kashmir and the Northeast. He has commanded infantry division on the northern borders. The officer has been a research scholar at IDSA and is a part of Project Udhav with the USI. A warm welcome, Major General. Thank you. Colonel Vivek Chaddha is the author of Mahabharata Strategic Insights, Navigating the Dharmic Compass. He's a senior fellow at the Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis. A warm welcome, Colonel. And finally, a quick profile of the moderator, Dr. Saurabh Mishra. He's a research fellow at the Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis, New Delhi. And prior to MPIDSA, he was an associate professor at the Amity Institute for Defense and Strategic Studies, Noida, preceded by his assignments as research fellow at the Indian Council of World Affairs. He has acquired his PhD from Banaras Hindu University, Banaras. His areas of interest can be thematically charted as Indian defense and strategy, Indian knowledge system, international institutions, peace and conflict, globalization, and international relations. He has been associated with the Indigenous Knowledge Project at MPIDSA, as well as Project Udhav with the United Service Institution of India. So it's over to the moderator, Dr. Saurabh Mishra, with a request to conclude the session by 4:50 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. At the outset, I must thank USI and the Center for Military History and Conflict Studies that they have very thoughtfully put this session and panel in the Military Heritage Festival. Because although we are very much into indigenous historical knowledge, indigenous historical studies, etc., these days, still there are certain questions which remain unanswered. And we actually need discussions like this with the eminent panelists who have written books on the topic. And of course, they are known in their fields as practitioners and as scholars. We have, of course, already read the CVs of the eminent persons that are among us. But really, I have gone through the works that they have done already. And I'm really, really privileged to be moderating this session at the moment. So I would be actually posing two questions on the panel. Why are we trying to look at our roots at this moment, whether this is Indian strategic thought or indigenous strategic thought or Asian strategic thought? One. And the other question that is quite relevant is, what do we want to do with that? How relevant that is to our contemporary times? These are two fundamental questions actually through which we can frame these sessions and the discussions here on. And with this, I'm going to invite each of the panelists one by one to actually tell about what they have done in their books, what they have done in their thinking over the topic that we are trying to trace the Asian strategic thinking or thought at the moment. So start with, I will be inviting Professor Bhargav to speak on the very well-known book, in fact, that is titled Bridging the Two Worlds, Comparing Classical Political Thought and Statecraft in India and China. he has contributed to that. Very beautiful book. I have read it. And I would also advise you all to go through it so that we know how we are trying to really bridge the world at the moment. So, Professor Bhargav, for almost 8 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just let me know at the end of 7 minutes.
Sure, sure.
So, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. I'll briefly present the main theme of the book and the motivation behind it. You know, as two major nation states, China and India, I mean, we have disagreements, we have conflicts, but I think we don't realize sufficiently that we also have a very strong collective heritage. We had enormous influence on one another, and we benefited from each other's thought for at least 1,000 years, from the time of Buddha, I mean, maybe 1,500 years, to the end of the first millennia. And I think there is so much collective amnesia about it that people in India or in China don't, you know, seem to remember this. They seem to misunderstand each other, and they seem not to have a common ground with the help of which they can not only sustain a certain kind of friendship, but also understand one another. And I think that is what this book was meant to do. Explore ancient traditions, both in China and in India, and see how we can bring them together, how they can not only enhance each other's understanding, but also contribute together to a global understanding of many issues, such as the nature of the polity, the nature of empire, issues of war and peace, issues of just war. Are there wars which we may call just, as distinct from unjust? On the nature of political rule and leadership, and both interstate and international relations, and how we can what sort of approaches we can have, that is to say, approaches such as amoral realism and realism which is within a moral framework. And that's what we set out to do. And I've been working for quite some time. This is a book which is edited by 4 of us. 2 are Chinese scholars, and 2 of us are Indian scholars. And I've been working for quite some time on the social and political thought of Ashoka. And I found his thoughts very, very profound, and with implications for all of us. I think it's very important to understand his thought in his own terms. If we are to really benefit from him, if we simply project our current thinking on him, then we will not learn anything from him. It's only when we understand his thought in his terms, in his context, that we may be able to identify something from which we can learn and which we can then realize in a new way in our own thinking. So I'll just say something about his idea of political leadership and on his idea of expansive moral hegemony. So Ashoka, it seems to me, distinguished between 3 forms of rule. And in his time, this was imperial rule. One is by brute force and conquest. So that is ruled by physical coercion. And you find a discussion of that in our own Arthashastra. Arthashastra, of course, was written, and this is something which is not known to many people. The written form of the Arthashastra is in the first, maybe the 1st century BC to 1st century AD. Nobody's been able to date it properly. But Ashokan inscriptions are there in the 3rd century before the Common Era. So there may have been sort of the folk traditions of thinking which was similar to Arthashastra, and I'm sure there must have been, because India had a very strong warrior ethic in early times, and there must have been reflections on that ethic. But Ashoka came at a time when he was, as you must have known, he was pretty tired of constant interstate warfare and the suffering and that it caused, not only to the ordinary people who were direct casualties of war, but also, as he claimed, it caused a lot of suffering to the entire population, because everyone at that time seemed to at least know who, some other person who was injured or killed. And he had a lot of contrition. This is something which is unprecedented. He actually expressed regret, and he apologized for war. Imagine a conqueror, a warrior, a physical conqueror today, having a war and then apologizing for it. And Ashokan inscriptions give us a very vivid idea of Ashoka expressing regret at war. So anyway, the point is that he understood that there is a possibility of an imperial rule by physical warfare, by brutal force and coercion. He distinguished that from another way in which there could be people could rule, conqueror could rule, which is conquer first and then by various strategic maneuvers get people to accept the ideas of the ruler. So there was force as well as consent. But there was a third way. Ashoka wants to go the third way, which is not assimilate people who you conquer by getting them to assimilate to your views, but to articulate a worldview which could incorporate the view of the people who have been conquered. And I mean, he, in fact, and this is very different because this is a sign of acceptance of pluralism, that there are other people who have their own conceptions of the good life. There are other people who have their own ideas of what it is to be ethical. The content of their ethics is quite different from yours. So when you want to rule them, you rule them by finding a way to articulate your own idea of your own interest and moral viewpoint with their moral viewpoint, so that they consent wholeheartedly, willingly, and they don't feel that they are being ruled by something else. They feel now that they're part of one unit because their views are also articulated in the political vision which is articulated by the ruler. And this is what he called, I mean, he didn't call it that, but he said, I'm not going to rule by force. I'm not going to have physical conquest. I want to have instead moral conquest or dhammic concept. And there is a universal dhamma which must be voluntarily acceptable to others. So they must also embrace that moral viewpoint. Otherwise, there's no it's meaningless to go for physical conquest. And it's this third idea of moral hegemony, which is something which is very strongly associated with him. And we've discovered that there are people in China who articulated a very similar viewpoint. So this is a view which we might call moral realism. It's not just brute force and coercion, but rather a sort of something which emerges from mutual understanding and mutual learning, which is absolutely crucial if we are all to live together by some common norm. I think that is found in Junshi, to some extent in Mencius, to some extent even in Confucius. And this similarity that we found in Ashoka and Confucius, at least I found, is something that I articulated in my own paper in this case.
Thank you, Professor Bhargav, for this articulation of moral realism, actually, which is quite different from that of the traditional classical Western realism that we understand. And that is the kind of the spirit of the Indian strategic tradition that we are having at the moment, and we are trying to understand at the moment. And the beauty of the book also is that, as I perceive it, that it shows quite a spectacular similarity between different concepts that the Chinese and the Indians are having with each other. And when you go into the details of it, you almost find it like, why are we different? Why are we fighting? These are the questions that come up. So very insightful, Professor Bhargav. Thank you so much for that. Yeah. So now I come to Major General Deshpande, and I know him that he is quite fascinated with the idea of hybrid warfare as per his experience in the army, and he's a senior officer, and he has a lot of experience and insights into the nature of hybrid warfare. So he'll be speaking to us about how hybrid warfare is, and how we can relate it with the roots of the Asian and Indian strategic thinking and thought. So to you, Major General Deshpande. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Saurabh, and my gratitude to USI and the CMHs for having invited me on this panel. Honored. We are living in a world of binaries. Either you are with us or you're against us. And if I were to look at the narratives surrounding this topic, it's a binary. One is George Stanham's assertion that India lacks strategic culture, or that Indian culture is timid. And the other extreme is that in our indigenous historical knowledge systems, we have everything that we knew, and we had all. And if I were to take a kind of a poll amongst the audience also, I'm sure we will be divided amongst these binaries. What I have been working on for the past 20 years is to look at these indigenous systems and look at the intellectual rigor in them and see if there are aspects that are relevant to the existing contemporary hybrid conflicts that we are faced with. And towards that, I'm grateful for my work in IDSA, where I did both with the cluster that Dr. Saurabh was in and with Colonel Vivek Chadha also working on hybrid warfare. And then we looked at indigenous historical knowledge. And then I did a PhD in it, in which I chose three texts: the Arthashastra, the Niti Sar, and the Tirukkural. And I'm going to quickly talk about, there's not enough time to give you a summary of it, but I'm going to quickly talk about some elements that I found in these texts which are quite relevant. The first thing I'm going to talk about is IR theory. Now, any IR students in the audience? Yeah, fantastic. So you'll understand what I'm talking about. So the irony of the times is that if I have to get a degree in IR and political science, I've got to study Morgenthau's Polity of Nations. You all identify with that? And you are all able to identify the constituents of national power, or elements of national power, as Morgenthau calls it. When I looked at the Arthashastra and looked at Saptanga theory, or the constituents of national power, I found them to be exactly similar. We can make some petty distinctions ki Morgenthau has said this and Arthashastra mein ye nahi hai, wo nahi hai. But those are very petty. But the point I'm trying to make is 2,500 years back, and we can argue as to what, but that's not important. 2,500 years back, there is a international relations theory that is put out. And in that text, like Professor Bhargav said, he says this is the 18th Arthashastra. In other words, it's the 18th edition. And had we not had the invasions in between, probably we would have been discussing the 2,850th edition of that version. But the point I'm trying to make is, I learned this by default, not by design. It was not taught to me in any of my civil or military formal education. And that is what we are trying to, get back. That let's examine it. There must be things that are good. There would be things that are not contextual. They are not relevant. We can discard them. But what are good, we got to know. And we have to know that our ancestors had thought about this many more years before we were introduced to the polity of nations. Now let's look at elements of national power. That's the another thing, Grew up learning dime. How many of you have heard Sam, Ram, Dand, Bhed? Now it's exactly, where did you hear it? Where you formally taught it? How many of you know dime? Of course you know dime, because you've been formally taught it. Now just compare dime with Sam, Dam, Bhed, Dand, and that's the ascending order, by the way. We colloquially say it the other way around, but it's Sam, Dam, Bhed, and Dand. So look, this ascending order, very interesting theories given out. One of the most things that hit me was when Kautilya talks about using these are called upayas, and then there are shadagunyas. We will not get into the mandala theory. That's a 1 hour talk in itself. But the point I'm making is, he looks at instruments of national power and he makes a distinction between constituents of national power and instruments of national power, which even Morgenthau has not done. And when he looks at instruments of national power, he says, how do we utilize them? How do we use them in combination? One of the most interesting on my left is the first person who wrote coin theory for India, before the word coin was also articulated by the US. But he makes a strong statement. He says, please use all means except for dand when looking at insurgencies in your own nation. The whole concept of iron fist, velvet glove, author is right next to me, is coming from there. We did not learn the Arthashastra, but somewhere in our cultural DNA this exists. Maximum restraint, minimum power comes from this shloka. The hybridity is a concept which came about in the lexicon, in the Occidental lexicon after 9/11. When you realize that conventional superiority is not getting you anywhere and you're facing a war amongst people. So the concept of Mark Hoffman started talking about hybrid warfare. And various constituents, there are various definitions of it. I'll not get into it, but I'll make a short comment on what Kautilya says in the Arthashastra. He says there are 4 kinds of wars. Prakash Yudh, we are all conventional warfare. Kuta Yudh, unconventional warfare. Tusnim Yudh, silent warfare. And Mantra Yudh, diplomatic warfare. If this is not covering the spectrum of hybridity, I don't know what is. The Niti Sara is very similar. I would say a Socrates-Plato kind of a relationship between Kamandaka and Vishnu Gupta, or Kautilya as he calls it. But in Upayas he goes beyond. He talks of Upeksha, Mayajal and Indrajal. There are 3 more Upayas that are coming. And very interestingly, the Kural, and I'll finish with that. The structure of the Kural is very similar to these texts. That means there was an exchange of knowledge that is taking place between the North and the South. And if you look at the ethical, and we grew up, all those who are in the army know of the Chetwood motto, we had Field Marshal Chetwood telling us, in the men's welfare lies everyone's welfare and blah, blah, blah. But the point is, all 3 of them say that the king's primary duty is the happiness of his subjects and its service of his subjects. And all 3 start with the book on dharma. Dharma not to be interpreted as religion, but as duty. And what are the king's duties? And when I looked at the Kural's ethical leadership principles, and then I looked at the US ethical leadership, they are almost similar. They're almost similar. So their applicability in today's world is very much there. The point we are trying to make, the effort that we are trying to make, and we're now collaborating with Udhav, is to create content so that right at our primary levels, or when I say primary, means in professional military education, at the basic levels, we introduce people. I had to learn it by design, by default. My aim is that people learn it by design in the future. And the last in the battle of narratives, I'll tell you, I was squirming in my seat when how subtly narratives come through. You heard yesterday that when there was talk, there were two, that the Japanese invasion did not affect India. That was the conclusion of one of the sessions. This is being said by people, obviously, who have not visited Kohima and Imphal and not seen the war cemetery there. The Japanese invasion was stalled in India. The second narrative you heard, well, to look at India as a monolith, we have to look at parts of India separately because the war affected parts of India in different ways. You will never hear an argument that the war affected Northern Ireland separately and Scotland separately. Of course it affected them separately. So हिंदी में बोलूंगा मैं अब. हम अंग्रेजी में लिखते हैं, हमारी रीडरशिप अंग्रेजी है, but हमारी सोच तो भारतीय होनी चाहिए. So this is a battle of narratives. And one extreme is you had nothing of value. The other extreme is you had everything of value. What we are trying to discover is, let's find out what our roots are and let's introduce our youngsters to these roots so that they can take pride in them. Thank you.
Thank you, General Deshpande. A lot of insights for the students to take away from here. And of course, although hybrid warfare is a kind of lexicon, means the terminology used in the Western discourses, we already had it in a very nuanced, detailed, elaborate manner. Of course, not everything we had, but this aspect. And you read the text of the Arthashastra, you will always be fascinated, time and again. Everything means something new comes in when you read it once again. So that kind of text he is talking about. So I'll go to now our third eminent speaker, Colonel Vivek Chadha. And he has recently written a book on Mahabharata, magnificent book. I have read it, really, and I can vouch for the book that it is one of the seminal works that is going to be inspiring the next generation of researchers, because he has dealt with certain principles of strategy that we needed to discuss. And then now he's trusting us to go into the operational realm. So rest of the book that he'll be talking about to us for the next 7-8 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to USI again. This time I've shifted my position on the panel. Still a pleasure to talk to you. So let me give two clarifications. I'm not the origin of coin. He is kind to me because we served together, had endless cups of coffee, he's paying me back. Absolutely wrong. Sri Lanka, 1989, my first posting, when I went into the ops room, it was written, eye for insurgent, heart for innocents. Right? Whether you call it iron fist, velvet glove, or you look at this, or you look at what Pandit Nehru told the first contingent of Indian Army soldiers who went in for operations in Nagaland, echoed by the Chief of Army Staff at that time, that look, please be careful with the people you deal with. Do not treat everybody as a terrorist. People who picked up a gun, they're misguided. Our aim is to bring them back into the mainstream. And as far as the common people are concerned, treat them as your own. If that is not the essence of coin as we look at it today, I don't know what is. So, not. All right. Now, the second thing I wanted to touch upon is while these two guys were working on the Arthashastra in IDSA, and IDSA's work on these subjects dates back to almost 15, 16 years now. So it's not a newfound fad, as a lot of people tend to tell me or wink at me and tell me, given the prevailing circumstances. It's not. I was always fascinated by why not the Mahabharata. The Arthashastra is very clearly a strategic text. You cannot miss it out the minute you open the first page. It's straight to the point, and it tells you exactly how and why certain things need to be done. The Mahabharata in our consciousness is the film, the play, the comic, the stories. For some, religion. For some, spirituality. For some, philosophy. But it was not enough of strategy. my inquisitiveness was, is it a strategic text? And that was the basis of the beginning of the study. And it reinforced the nagging suspicion I had that if you were to trace the logic of Indian strategic thought, in a very complete sense, the Mahabharata is probably the first text. There are elements of that in the Ramayana as well. There are some aspects that you can even trace back to the Rigved, as probably when he comes out with a book on it later, he'll reinforce that. And it goes on for more than 1,000 years after that. There are elements which are absolutely common with the Arthashastra. The treatment is different. And what I've just heard from Professor Bhargav, it echoes the same sentiment that he was mentioning, whether it is the Chinese side or the Indian side. It is, of course, similar in the Niti Sara. So, if you look at this entire periodicity, you realize that almost 1,500 or maybe even 2,000 years, if you look at the influence of these texts, it's not the origin of the text, you have a very similar logic of strategic concepts that come out from these texts. All the strategic terms that he spoke about are there in the Mahabharata. All of them. And the most startling, of course, is how Krishna, after coming back from the court of Dhritarashtra, tells the Pandavas how he used Sam, Dan, Bhed. And he says, he gives instances. To do this, I did this. Then to do this, I did this. Then to do this, I did this. And finally, when everything has failed, it's time for Dand. So it's not a one-off text. It's not a one-off individual. ये हमारी धरोहर है. It's not decades, century, it is millennia worth of knowledge system that has prevailed. Today, when somebody wins the third or the fourth election, we look at it as if it's a lifetime that has passed. And here are multiple lifetimes of strategic thought that we seem to just wish away. Now, what are the key aspects that I looked at when I did this study? The first, I realized that the prism through which the Mahabharata is being seen or is being written is the concept of dharma. And when we talk of dharma, as we spoke of Izzat a couple of sessions back, you cannot define it. It is contextual. But you will find enough and more evidence of its relevance, importance, and the basis for the entire text. Now, one could argue that, look, if dharma is the basis of the Mahabharata and it sees that as the preeminent element, whereas the Arthashastra says that, look, earth is more important, that is because it has been written from the logic of earth, not because it feels that dharma is irrelevant. There is continuity there. Similarly, there was a concept of realism, which is very unique to us, that was spoken about. Dharma provides the idealistic thought, and earth provides its realism while implementing it. So, it's totally connected, whether it is the Mahabharata or subsequently the Arthashastra and the subsequent text, right? One might also feel that dharma as a concept can be inhibiting, limiting, that it's only speaking of idealism. Absolutely wrong. Unlike the concept of just war, which lays down principles in black and white, as far as the Indian mind was concerned, the concept of dharma had the leeway where you could interpret things given the larger aims, which is why the incidents that happened during the war are considered acceptable. Which is why when Ashwathama Mara Gaya is used, it is still considered acceptable despite the fact that there is a very heated debate after Dronacharya is killed. Very, very heated debate amongst the Pandavas and with their allies. So it's not that there was no debate on these issues. But as far as the larger context is concerned, it was considered acceptable. And when you look at these things and you look at India's actions today, you realize that the logic of that strategic thought is equally relevant in how we tend to behave today. And this brings me to why we should study these texts and are they still relevant. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan in his entire exposition on the Upanishads in the prefaces on the very first page if you want to have a look at it. In fact, the first couple of paragraphs. He says that a lot of changes take place, but the very nature of humanity doesn't change beyond minor issues. And in the 50s, he says, despite the advent of technology, in the 50s, he's saying, the core principles of how human behavior happens do not change. So you could have AI today, you can have robotics today, and we've just done a conference on that. The human nature is not going to change. And what you have in the Mahabharata, written over 800 years in its final form and beyond in its various different iterations, has the collective wisdom of India's civilization, of India's history. And that is the relevance of the text, and that is why you should read it in any form that you want to read it. Read it and then reject it. I have no issues at all. Please reject it. But do read it first. Our problem is that without reading it, based on a certain view or a conception, we tend to reject it. We tend to associate it with certain motivations that may or may not exist. I'm not saying they don't exist in some cases, but may or may not exist. Judge it for what it is. And all these views which have come on Indian strategic thought reinforce what I'm saying. There's another thing which comes up repeatedly. I have read all this in modern text. Why do I need to go back and read it again? There is a logic to it. When we look at the concept of strategic culture, it comes when you join the dots from the earliest possible times to the present and see if there is a pattern. When you join the dots of how we behave, thought, and our actions in the Mahabharata, go through the Arthashastra, different times, different contexts, different challenges. Go through subsequent texts, Gupta period, different texts, different conceptualization, different emphasis, and beyond. You will realize that while there has been an up and down in people's thought process, but the core principles remain consistent. And which is why you should read these texts.
Thank you, Colonel Chadha. You actually talked about the text as a tradition. In fact, when we talk about Arthashastra, we talk about just one text. But we should actually approach it as a whole tradition. And of course, the Mahabharata is the largest, biggest, epic text of the Arthashastra tradition. And mind you one thing, we said that we had lost the text of the Arthashastra. But the fact is that we never lost Arthashastra. Mahabharata was already there, consistently, for all the times. And we could trace it. And that was informing the public mind. That was informing the strategic mind of the Indians. So that is how important work that he has done on the Arthashastra, Mahabharata, and the strategic dimensions of it. Now I will come on to certain questions and answers. But before I open and take a couple of questions from the audience, I would like to ask Professor Bhargav, so how do you approach the whole discourse that we are engaging in from the decolonial perspective? Because there are issues being made of it that why to decolonize this kind of thing?
Two things I want to say, which are in complete agreement with my other two speakers. See, there is at no point in human history, at least the last 4,000 to 5,000 years, that you will not find the finest intellects generating a systematic body of thought, whether it is in the oral or in the written tradition. Therefore, it should not come as a surprise to us that we had some terrific texts and some terrific traditions which are not any less than what we find in our own times. Please don't underestimate what we call the ancients. They have given us great bodies of systematic thinking. The real question is, how consistent are they with our current values? Because they have been generated in a different period. For example, if you are part of a democratic tradition, you will find that the Arthashastra will not have very much to say on it. It is about political rule, but there is not very much which it will say on it. These are texts for monarchs. They are not texts for democrats. But that doesn't mean that they have nothing to tell us. They have huge amounts of knowledge embodied in them and from which we can learn. But there will be certain aspects which we may not find very relevant to us. I mean, today we have political equality. We have equal citizenship. Now, none of these texts will talk about equal citizenship. It's one thing for them to talk about welfare for all subjects, but those are subjects. The ruler is now giving something to the subjects and he's working for the subjects, but he is not an equal and the subjects are also not equal. So there are certain things which we will not find available in them. As far as Western and the decolonization question is concerned, that's the second point. I find, modern Europe is become important the last 400, 500 years. And they traced their roots back to Greece and Rome. Greece and Rome were part of a universe which included Palestine, which included Mesopotamia, which included Iran, India, China. These are the major regions that were interacting with. Modern Europe did not even exist at that time. Now, how the hell are we going to? They are tracing it back, everything to Greece and Rome. But that's completely crazy, because why should they not trace it back to India and China? Because these were interacting cultures. They were learning from each other. And there is no reason for them, or us for that matter, to trace everything back to either Europe or to Greece and Rome. And therefore, it is very important, because each region at a different point of time has generated a very interesting and a very highly skilled body of knowledge. And all of them should be put on our table. And we should then identify what is valuable for us and take whatever is valuable from each one of them. And not be confined to this tradition or that tradition exclusively. It's certainly not to modern European tradition. So in that sense, this decolonization is extremely important. But it should come with learning from other cultures and other traditions, which also have very significant things to say. So I would say, I think I'll stop here.
Thank you, Professor Bhargav, for the insights. Now I come to General Deshpande. So how do you think that this refocus on the Asian or Indian roots in the strategic thought and culture is going to contribute now? What are the new dimensions which we should look at?
So, a quick answer, because I think we are running out of time. So, to say that they're going to contribute now, I would say no, they've already contributed. Like you said, that while the Arthashastra was lost, but it was not lost because it was taken on probably in oral tradition in the Mahabharata, and it's part of our cultural DNA. One of the works that I'm going to work on now is to look at how we approached insurgency in Kashmir as opposed to the other insurgencies all over the world, also in the Northeast. And I was having a discussion on this subject. Our approach is unique. It had more empathy. And what the co-panelist Chadda also mentioned, the messages that were there to make it specific. So it is only going to reinforce our way of doing things. I had written a small article when I was in IDSA as to how an Indian, so if if in the morning there was an African boy who was approaching the post, the Indian knew that he would probably come there to give milk. But the other nations would give him a warning, and if he did not heed to the warning, shoot him. So there is a completely different approach as far as Indians are concerned. And I think we have been doing that. Learning our roots and understanding where it comes from will only reinforce it and maybe make us unlearn a lot of things to answer the decolonization part. Unlearn a lot of things which are not relevant to us, which we got as a colonial legacy.
Thank you, General Deshpande. So I come to our panelist, Colonel Chadha. So, Colonel Chadha, how you understand the global discourse on strategic culture? And of course, the location of Mahabharata and the Indian traditions in that discourse. How do they interact with each other? And what is the uniqueness that we are trying to look at in the Asian and the Indian traditions?
So I won't try to plug my book, though it's freely available online for download. So I'm not selling it. I'm getting nothing out of it. But I did this very comparison. I looked at the concept of how we see strategy today. You look at the ends, means, and ways. And then try to correlate that to what I could derive from the Mahabharata. I think what distinguishes, while the basic components are similar, you can derive almost exactly the same things from the Mahabharata, but I think there are a couple of very important distinguishing characteristics which we must note and which is why we are unique. The first, I think, the entire concept of war, use of force, is happening under the ambit of the idea of dharma. It commences with the rejection of war as an idea. And it is coming up repeatedly in different ways. It might come in a story form, so you may not realize it. Yudhishthir, when the war finishes and he's the victor, mind you, is not celebrating. He's remorseful of what has happened. Very similar to he spoke about Ashok. He says, I want to renunciate, I want to go back into the jungles and I've had enough. This is the worst thing that could have happened. It's a devastation. Where do you find this? Now, you might feel, what is this wonky idea? The fact of the matter is, it is the idea of rejection of war, which is why I keep saying Mahabharata is as much about the war as it is about the rejection of the idea of war and the calamity that war brings. So that is the essence, to my mind, of what the Mahabharata conveys. The war, of course, is there. The war is not the hero. It is the debilitating impact of the war that is the hero, and that is what we must take away. And that, to my mind, is, again, one element of strategic thought which is unique to us. The second thing is that your resort to force, and again that comes through Chinese literature as well, is almost always the last option. And you try every possible way, means to reach that. Krishna finally says, give me 5 villages, that's all I want, take away everything else. But let's not have a war. It's only then, when that is rejected, that the resort to war happens. Right? And the third thing, as I had mentioned earlier, the conceptualization of just war is not a rigid idea. By instinct, the Indian mind understands कि ये जो गलत भी कर रहा है, ये गलत नहीं है, ये ठीक है. Because we understand the larger good. So the concept of Dharma Yudh, I think, is far broader and more logical than the limited idea of just war.
Thank you, Colonel Chadha. And I think that the time is running out, in fact, ran out. I'll take just one quick question. Quick question, please, from the audience. Okay.
Hello, I'm Harshit Kumar. I'm a PhD scholar from BITS Pilani. My question is to Major General Deshpande, sir. As Rajiv sir uses one word which is called principal distance. It is a very famous word used by him. So, as I am doing PhD on my topic Mahabharata Dharma Yudh and Indian Army War Ethics. So, I have felt that while doing literature review, why it is so that only most of the work have been done by Oxford University in this area rather than Indian own university or our own scholars. Have we done principal distance from our own strategic culture?
Yes. I think the short answer is yes, and all this is an attempt to reduce that.
Okay, I saw just one more hand there. That's it.
Thank you, panel, for this thoughtful and insightful conversation. Sir, my question is this, that classical realism tells us that state must prioritize survival over moral norms, yet modern democratic states often invoke ethical commitments in their foreign policy. Then how do we philosophically reconcile the imperatives of morality with realist calculation, especially in situations where ethical action may appear to undermine the short-term national interest?
I think this question goes to you. Yeah, please.
But listen, I mean, every moral, ethical thought will find some place for pure, what you call realism. When we are pushed to the wall, and when survival, particularly collective survival, is at stake, no matter which text you take, you will find that for that particular moment, you have to set aside, except for the most basic constraints, moral constraints, you'll have to set aside all the others. So I think, you have to quickly follow it up with the restoration or the invention of a new moral regime. Because human life, we are ethical creatures. We make a distinction between right and wrong, good and bad, and we cannot survive. We're not just creatures of pure need. We can only survive within ethical viewpoint, because our goal is flourishing in a long term. We all have ultimate paths to self-fulfillment. Some are religious, some are non-religious, but whatever they are, they will be. So I don't think if we do not re-establish a moral regime, the best is not to lose it at all. But if you happen to, find yourself in a situation where it's just getting lost because there's no other way, I think you have to quickly work to restore that framework or invent a new one.
Quick 30 seconds to each.
I think it was answered by Colonel Vivek Chadha. When it comes to your own dealings, your personal dharma, but when it comes to national interest, I'll request all of you, especially the young scholars, go back and read about the Kashmir princess. Google that, you'll get to know about ethics thereafter.
The most engaging element of the Mahabharata are the moral dilemmas. If it was so simple, they wouldn't have had those dilemmas. And there's a logic why it's called a dilemma. Dilemmas are not solved, they are resolved, which means it's a balance, right? I have not said this, somebody else has said that before me, so don't quote me, right? Thank you.
Thank you, panel. Thank you, everyone. Each of the panelists. We had a very insightful discussion on the Asian roots, thoughts, and how they are relevant to our own times and what we can learn out of it. So we already have ran out of time. I would close this session, conclude this session to start with the next one. Thank you. Give a big hand to all.
Thank you very much. Let's have a group photograph with all the panelists as we express gratitude to Professor Rajiv Bhargav, the author of the book Bridging Two Worlds, Comparing Classical Political Thought and Statecraft in India and China. Major General Vikrant Deshpande, thank you very much. Colonel Vivek Chadha, and the moderator, Dr. Saurabh Mishra. So a photograph for posterity to remember that we all got insights into retracing the roots of Asian strategic thought in this particular session as part of the third edition of Indian Military Heritage Festival. Thank you very much, everyone. So that was the sixth and the last session where we had a choice of staying in the auditorium or being in the adjacent hall. The next three sessions are going to be in the auditorium. So we request all our participants to please come and settle so that we can begin with the next session, which is a special session, and we'll be joined by General N.C. Vij, PVSM, UYSM, AVSM. He's a former Chief of the Army Staff, He's authored the book Alone in the Ring, Decision Making in Critical Times. And in this session, he'll be in conversation with Air Marshal Dr. Rajiv Sachdeva, AVSM, PhD. So please take your seats as we set things up for this special session. A quick reminder that after this special session, there's another one coming up where Air Marshal Dr. Rajiv Sachdeva will be in conversation with the Chief of the Defense Staff, and thereafter we'll have the closing ceremony. Hope you're enjoying the experience of being here at the United Service Institute of India and being part of the military heritage festivities. So Air Marshal Dr. Rajiv Sachdeva is here, and in moments from now, we'll also have General Ved join us. Let me take the liberty of introducing Air Marshal Dr. Rajiv Sachdeva with you. Air Marshal Rajiv Sachdeva, AVSM, PhD, retired, had a distinguished career in the Indian Air Force, culminating in his role as Deputy Chief of Integrated Defense Staff and Additional Secretary, Air, at the Defense Ministry under the first Chief of Defense Staff. Air Marshal Sachdeva is an alumnus of prestigious institutions such as FIS, CDM, and NDC. A Cat A qualifying flying instructor, he has logged over 7,200 hours on various transport and trainer aircraft. He's a certified A project manager and holds a doctorate in business management. Air Marshal Sachdeva also holds important positions in various prestigious institutions across the country. He's a distinguished fellow of the USI and CAPS. His previous leadership roles include commanding AN-32 Squadron, CI at Fixed Wing Training Faculty, Center Director Aviation NTRO and SASO, Headquarters SAC. He has co-authored DAP 2020 and established key verticals like the Defense Space Agency, Defense Cyber Agency, and Special Operations Division as DCI DS operations in the year 2018. Air Marshal Rajiv Sachdeva is a recipient of the Ati Vishesh Seva Medal in the year 2016, and he has also contributed to numerous academic publications and lectures across military and civil institutions. So over the course of next two special sessions, he's the one who will be in conversation first with General Wij and thereafter with General Chauhan. We await the arrival of General N.C. Wij. He will be joining us in the auditorium in moments from now. So these 2 days have been filled with enriching experiences. See how time flies. Yesterday morning we started with the inaugural session at 10. The chief guest at the inaugural was the Raksha Rajya Mantri, Sri Sanjay Seth. And he said that India is a civilization and it's replete with stories of bravery and valor. And all of that forms part of the military heritage. Then we had a special session where we had Governor of Tamil Nadu who made a very interesting point. And he said that we all should endeavor to discover any military heritage, document it, and then put it to discourse. Because it is discourse like this that will ensure that everybody gets food for thought, how we can connect the past with the present to inspire the future. And that's what the purpose of heritage is all about. And as one digs deeper, one realizes there's so much to Indian civilization, so much that was done in those times. And one wonders, when you have so much of technology today, how they managed to do that at that point of time. Yesterday, we also had 3 sessions on World War II. Have we forgotten the World War II? This year, 2025, marks 80 years of the World War II. And in those sessions, we had enriching learnings of the Indian contribution to World War II. And if anyone has missed out being in person, attending those sessions, then all of that is now available on social media. That's the best part of canning it with cameras in attendance, that wherever you are across the globe and you are keen to know more about the rich Indian military heritage, you can go back and revisit. And I think every time you hear it, you get a different perspective, a more deeper thought. Today, since morning, we've been having different sessions. We started with the session on Project Udhav, which specifically focuses on how we can leverage the ancient strategic operations, military prowess that India was known for. There have been battles and wars in the history. How we can document the indigenous vocabulary, and USI is having the Project Udhav for it. But I think one of the defining moments of the day too was when we had that exchange of intent for the MOU, and the chairman of RDA expressing a desire to collaborate with USI because, like I shared earlier, July 2025, UNESCO shared or nominated 12 Indian forts as World Heritage Sites, Rygad being one of them. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage General N.C. Vij, PVSM, UYSM, AVSM. General N.C. Vij is the author of Alone in the Ring, Decision Making in Critical Times. General Vij was the 21st Chief of the Army Staff from December 2002 to February of 2005. He was the Director General Military Operations, DGMO, during the very successful operations by the Indian Army for eviction of Pakistan intruders in Kargil in 1999. He was the Vice Chief of the Army during Operation Parakram. His tenure as the Chief is remembered for many notable improvements in operational and administrative postures of the Army, the most notable amongst them being the laying of 740-kilometer-long fence along the line of control within 1 year, which brought the infiltration down to insignificant numbers. After his superannuation from the Army, he was appointed Vice Chair of the NDMA, that's the National Disaster Management Authority. He is the author of the book, The Kashmir Conundrum, The Quest for Peace in a Troubled Land, and of course the one that we're going to discuss today, Alone in the Ring, Decision Making in Critical Times. In conversation with him is Air Marshal Dr. Rajiv Sachdeva, AVSM, PhD. It's over to Dr. Rajiv. Thank you.
Thank you. 1943, how many of us were born that time? Can anybody raise his hand? None. 1962, how many of us were commissioned then or even born in 1962? A few of us were, yes. So I think 1, 2, 3, 4 of us. That's the seniority which we have on the stage today. And I don't know, those days we didn't have diapers in 1962. I must have been at that stage when the general got commissioned, and today I've been asked to share the stage with him, and I'm already sweating with my palms totally cold. So that's the kind of panic the USI puts you in. And today he's going to share with us how the national leadership takes decisions. And it's so simple. Why didn't the Op Sindoor continue? 2 दिन और पीट लेते उनको. Why does the national leadership take a decision the way they take? And he's been a part of it. For just a small word, maybe Kargil war, maybe war after that, maybe this thing. So you need to understand how the national leadership take the call. And he's written a lovely book, Alone in the Ring. As soon as somebody becomes a CO in the force, he realizes he's alone because nobody wants to interact with him. He's sitting alone in his office. When he goes out somewhere, all the youngsters run away and he's all alone. Same happens with in civil world. When the GM or somebody comes out, you run away. Now you've reached beyond the CO to a general's level, to a army chief's level, and you're supposed to take decisions. And who's going to guide you? Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. Absolutely fine, sir. Your decision is good. And what if that decision goes wrong? While going through his book, I put so many tags, so many questions which I had, but then the USI gave me just about 20-25 minutes to be with the journal here on stage. So I shortlisted a few questions, and I think he's got a huge pile of answers. Maybe he's ready, but I'll actually take him around the book.
You know, being a management expert, all of us who are done the so-called management course in CDM and other places, every decision, sir, has got 3 parts. That's what the management people teach, that every decision has got 3 parts. The first part is quality. The decision should be a quality decision. Second is acceptability. When I take this decision, will it be acceptable to those who are going to be affected by the decision? And third is, it is practical to take this decision. Okay, let's buy 1,000 bombers and go and bombard the enemy. Beautiful, quality decision. Excellent, acceptable, practical hai, paisa hai. Who will make it for you? So we in management put this into a formula. Effective decision is Q into A into P. Isme se any one of them value 0, the net result of this decision is 0. So we'll ask the journal, yes, at his level or at our level, we always take quality decisions. कि आज घर में कितना रोटी बनेगा, मम्मी आज ये बनाएंगी. All that decision is taken. That's a quality decision. Is it acceptable? I don't eat bharta, so why will I give the decision to make a bharta at home? Now, how did he, at that level, being a journal, alone in the ring, trying to put units into A and P with the senior leadership? So we will pull out such things out of his book and ask him some questions, sir. Each chapter of his is actually related to particular decisions which this COAS, the Chief of the Army Staff, made the government take. And it did fructify into a national decision which should not have been embarrassing. That's how this book came out, that how difficult was for him to give such decisions to the government, because if he went wrong and decision went wrong, then the whole nation would have been in trouble. So let's see, sir. So you have spoken about in your book, you said in 1965. Yes, sir, please. Before we start, I will request the journal to say something about his book. I think I am unnecessarily saying something. Let us get the crux of his book before we go on to the question and answers.
Right.
All yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure. Can you hear me at the back? Okay. It's a pleasure to be back in this hall, though after a long while. The Air Marshal has already introduced you to the gist of the book, but I'll give a short introduction about it. But firstly, I must thank the USA for giving me this opportunity to come and share my thoughts with you. It's a pleasure, and thank you very much once again. Now, it is my firm belief, and that it has been so all along, that starting from a single striper, from a Lance Naik, and now whether the Lance Naiks are there or not, there are Naiks, to the chief, everyone remains on a learning curve in our profession. Even after retirement, one finds that one is learning lots of new things, because there's so much new happening. And that is for the reason that each operation and each war is entirely different from the other. And lots of lessons get thrown up from that. So it is for that reason that the books must be written and also read by the people. Unfortunately, that is not in vogue today of the mobile and the other things, but still, they have their value as a record. Now, experience in the higher ranks does give you an opportunity to learn about things at the macro level, and it does widen your horizon. Fortunately for me, I was privileged to be in the jobs which were very closely associated with the decision-making process, and also the matters which were concerned with national security. For the last 6 years of my service, starting from 1999 to 2005 as DGMO, Vice Chief and Chief. So, and that was an active period. Those who've been there, I was talking to General Sharma, he is telling me he was also part of that setup that time, that it was an exciting time. So, the one learned a lot on that. So, this book is really a recount of all those things and basically covers 3 things. Firstly, the aspect of recounting the glorious deeds of our young officers and the men. who really put down, made a lot of sacrifices. And because of their contributions, they became a folklore in the country. And the army, armed forces, I would not say army, armies are a part of habit. Armed forces have become really a folklore in the country and very, very popular. Secondly, also, it is about the decision-making process at the higher level. As to how does it go about? Sometimes it goes well, sometimes it is not all that good. Perhaps he'll talk about the Prakram also, and one will discuss that part. And thirdly, the aspect of decision-making, especially in the times which are turning adverse, because every time the situation is really not good and things don't go well. The title of the book I've really picked up, you'll be surprised to know, from a boxing bout between Muhammad Ali and George Foreman. Muhammad Ali was my favorite from the NDA time, not NDA, the NDA time, NDA when we were cadets. So we used to watch it in the entry room and listen to it. And everybody was advising Muhammad Ali from outside as to what should he do. He said, okay, look, he thought in his mind, my time for training is over. All that has been done, and all this my team, because without team it doesn't work, you don't do it alone. Whether you are chief or you may be anything, you always work as a part of the team, and the team helps you. And that is over. It is for me now to take a decision and take a call. And I must strategize and fight, and that's where alone in the ring. He said, I'm alone in the ring. So that's how the name of the title of the book was born. And I must say, somehow this analogy can be extended to the armed forces, because as the Air Marshal has already mentioned, the decision finally rests with the commander. The decision and the responsibility also rests with the commander. And that is an important part. Somehow the title of the book has turned out to be prophetic, because we found in Op Siddur, now which has happened recently, that India was left virtually alone. And there are hardly any people who supported our point of view. They said, yes, there is terrorism, which is bad, and not good for the world, but nobody said that India is suffering from it. And so is the perpetrators of that. So that is an important part. So on that, I will leave it to the Air Marshal now, without taking much of his time. And whatever questions he has all the intention to grill me, so he's most welcome.
No, sir. I think grilling a journal on the stage and answers coming out of him, or his experiences being shared by us, will actually benefit each one of us with what. Sir, you've spoken about the 1965 war, when we saw pattern tanks across Pakistan, and we had to bring in the RCL guns. I remember 72 of the guns were lying in the east, and we had to send AIM-12s overnight, and in about 70 hours, they brought the guns all the way to the western sector where they were required, and that's how we could take down Asal Uttar and all the RCL guns did with the pattern tanks. Was a similar situation still there in Kargil, sir? Because Kargil, once again, the artillery was used in a very big way. So did we have a similar situation that we were short of artillery in the west, so we had to bring it from the east, or they were mustered from all over? I mean, did we have to do that, and how did that happen, sir?
Yeah, thank you. You are absolutely right. What happens in war is, you start with a particular orbit. But the moment the war starts, things start going, I won't say wrong, but differently to what you have planned. In Kargil, we started with 4 battalions, as everybody knows. But within few days, 7-8 days, we had built it up to a division plus from within 15 corps, and later on we brought in a division from outside, that is 6th Div from the National Reserve, the Army Reserves. But having said this, the artillery which within the existing brigade was around 12 to 15 and division, 12 to 15 units. But finally, we ended up with 60 fire units plus 1 rocket battery. And it was essential because you had all the hill features to capture uphill. You required a tremendous amount of artillery. And here I must mention, the artillery devised a new method of direct firing. Direct firing it involved because it was hilly terrain. Otherwise, the bombs will roll down and will be of no effect. It meant that you had to dismount the guns, dismantle them, lug them uphill, again assemble them, and then fire straight into the target, into the bunker holes. And that was very effective, and that really turned the table. So artillery was really, people call it gods of war, and which is very rightly called. Without artillery, you can't do. As a matter of fact, without any arm of any of the service, you can't do, but artillery is very, very important. And we made tremendous changes. So what you have said is QPA is ideal. But unfortunately, the ideal doesn't always work. Within that, you adjust. You have to do the adjustments. And that's where the command lies and the art of leadership lies.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you've spoken about the politico-military diplomatic cooperation during those days. When, let me put it very bluntly, we were actually fighting wars or as a nation from a position of weakness. We were not from a position of strength. Now we have started acting from a position of strength. So what's the difference between those days and today, sir? I mean, we've been talking so much about Op Sindoor and it's carrying on for the last 4 or 5 months. But how difficult was it then when, correct, there was no nation with us this time also. But we were not worried. We were from a position of strength. So that's another thing which you've spoken about. Let's see.
You are absolutely right. When we joined the army, you have talked of 62. There were only 8 divisions which were there. And then slowly you started seeing in the 65, 71, the army building up. And the strength has gone up manifold. But technologically, we were not really advancing as much as we have done now. You know, that time, nothing like a laptop or things of that kind. That is the lowest grade. And that was even not known to the people, nor were people educated enough to handle that. The drones were not known. There was no way to observe the area ahead of you. So that was the armed forces of that time. And in Kargil also, we had 2 problems. One was that we were so occupied with the insurgency, that the terrorism, that our entire focus was on that side. So that was one weakness which we must, which I have written about, and we must own up, that our focus was unidirectional. Whatever one may be doing, we should not overlook the operational commitments. That must remain paramount and at the back of our mind, and we must devote time to that. So that was the problem. But yes, now coming to the decision making. Decision making was, the government gave you a caveat. They were very cooperative. They were very, very cooperative. And we were taken by surprise. They also knew that it is an intelligence failure. And, but yes, that was an intelligence failure at the strategic level. But at the operational level, we also have not much of information across the LOC, because we were not allowed to cross the LOC, even during the non-conflict time. During the conflict time, too, they had laid it down very loud and clear that you will not cross the LOC. So that was a big, big disadvantage in carrying out the operations. Now, having said that, we fought the operation under those circumstances, but the government was cooperative. Otherwise, all decisions which were required to be taken, and they were sportive, except for one worry which will always remain of politicians about the casualties. So casualties in any war will have to be taken, and one should not be shy about it and apologetic about it. Casualties are part and parcel of our profession. But things like, you know, Pakistan had asked for a ceasefire in the end of June when Tiger Hill was lost. And, but we recommended to the government that we should not accept it, because the Pakistanis will turn around and say, look, finally the war was not decisive, and we also did a very good job. So we said we should not be accepting it, and they accepted it. So whatever, this is just one small example. Whatever we said, they accepted. And nobody interfered with what we are moving from. Where I know we moved 6 divisions, we didn't even ask and inform the government, the ministry. There was a fair amount of, a good amount of, you know, freedom of action which was available. Coming to Prakram later on, that was not the case. Because the government had their own issues. If you ask about Prakrama, I will tell you in detail. We had just become a nuclear power, and the government wanted to look very decisive, but yet wanted to look very responsible. So they didn't want to take any action where there could be a possibility of a nuclear conflict. So there were limitations, but they were quite cooperative, and I must say that there was quite informal environment. The Prime Minister and the CCS and all that used to come into the ops room, and really one went through it as a routine and not as any special preparation. At least I don't remember. I didn't took too much of interest in that part because it was a routine. And they were all relaxed people, and we worked very, very well with them. There was no fuss about it.
Sir, during Kargil, we saw a role of media coming up, and very few. Today you are going live on the television there, sir. You are already live all over. So that's the way the media is today. What advice do you have for the war fighters of today concerning how comfortable you were when the media was not with you or not exposing you? Today the media is exposing everything which is happening. So what advice do you have for all of the new war fighters?
No, it's a very important part of our entire functioning today. The media was active that time also, and actually a lot of young reporters like Barkha Dutt and Gaurav Samant and others, they made their name at that time. But the disadvantage with the media was that they didn't have any digital facilities available. They didn't have the kind of communication which is available today. They didn't have the facility to send long messages. But otherwise, they did a very good job. As a matter of fact, the value of the media of that time can be judged from the fact that the Kargil was taken to the drawing rooms of the people. And it really generated a huge nationalistic and patriotic fervor in the country. And really, the armed forces got a huge name in that. And everybody was affected, all families were affected. So they were all taking a lot of interest. But today, the media is far more sophisticated. They have far more facilities. And whatever they say, it reaches out to the entire world immediately. That time, perhaps it was not going to the entire world immediately. It was only reaching within the country, and outside it was going later. So I think media preparation is very important, and there are two things very important in any war. One is the actual operations, obviously, but second is also the narrative building. Now, narrative building is very important, and the story must be put out. Like Pakistanis are good at it. I must say, the day this operation started, Sindoor, the same night their foreign minister, their DGPR and all that, they were on the international media and giving out their story, which was always, of course, concocted. So media even then was very important. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you what used to happen. General Vikram Singh, Colonel Vikram Singh then later became the chief, he used to come to the DGMO in the morning and we'll brief him as to what is to be put out. Then he'll go to the DGMI. Then he'll, towards the later half of the day, he'll go to the foreign minister also and cover that part. So we took a lot of care in putting out stories. And they came out to be reasonably genuine, good genuine stories. But media today has even more important because now the entire world is picking up alongside you. So I think media's importance is really cannot be, there's no question of minimizing it. Actually, it has to be given lots of care.
So we need to use the help of media to actually build a nice narrative, which
yes, you have to take their assistance. They have to, and you must brief them well.
Because they reach the nation.
Yeah. Initially, I must say that there was a shyness on our part during Kargil and all that to share much with them. But later on, we started doing it because we felt that it is required. So that shyness must go away. You must tell them what is required. Otherwise, unless they get a proper picture, they'll put out something wrong which you will be later on correcting. And whatever brief which we give must be well prepared and well supported by maps. Now today, whatever you gave in Sindoor, there was no question of clarifying it because it was all shown with the help of satellites. It was all satellite imagery and other things. So it went out well and it was received very well and very realistic. Pakistanis, of course, had nothing to show, but they had a lot of talking to do.
Sir, in your book, you've spoken about the infiltration. The normal civilian feels that once we are on the border, how come this infiltration happens? So could you just explain them how difficult was it to actually build a fence or do all that thing which we've yet not been able to complete or maybe will never be able to complete? So then that particular part the civilian needs to know. So why do they come in when we are there?
Actually, I was talking to Jal Sharma before we came in. And as I said, we were sharing the experience of that time. The LOC is around 740 kilometers starting from Chenab River as you go up to the Jojila Pass. And it's a very rugged terrain. And in that rugged terrain, however much troops you may put, you cannot really prevent the small groups passing through. They'll pass through within half a kilometer of you and you will not be able to serve. Many of people amongst you here must have served at that time and seen as to what used to happen. And I was there at that time when things were really bad. We were getting around 4,500 people who were coming in a year. We were taking around casualties to up to 1,000 people killed or wounded, which was a hell of a lot. It was a very heavy burden on the armed forces. And also, to support the terrorists, the valley was getting very heavily radicalized. Even now, there are elements who are radicalized. There are OGWs. But at that time, it was very heavily radicalized and they had a lot of support. So it was a very difficult period. And you can't, as people say, that you can't repeat, these failures again and again. Keep doing the same thing again and again, which has failed. It is non-productive. It is of no value. So something new had to be done. That was not working. When I went through 2 years at DGMO and then almost a year and 9 months as Vice Chief, and one watched that happening at very close end, that we were really not being able to do much. There were around 15 to 1600 attempts and around 4,000 people coming in. So we decided on the fence. I won't say we decided. Sorry for using the word I, but here I had no choice. I thought that maybe a fence may be a good idea. It is not a fence really. Fence has become now acronym. It is really an anti-infiltration obstacle system with fence as one of the parts. The idea was to stop the infiltrators for a short while at one place where you could react and on which you should have an information. So you could react in that particular area, but not over the entire frontage. Wherever something happened, you could react. So the fence was created. And wherever I went in first couple of months, I asked people, took their views, some supporting, some not supporting. Anyway, once the mind was made up, I asked my own staff naturally, but there were no takers for it. We went to Northern Command, briefed the Northern Command and actually asked their opinions. The Army Commander was a good friend of mine. But unfortunately, or fortunately, whatever it is, it was a very flat refusal and there was no acceptance. Anyway, the matter was closed and I told GOC 16 Corps we taken my Vice Chief and DGMO had also gone with me little swollen of faces. They were very unhappy. And both good friends. And GOC 16 Corps, Tabi Bharat, we were brigade commander with me earlier when I was commanding 21 Corps. And this is the design. 1 kilometer at Bimbar Gully we'll meet after a month. We'll erect it and then we'll examine it on the ground. So the process was gone through and it was done. The fact is, the fence was created within 2 years. From 1,500 attempts, it came down to 400 attempts. Now total infiltrators who are there in the valley are between 15 to valley or Jammu and Kashmir are 50 to 100. It was required. What it was really a sensor-supported obstacle system. And you had platoons and companies deployed along the fence over to react. They were the QRTs. And the fence was lighted in some areas it couldn't be lighted because of the weather conditions. It required repair every year, of course. And a lot of effort went in, but hats off to the armed forces, the Indian Army. In 1 year, 9 months, we created that 740 kilometers unbroken fence all along except for the riverine trail, where you created other kinds of obstacle systems. The point is, Rustam Nanavati, he wrote a book after 3-4 years of retirement, India's internal conflicts, where he's mentioned this particular discussion. And he said that it was discussed in my headquarters and I was much against it. But I'm glad Chief Nirmal Vaidji was adamant on it and he booked no opposition and it pushed it through. He said, no, it will be done. It was done and he said, I'm glad I've been proved wrong and it has been a success. So the fact is, what I want to bring out of this is, fence is just one part. Many such things get done in life. Many chiefs who come and go, they do. The point is the question of decision making. When you take a decision, there is no guarantee that it will be a success. It cannot. There is nothing given anywhere that will be a success. You think over it very coolly, it can't be whimsical. Discuss with a lot of people, then finally make up your mind. Once you have made up your mind, then don't waver from it. Then you have to push it through. And in between, if you start showing uncertainty and flickering your mind, then of course the thing will be a non-productive.
So for your 250 pages book, they gave us only 20 minutes and they're eyeing me from everywhere. One last question from an experienced and a veteran chief. I have never used this word, veteran chief. We've got the Chief of Integrated Defense Staff here, sir, sitting and listening to you. What do you recommend to the present House way forward for jointness and integration,
Yes,
sir?
yes. I was talking to him that when I took over as the Vice Chief on 1st of January 2001, my coursemate and a very dear friend, General Pankaj Joshi, took over as the CISC. And despite being good friends, unfortunately, because of our short-sightedness, I will say short-sightedness now, not at that time, we were not much of sport in the initial stages, but later on, we fell into place. It is jointness is the very basis of fighting any operation. Now, but jointness has already been there, but it has been personality-oriented. Individuals to individuals, and that's how it went. So it is a must. It is a question which is not worth discussing. Jointness is a must. Now, after Kargil, one of the major lessons which was thrown up was that jointness is a must and also integration must be brought in. So integration is another part which has been added, which is also very, very important and one agrees with it in principle. And I feel that the decision more or less has already been taken, that it must be pushed. But my view always has been that all those countries who have set up this system of theatre commanders have taken 10 to 15 years. So while we make haste, we must make haste with deliberation. I've written that exact line also in the book. I'm not a person who will take a decision very quickly. I'll deliberate on it very carefully and go step by step, because while we are doing it, we should not create an imbalance, right? There are many steps which have to be gone through before this entire process can be really put into the culmination. Number one important thing is the jointness in operational planning. We'll come to that last. You come into the joint training, joint procurement, joint commands. Already some of them have been set up, but you are looking at cyber now, you are looking at space, and you are also looking at the special forces. Maybe something more which I may not be aware, because my knowledge is limited to the newspapers, and I don't ask any serving person any question because I don't want to compromise it.
So we'll be lucky because we got the CISC here and we also got the CDS who's just joining in. Sir. So all your questions can be actually with them. There'll be no problems.
So if he's coming in, all these things have to be done. All these things have to be done first, and then we have to set up a system of command and control. And system of command and control, to my mind, would be the Chief of Staff Committee is the ideal. It's a permanent Chiefs of Staff Committee, which was a disadvantage till now that we didn't have a permanent Chief of Staff Committee. It was, the chiefs kept changing. That, of course, it will happen even now. But there was nobody as a permanent chairman of that, which now the CDS is there. Ever since the CDS has come in since January 2020, a lot of work has gone in. A lot of progress has been made in all these things. So the command and control system now, you have this. And decision making. So I think the three chiefs and the CDS, that the ideal, and the information go from this committee to the CCS, RM to CCS, and then back down to them. So they must be engaged in this job. I don't think we should push the chiefs into other. There's no other job they have to do. The fourth generation is being done in any case. In all services, the fourth generation is being done without any hiccup, because there are vast organizations who take care of it. Training is being done, but now is the question of jointness. Coming down to the aspect of the integration. Now, integration is also very important. The Air Force has now come up with an issue, which was always known, that integration also has, while it is a very big plus point, it also has the other side of it, the minus side of it, and that minus side of it is that there has to be a division of the force. And the Air Force with their 29 squadrons, if I'm right? Yeah. So 29 squadrons, I don't think, personally, but they will know much better, they are in a position to really divide that into three parts, and starting from, say, Ladakh to Kibbutu to the easternmost portion of Arunachal is a very vast area, over 4,000 kilometers almost, with countries in between this interspersed. So I think while we move in that direction, we will have to wait and make sure that every service is equally confident about it. You cannot, in a hurry, push the things. So I think, personally, I will feel that one should do all these steps which I have mentioned. All these steps about trading and procurements and other things, go through those 7-8 steps and set up your command and control. And also, the CDS must have the system of a control headquarter where you may bring in maybe 2 more, 3 organization appointments of VCO, DS to strategize, plan, and other things, and also DCO, DS for operational planning and coordinations and intelligence. And once get that ready, get this system of command and control flowing, and gradually over a number of years, move towards that. I won't be in a hurry. If I was there, my suggestion would be, do it. We should move towards that, but move towards it gradually and systematically. And what is the rush? We are doing a good job. We've done a very good job during Op Sindoor. The kind of coordination which has been shown by the chiefs is amazing. They've all talked of it vociferously. Nowadays, everybody talks on the TV. We didn't do much talking. We really hardly ever spoke. And they've given full vote of confidence in this direction. So, while it is welcome, move towards it, but as I said, make haste with deliberation.
Thank you very much, sir. It was an honor for all of us to listen to you and a personal honor to share the stage with you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We express our gratitude to General N.C. Wij, former Chief of the Army Staff, for helping us understand the importance of decision-making in critical times. And thank you very much, Air Marshal Dr. Rajiv Sachdeva, to ensure that 250 pages can be succinctly put in about 25 odd minutes. But I'm sure it'll be happy reading for us this particular book, Alone in the Ring, Decision-Making Critical Times. And as General said, how did the book get its name? Inspired by the boxers. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your insights. Thank you. Thank you very much. So as General Wij gave us the cue on jointness and integrity, and also how this has been fostered ever since the CDS position came into existence. We are very honored to share with you that coming up next is another special session where we will be joined by the Chief of Defense Staff. He's already in the campus and will be with us in the auditorium any moment. Colonel Arul Raj is also here. The military paintings that you see outside and the book, the coffee table book that was released yesterday, Portraits of Valor, he is the artist. So in the next special session, once again, it'll be Air Marshal Rajiv Sachdeva, this time in conversation with General Anil Chauhan. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome General Anil Chauhan, PVSM, UYSM, AVSM, SM, VSM, ADC, Chief of Defense Staff. He is the author of the book Ready, Relevant and Resurgent, a blueprint for the transformation of India's military. As hands are being shaken with General N.C. Wais. Thank you very much, sir. General Chauhan is the current Chief of Defense Staff of the Indian Armed Forces, serving since 30th of September 2022. A four-star general with nearly 4 decades of experience. He has extensive experience in counter-insurgency operations in Jammu and Kashmir and Northeast India. Born on 18th of May 1961, he was commissioned into the 11 Gorkha Rifles in the year 1981. An alumnus of the National Defense Academy and Indian Military Academy, he commanded an infantry division in Baramulla, a corps in the Northeast, and the Eastern Command from September of 2019 until his retirement in May 2021. He has also served as Director General of Military Operations and participated in a UN mission to Angola. And therefore, General Chauhan's distinguished service has earned him the Param Vishesh Seva Medal, Uttam Yudh Seva Medal, Ati Vishesh Seva Medal, Sena Medal, and Vishesh Seva Medal. It's an honor to have, as part of the 3rd edition of Indian Military Heritage Festival, General Anil Chauhan, who is now in conversation with Air Marshal Dr. Rajiv Sachdeva, AVSM, PhD. Over to Dr. Rajiv.
See, my nervousness is growing from an army chief to CDS. So it's actually, you'll all have to pardon me if I go wrong somewhere, because it was, yes, a veteran chief, now serving CDS. I was lucky that I could serve under the first CDS, because I've spent 12 years in headquarter IDS. So from one vertical to the other, to the third, to the fourth, there are only 4 verticals. I'm not a doctor, so I couldn't go to the 5th one, sir. So I could serve under only in the 4th verticals. And when the CDS was ushered in, we all were suddenly made the additional secretaries. He said, you're all additional secretary here. So all the files from ministry came to us. So I've seen that part. But actually, all that has come in 2 volumes here. Ready, relevant, and resurgent. Is that what we all were wanting to see? We all wanted to know. I really asked him this question on this week itself. I says, how does a CDS of this country get time to write a book? Because all of us who've been authoring books, it's taken us 2 to 3 years, getting up in the morning at 8 o'clock and getting out of the study table late in the evening for dinner. When does he get time to do that? I know his MA is, DA is quietly smiling, because what the CDS told me, that he's got so many ideas in him. And those ideas are fructified out on these books. And we will definitely now grill him, because he's a serving CDS and he's already live on YouTube today. So we will be very careful. At least he should be very careful giving his answers out, and I'll be very careful in asking questions, which I could be a little rash with the journal. But, sir, what motivated you to write these books?
Let me first tell you about the time part. You said you get up every day at 8 and you're on a study table. I do that 3.5 hours before that. I get up every day at 4:45. At 4:45, I'm at my study table. I also have a good habit of taking down notes, what's happened in the day. That helps me. And of course, what you rightly said, that I interact with a large amount of people in service, out of service, in uniform, civilians, academicians, industry. it gives me a lot of ideas. So I note down those ideas, develop upon that. And then some of them actually find part of my talks. And when those talks mature, I've converted them, some of them into articles. So it's not very difficult if you actually want to do it. So I've done it twice, so 2 books. Yeah. The next question is what motivated me to do this. So these are my thoughts and ideas on matters military, I would say. And my idea was basically to establish a connect and reach out to the middle and junior level leadership of the Indian Army. With the senior level leadership, you are always interacting. Army Commander Conference, Combined Commander Conferences. They hear you out. But it's the middle level and junior. You can't really reach out to this whole armed forces, which is 60,000 strong. And this is important because the nature and the scope of reforms which we are attempting is so huge that every one of us have to be on the same kind of page. So this is one way to reach out to people so that they can understand what the senior leadership is thinking. Hopefully this will help develop some kind of a strategic culture, motivate other people also to write like you. I believe you've written a book.
Yes, sir. Almost. Sir, just before we finish with General Vij, the last question I put to him, what advice does he give to the new military for jointness and integration? So I think he's spoken exactly what you have written in your book. So that means a journal who was then during Kargil days also speaks the similar thought which you have. But why both the books with the same name, sir? Because normally we don't say volume 1, volume 2, but both the names were same, sir.
Yeah, so when I wrote the first one, I thought there'll be a second one, but I didn't want to write 1 in it. But when I wrote the second one, so it is Ready, Relevant, Resurgent 2, part 2. Why 2 books? There could be 3 also, with the same name.
So that's the 3.5 hours early which he spends every morning.
So, the first book lays the basic foundation. It addresses the basic foundation of reforms. So it addresses issues like what is jointness and integration, what is higher defense organization, what is the national security architecture, how I perceive, what is change management. So these are the basic building blocks. It does contain some articles on war and warfare. But the second book is about application. So you'll find a larger number of articles on war, warfare in new domains, space, cyber. All this you will find in the next book. So that's the basic difference between these 2 books. There are some common subjects also. Like geography is one subject which always has fascinated me. So I've written about geography in both the books. 2 articles in the first one and 1 more in the second book. So this is what.
And which will be the third one, sir?
Well, as I said, one was foundational. Maybe second was application. And how did we do it actually? Ops Sindoor.
Okay, sir. So that means we're now going to get an authentic Ops Sindoor book. All these books which have come from the newspaper ads or somewhere else. But now we're going to get an authentic book. Sir, in your book you've spoken about, I've heard these terms for the very first time, military geography and human geography. What exactly are these? Will you like to share with all of us?
So I was actually a science student in NDA. But I don't know if there are some ex-NDAs of my times. There was one Mr. Dhotiwala. He used to teach us military geography and regularly. He used to be sleeping very slowly and he used to allow us to take notes. So that fascination, a little bit of understanding of military geography came about during that NDA days. But military geography is important. Means as military army officers or military officers, whenever you're doing any kind of an appreciation of anything on a military problem, you first analyze the terrain actually. Then you come down to relative strength, then you come down to time and space. These are the 3 factors. But the first part you analyze is always geography. And at a larger geopolitical level, location of a particular nation actually determines its importance. And there's a saying that, that people who don't know their geography are likely to be condemned by history. So geography is important. All operations take place in an environment which is compasses of physical geography and human geography. So geography has two parts: physical geography, which is about the landscapes, which is about terrain, which is about climate, it's about weather. Human geography is about spatial distribution of population, religion, ethnicity, language, culture. Human geography is equally important in understanding warfare, especially counterinsurgency and CICT operations. This is important so that you understand where you are operating and why it is important. Sometimes we say that geography is relevant, nahi hai, it's different, but I think even human geography is relevant today. Even if you map the complete human geography of, say, J&K, Northeast, or whichever is the conflict-prone area, today when we talk about cognitive warfare, when we are talking about influence operations, psychological operations, social engineering, unless we don't understand the human geography of that particular place, I don't think this is possible. So both geographies are important and will remain relevant for times to come, physical as well as human geography.
So in both your books, you have a lot of articles on warfare, wars, and strategy. Are you fond of somebody on whom you've actually worked on these? Because there's a lot of articles on this. I know the CDS is supposed to do this only, but then how did this come into these books?
No, you see, when it was my general observation that when I joined as CDS, or when the government appointed me as CDS, that the general narrative in think tanks and any kind of discussions were not related to war, warfare, and warfighting. I've changed that narrative. It used to be on issues like geopolitics, diplomacy, resource management for geopolitics in Indo-Pacific, human capital for national building. Such kind of topics used to be the general discussion in forums in which a lot of people would take part. This was freely available, this particular knowledge. But I think that did not directly contribute to our basic bread and butter profession. Our profession is war fighting. I have tried to change the narrative towards this, and I'm quite happy that most of the discussions that take place now are somehow connected to this particular aspect and not to peripheral kind of subjects, which was the case earlier. And what you are alluding to is someone famous, etc., which I may have mentioned. I've actually, in all my articles on warfare, you will find some quote or something about Clausewitz, so which I thought is one original author who understood warfare, and that's the time actually modern warfare was transforming. There's the Napoleonic Wars, etc. So he wrote it at the time that it was still relevant. Wars were relevant before that, medieval and ancient wars, but they're no longer relevant. So Clausewitz is one which I have quoted most of the articles on warfare.
So very nicely you've given the concentric circles of national security architecture in your book. How is it different, or will you like to draw some circles for national defense security strategy? How will the two, what are these circles basically? So very nicely explained if you see his book.
So I've tried to explain national security architecture in form of 3 concentric circles. The outermost circle describes how do you secure a nation. This remit is largest. Then there is a middle circle, which is part of it. Then how do you defend your nation? Its remit is slightly lesser than that. And in the center of that is military preparedness of a nation. All these circles are not watertight compartments. They interact with each other. They may help you derive a national security strategy, defense strategy, or a military strategy. All 3 of them. So when you talk about national military strategy or military preparedness of a nation, which is the core of these 3 circles, our job is how to visualize how wars will be there in future, understand the current operating environment, what are the kind of threats and challenges, equip ourselves, then train ourselves, war game those things, come out with plans, contingency plans. That is all about military preparedness. That's all we all do that. When we look at defense preparedness, as such, that is slightly bigger remit than, say, military preparedness. In that, what you're looking at, say, defense preparedness of a nation from the point of view of defense manufacturing. So you want to be independent of any kind of a foreign this thing. So that is one. You may like to build surge capacities during war. That could be one. Defense R&D could be third. Strategic culture could be fourth. So the remit is slightly larger. And security, how do you secure a nation? That remit is it's a long-term thing. It will depend on diplomacy, economy. It will depend on technologies. So all these things may be required to secure a nation. All of them work in tandem with each other. We have structures for all of this. And they need to interact freely with each other for a nation to successfully do this.
So in your second book, you're talking a lot about space warfare and space. Was it by design, or is actually the second book is giving a lot of things about space warfare?
You know, in any kind of a conflict, how do we win actually? We win by creating asymmetries against the adversary. These asymmetries are easy to create in new domains, not in old domains. So when the warfare was there on land, people invented a maritime domain. So there you could create asymmetries, and that kind, you could influence warfare over there. And the outcome of conflict actually dependent by the guy who was initiating the conflict. He initiated this in the new domain in which he had created asymmetry. Similarly, we look at air power. So decisive wars were fought on that. So today we are at the cusp. These traditional domains of land, maritime, air are over. I think these new domains are important. Space is important domain. And if there are asymmetries, the other nations will exploit those asymmetries to defeat you in space first. The warfare in other domains will come later. Means if you start a fight in land domain, in an older domain, the fight will always be bloody, very, very bloody. It will be difficult, hard slogging match. But in a new domain, it will be smart, fast, and technology intensive. So you will win in that new domain. So that's why I thought space was important, and that's why I put a number of articles on space.
So you've spoken about third RMA, which you will like to introduce. It's so difficult to get the three services talking let's achieve it tomorrow. It's so difficult to achieve that. And that's what the journal also mentioned. Don't be in a hurry. Let's give time. How do you propose to do the third RMA?
So third RMA, first we must understand this particular concept. When I said first RMA was to do with maneuver warfare because of advances in mobility, in surface mobility and air mobility. And then the new concepts like air-land battle, deep battles, those kind of concepts came in. And then was net-centric warfare, battlefield transparency and net centricity, battlefield awareness. Third is, and these were all influenced by some of the other technologies. One I said was mobility. Second was because of communication, ICT, etc. But today, there are a number of technologies which are competing with each other to transform warfare. So I've called this as convergence, because it's a convergence of large number of technologies which is taking place. It's also convergence of first and second RMA. It's a convergence of kinetic with non-kinetic, contact with non-contact. It's convergence of operational level, tactical level, strategic level. So there is convergence of number of things. It's going to get very complex kind of in warfare. Advances in this number of these fields in which advances are taking place, we have to, all services have to be taking part in it together at the same kind of speed. There were instances in which some places, some service had taken a lead and they were progressing in artificial intelligence separately or in quantum separately. We are trying to get all these people together, coalesce all their efforts in one particular manner, and that's the role of headquarter IDS, the ICT division over there. I think they're doing a great job. We've already come out with a kind of a roadmap, which we have called as multi-domain operations in net-centric warfare. So it's basically leading on to data-centric warfare, where data will help us take better decisions in future. So it's a futuristic concept, but we've read a proper roadmap for that, and hopefully we'll be able to achieve it.
Once again, sir, very important question, because one of the allocation of business rule asks the CDS to get the jointness in. Jointness is in. From Kargil days, even the journal said that the jointness is happening. How about integration, sir? Why I ask this question is, there's a very nice photograph of the RM, Madam Sitaraman, and the entire Tri-Services crest being drawn in Port Blair, where in the swords, the army officers and army men are there. In the anchor, the Navy and the Coast Guard is there, and the wing, the Air Force is there. That's jointness. They've joined together to form this crest. If we shuffle them all and put them in these places, that means all are mixed. We don't know. In the anchor, you could get an Air Force uniform and so on. That's integration which I think of, sir. Because let's say in the Andaman Nicobar, I remember, sir, we have 3 units which are flying Dornier, Coast Guard, Navy, and Air Force. They couldn't share the pilots between the two. Sinkan is same, common commander. They couldn't share the spare parts to each other. They did not have the servicing schedule. All the 3 aeroplanes designed, drawn, built by HAL. How far have we reached in all these? I'm talking 5-7 years ago. So now we've obviously moved ahead.
Okay, so let me see each individual service. We all aspire to join the Army, Navy. So we are not trying to say that there will be one common uniform. No, each service will retain its individual identity. That's important because they have a specific kind of role. So there's no dilution in that. We are trying to take the best practices out of each service. It's not the worst. So it's not the lowest common denominator, but the highest common factor, which we try. When we look at jointness. So rather than giving you what all we have done, I'll give you 3 examples from the latest Operation Sindoor. We'll try and explain as to what jointness is or what integration is. So during this period from 22nd to 7th, there was a lot of requirement to reassess as to what is the requirement of assets which have to be moved from northern borders or from east to the west. It required a lot of movement by air actually. And this was all done. I didn't even come to know, neither the chiefs came to know. This was done at the level of say 2 stars, no not 2 stars, 1 stars. Without even asking their vice chiefs because they knew that this has to be done. And they were able to speak to each other. We had built that kind of a confidence. So it was done at that level back, most I think 2-star level. They moved all this aircrafts, etc. because it had to be, it is a priority. You know that we have that operational air movement plan. So that will get disrupted, who's to move, but it's all done seamlessly without. So this is, I would say, is an example of jointness. Integration, another example I can give you is all 3 services have common equipment now. Say MR SAMs are there, BrahMos are there. So there were places where some equipment was unserviceable because of want of some spares, etc. Now that we have integration, we have common communication architecture and the inventory is visible to the services. So one could find, okay, this is available with the Navy, that's available with the Army, so that inventory is available. So they just spoke, got that particular thing. So, and that's 100% equipment was serviceable. So it's not because of want of something. We are able to exchange that because. So here we have integrated our, say, communication networks in which inventories are able to speak to each other. I'm not saying that we are in a perfect stage. It's an offline mode. We're trying to get it online, so it will take me some time. So we are at a particular stage of integration. Another example which I can give you is still, in spite of all this, sometimes we don't know each other's capabilities. So I've given this example that many of you may be knowing or may not be knowing that the Navy also took part in a couple of the strikes which took place across the border. They used their equipment, Palm 400 and Palm 120, which is loiter ammunition, which had a very long range, but was available with the Navy. But unfortunately, this was not known to the Army and the Air Force, but it was known to headquarter IDS because we integrate things. So we offered that to the Army and the Air Force, and they were also used. So it was a joint. So Marcos went to land borders along with the Air Force and Army and used this. So this is, I thought, by giving you an example, it will be better. Otherwise, we have, say, 197 odd initiatives across 8 domains. We've achieved 56. That will mean nothing to you. So, but that's for me to keep statistics and keep chasing people.
I know the audience won't know, but I'll understand, sir, because I've spent so many years in ideas. Sir, you've very nicely spoken about joint culture. What exactly is this, and how is this going to help us in get the jointness?
So Culture is something to do with ritual, traditions, practices that's developed over a period of time. A lot of time. So like the Air Force, 77 years, 78 years, a different kind of a culture. Navy will have different. So joint culture is something, different. So what are we doing about it? So in your previous question, you had asked there's something to do about that we have common platforms, aviation platforms. So we all know that, the Navy, Coast Guard, Army, not the Army, the Air Force, they fly Dorniers, or you may have MiG-29s, you may be having the same ALH or Cheetah Chetak variety, LCH between two services. But the aviation part of all the three services had their own culture, their own practices. I've combined them. So today you have one common aerospace safety organization. It's manned by all three services. We just done it. Rana Day, who's about to retire, he was instrumental in getting it done. So we have now common aviation standards amongst all the services. They are all different. The Army's aviation standards, whether what is low visibility, at what altitude he can land, what kind of a helipad he requires, what is categorization of pilots, all were different. Now we have common aviation standards for training, for medical, for everything. So these kind of things we are attempting. So wherever there is something which is common, say like staff will be always common. I mean, we don't want to say that Air Force, as said, common, means that uniqueness of Air Force should remain with Air Force. So Air Force trains its staff, their pilots, etc. That no one is disturbing that. But when we are in a common environment, suppose you have a joint headquarters or say theater headquarters in future, so you'll have staff which is common. So this has to be trained in a common manner, which we are trying to do in staff college. So you have a deep purple division. So people now attend a Army Staff College, Air Force Staff College, Navy Staff College, and there's a Joint Staff College, which about 40 or 50 officers are attending. It's the second course which is running there. So we are developing the joint culture in those people where there is commonality first.
So the book says Journal Anil Chauhan. Now the book is from Journal Anil Chauhan or from the CDS? What was there in your mind when you wrote this? I wind up with this, sir.
Actually, there's a disclaimer over there. It says that these are the views of General Anil Chauhan and not the views of MOD. So, and that's how it got a clearance actually. Otherwise it would have got
Incidentally, he is authorized to say MOD because earlier when we used to say MOD, we actually meant DOD. MOD is now DMA also. So he wears the three hats: Permanent Chairman, Chief of Staff, Secretary, DMA, and the CDS. So how do you do all these three, sir?
So that's why it's not the views of MOD, because I'm also a secretary to Government of India. So so it's the personal views. So we must take it as that. And one more thing I must add. Copyrights are not available with me hereafter. They are with St. Joe's. That's our think tank for Tri-Services think tank. So I've given this rights to St. Joe's actually. So they are getting it published, and whatever is between the publisher and them, it's there. My job was only to write. Thereafter, it was given to a think tank, the copyrights, etc. That lies with them.
So I'm lucky to get a copy of both the volumes, and I'm sure all of you will definitely like to. Thank you very much, sir. It was great interacting with you, sir.
Thank you very much, General Anil Chauhan, Chief of Defence Staff, and this conversation with Air Marshal Dr. Rajiv Sachdeva. I request both of you to remain seated because we are now, please remain seated because we are beginning the closing ceremony. We'll get the extra chairs and straight away come to the grand finale of the third edition of the Indian Military Heritage Festival. The last 2 days, we have seen enriching panel discussions on the importance of the glorious military heritage. Once again, we bow in reverence and gratitude to the Indian Armed Forces, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, for their valor, sacrifice, and service to the nation, and the spirit of nation first. And I think be it the men and women in uniform or we civilians, all of us are in solidarity to contribute to the security of this great nation, Bharat. As the stage is set, let me invite on stage Air Marshal Ashutosh Dikshit, AVSM, VM, VSM, Chief of Integrated Defense Staff, CISC, and President, USI Council, Major General B.K. Sharma, DG USI. Can we have on stage Squadron Leader Rana Chinna, please? MBE retired, Director of Center of Military History and Conflict Studies. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. As I request Major General B.K. Sharma, AVSM, SMBAR, DG USI, to please share his address. Thank you.
Chief of Defense Staff, General Vij, the former Chief of Army Staff, CISC, eminent participants, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to welcome the Chief of Defense Staff and CISC to this closing ceremony of the third session of Indian Military Heritage Festival, which marks a consistent progression from our inaugural festival in 2023 and leading to a huge success, as you would have seen from the number of participants in various sessions. This event has evolved into a national platform for hindsight reflection on the past, collective introspection, the present, and crystal gazing into the future, in keeping with the finest traditions of United Service Institution of India. This year, we witnessed more than 30 themes on military history, geopolitics, emerging technologies, and a rich evocative exhibition by Colonel Arul Raj, followed by panel discussions by about 90 panelists and scholars and practitioners. Now, the inauguration by Honorable Rajya Raksha Mantri and the presence of Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu made this a very, very special occasion, and particularly their keynote addresses were very, very inspiring, giving us altogether new dimensions of our civilizational past and also its contemporary relevance. I wish to highlight an especially heartening trend of massive appeal for the event, as we saw that there were students, there were PhD scholars, there were other researchers who have come from different parts of India to take interviews of some of the practitioners and participants here. So it was hugely subscribed. Even we saw the NCC students and, university students, and we saw NCC cadets participating on this. So their participation reflects not only the academic vibrancy of this platform, but also its growing national and international resonance. As we reflect on our military heritage, we are reminded that military heritage is the living memory of a civilization's courage, reminding a nation not only of how it fought, but why it must continue to defend its ideas and Indian way of living. These ideals, what unite our armed forces and our strategic community with our youth and our citizens. I would also like to acknowledge the role of Chief of Defense Staff, who has always given us moral support and guidance right from the very inception of this concept. His encouragement has inspired many of the signature features of this festival. Like in the first festival, we had Project Udhav, which was to discuss or to examine our ancient scriptures and convert them into modern strategic vocabulary. Then he launched a Veer Gatha program, which is now converted into what we call is Ranbhoomi, that is military heritage tourism for the citizen of this country. So, in fact, what I wish to highlight here is that what are we now doing as far as spreading this mission of promoting India's military heritage is concerned. Firstly, we are doing a digital archive project for Indian Air Force after we finish for Indian Army. So all their records are now being catalogued, digitized, and it can be retrieved on a click of a mouse. Another project we are doing is the Gallantry Award portal for Ministry of Defense, which captures the acts of valor and supreme sacrifice of all Gallantry Award holders. And now we launched this website, and we will soon be launching these tours of Ranbhoomi Darshan. Future, it was very inspiring that both Raja Raksha Mantri and Governor of Tamil Nadu has supported our initiative. Raja Raksha Mantri wants us to do a similar military heritage program in Jharkhand, and Governor of Tamil Nadu has also offered the services of his good office to do a similar event in Tamil Nadu. Besides that, we had, as you would have, some of you would have heard, that we had the chairperson of the Rygad, authority here, and these are 10 or 11, 12 ports actually, which are international heritage sites, and they want to utilize the services of USI to create this into a heritage trail for our domestic tourists and also for the international tourists. In addition to that, together with Imperial War Museum of London, we're getting into a tie-up to curate and create an exhibition of participation of Indian soldiers in the Second World War. Nearly 2.8 million Indian soldiers had participated. And that exhibition would be demonstrated in London, and then we will also have that here. So on the whole, I think Center for Military History and Conflict Studies is doing a yeoman service, and the credit of this entirely goes to squadron leader Rana China, who is the brain behind the whole phenomena, ably supported by Dr. Archana Tyagi and their team. And so I'm just here to only pose caution from time to time, since we do not get money and we have to really fend for every penny. So where do we go from here? I think today this military heritage initiative can be a very effective part of our international military diplomacy. And it not only can resonate with our own citizens, but we can draw a lot of attraction from foreigners also. So therefore, I am very sanguine that the kind of support that we've been receiving from the CDS and even CISC, that probably there would be an ownership and there would be certain sort of efforts made to see that there is a financial handholding of USI till we become critical and take off on this very, very onerous mission. So with these words, I thank all of you for your kind participation and thank CDS and CISC for their valuable time. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Major General P.K. Sharma, Director General, USI. And now for his special address, I'd like to invite Air Marshal Ashutosh Dikshit, AVSM, VM, VSM, Chief of Integrated Defense Staff and President of USI Council.
Chief of Defense Staff, General Alin Chauhan, General N.C. Vig, the former Chief of Army Staff, Major General B.K. Sharma, Director General USA of India, Commander Rana China, and Air Marshal Sachdeva, sir. Distinguished members of the armed forces, esteemed speakers, authors, diplomats, strategists, academicians, students, partners, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to you. It is my privilege to deliver this address in front of such an august gathering. This is the closing event of the Indian Military Heritage Festival, an event that reminds us that India's military story is not an occasional chapter, but a civilizational continuum stretching back thousands of years. It is not only about armies and battles, it is about ideas, statecraft, technology, discipline, and above all, ethos. From the war formations described in the Mahabharata to the naval expeditions of the Cholas, from the Rajput Code of Honor to the counter-insurgency campaigns of the present day, our past continues to speak to us. We celebrated India's glorious military heritage, honored the sacrifices of our veterans and martyrs, and also examined our history as a living repository of lessons for the present and future. The festival also featured attractions such as an exhibition of iconic military paintings of Lieutenant Colonel Arul Raj, release of publications including the Shukraniti, Statecraft and Warcraft, and honors and awards of the Indian Armed Forces. One major theme this year has been jointness. And let me emphasize that jointness is not a modern invention. The Mauryan Empire, under Chandragupta and guided by Kautilya, had a remarkably integrated war machine. Infantry, cavalry, elephants, chariots, engineers, spies, and logistics worked as one. The Chola Navy, operating in the Indian Ocean a millennium ago, conducted what today we call tri-service expeditionary operations, landing forces, securing sea lanes, and projecting influence across Southeast Asia. So our ancestors understood synergy long before we used the word. Today, whether it is humanitarian operations, border management, or missions like Op Sindoor, this principle remains unchanged, which has been highlighted short while back by both the generals. We also looked ahead towards technology, indigenization, and preparedness. But even our modern challenges have deep historical echoes. When we speak of cyber and information warfare, we are reminded that Kautilya wrote extensively about intelligence, deception, and perception management over 2000 years ago. When we discuss rapid mobilization, we can recall how the Marathas, under commanders like Bajirao, developed some of the fastest moving cavalry forces in the world, covering astonishing distances and rendering and redefining operational art. So why do we hold a military heritage festival like this? Because our history carries lessons about the kind of soldiering and statecraft that allowed India to survive and thrive across millennia. Bhagavad Gita speaks of Nishkam Karma, duty without personal gain. That idea shaped the ethos of the Ahoms, who defended Assam for 6 centuries without being conquered. The Sikhs, who built a martial tradition rooted in service and sacrifice. And countless regiments whose lineage stretches back to earlier eras. A society that forgets such stories forgets its own spine. These festivals also serve another purpose. They connect citizens, especially the young, to the soldier's world. When we speak of battles like Rezangla, where 13 Kumaon fought to the last man, Longewala, where a handful of troops held off an entire armored brigade, or the Kargil operations, where our young officers and men led from the front at places like Tololing and Tiger Hill, and also see these and more come alive in the painting so passionately created by Lieutenant Colonel Arul Raj. We are not recounting war. We are recounting character. We are showing the next generation what courage, resolve, and teamwork look like in the real world. At the same time, military history is also about learning. We study Prithviraj Chauhan and the battles of Tarain to understand why preparedness matter. We study the battles of Kohima to understand joint operations and terrain warfare. We study IPKF operations in Sri Lanka, counterinsurgency in the northeast, and the long campaign in Jammu and Kashmir to understand patience, human sensitivity, and political military synergy. Every campaign, ancient or modern, teaches something. IMHF creates the space where those lessons can be shared openly between soldiers, scholars, policymakers, and citizens. So on behalf of the USI Council, I take this moment to thank all our speakers, authors, students for adding depth and passion to this festival. My special appreciation goes to the Center for Military History and Conflict Studies, which has guided this festival with the same discipline and attention to detail that our forebears once displayed in preparing their battle formations. We are grateful to all our partners, the Department of Military Affairs, Services, NCC, State Government of Tamil Nadu, Assam and Uttarakhand, and our international collaborators for supporting this growing movement. Let me close with a personal reflection. Every strong nation draws strength from its stories. Every confident nation honors the people who shaped them. And every secure nation understands that courage is not created in movement, it is cultivated through memory. From the heights of Siachen to the waves of the Indian Ocean, from the battles of the past to the missions of today, our soldiers, sailors and airmen stands as a living embodiment of that heritage. It is our responsibility and even our privilege to preserve it, study it, pass on with pride. Thank you for your participation, your passion and your commitment. Let us go forward with greater confidence in our past, greater resolve in our present, and greater ambition for our future. Thank you once again, and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Air Marshal Ashutosh Dikshit, for your inspiring special address. And now for the release of 1965 War commemorative booklet, I request the Honorable Chief Guest of the closing ceremony, General Anil Chauhan, Chief of Defence Staff, and other dignitaries to kindly step forward so that we can release this booklet. 2025 this year marks 60 years of the 1965 India-Pakistan War, and this is a booklet that commemorates the Diamond Jubilee of that war. So as part of the third edition of Indian Military Heritage Festival here in USI campus, New Delhi, the commemorative booklet on the 1965 war stands released. Congratulations. Thank you very much everyone for doing the honors. So like the CTS said about practical examples of jointness integration, I think another visual of integration where we'll have the person who's put together this being called up on the stage. And as Air Marshal Ashutosh said, that there are so many stories and we need to cultivate those. This booklet is also cultivating our memories 60 years back. So the whole idea is connecting with the past, present, and inspire the future. Okay, the moment he comes, we'll certainly get that photograph as well for posterity. But right now, it's time for the keynote address by the chief guest. I'd like to invite General Anil Chauhan, PVSM, UYSM, AVSM, Sena Medal, VSM, Chief of Defence Staff.
Air Marshal Ashutosh Dikshit, General N.C. Vij, General B.K. Sharma, Director General USI, Squadron Leader China, Air Marshal Sachdev. I see a lot of serving and retired officers, veterans here, and a lot of young students, scholars over here. A very good evening to all of you. As we draw curtains to this third edition of Indian Military Heritage Festival, I do so with a deep sense of pride and satisfaction. Over the past 2 days, this particular festival has once again reaffirmed its growing importance as a national platform that celebrates India's rich military heritage while engaging meaningfully with the evolving dimensions of our national security. Since its inception in October 2023, the Indian Military Heritage Festival has grown steadily in scope, stature, and substance, and I consider myself privileged to have been part of all these 3 editions. We are here today serving and retired. I'm talking about the community which I belong to. We all are actually inheritors of this rich military heritage of India. And this has all been created by our predecessors. Some of may have contributed towards it, but mostly it's a kind of inheritance which we have got. एक धरोहर है ये. So it's an inheritance of gain, means for us. And we are actually beneficiaries of it, the uniformed community and the people who have retired. The respect and that love that the citizens of this country, and that I'm meaning to people who are not in uniform, the civilian side, they give to us, that's part of that national dharohar or the inheritance which we have. And this has been built over a period of time by, not me, means I may have just made some contribution towards it, but it's largely my predecessors who may have fought all those wars which were reflected on this exhibition which is there outside, people who have participated in disaster management, people who have helped people. So all this is a collective heritage which we have inherited, and we may have contributed towards it, we may not have contributed towards it. So this inheritance and respect has been built over generations of soldiering, sacrifice, and selfless duty to the country. And I think it's a solemn duty, especially people in uniform and veterans, to contribute towards this particular inheritance. Because whatever you inherit, you need to pass it to the next generation, and we are passing it to the next generation, you must add on to it. If you're not able to directly probably contribute towards this, at least help in preserving this particular inheritance. And if you're not even able to preserve or help in preserving, at least what you can do is appreciate that inheritance of ours. So what we are actually doing over here today is doing all 3. That means we are creating, preserving, and appreciating. And it's all because of USI and people like Scholar Leader China who are contributing towards it. Thank you very much for organizing this, sir. I am really grateful for this. You know, and why I'm saying so, and over here maybe I'll quote a small poem by Rudyard Kipling. He says, in times of war and not before, God and soldiers we adore. But in times of peace and all things righted, God is forgotten and the soldiers slighted. So remembering soldiers during peace is an onerous responsibility of the citizens of the country and all of us. And honoring the military also. So this is part of this festival. And so in some manner we have negated what Kipling has said actually. So in peacetime we are doing it, and all thanks to USI, China, and General B.K. Sharma. So the first edition of this Military Heritage Festival laid the foundation stone. It brought together veterans, scholars, soldiers, strategic thinkers, and as the Director General said, that we launched Project Udhav as part of it. In the second edition, in which I had the privilege to inaugurate, expanded the festival's reach and active support to include Ministry of Defense, DOD, DMA, DRDO. It successfully blended intellectual discussions, cultural events, and public engagements to create an experience that resonated across audiences. And there's a third audience, a third edition, which we conclude today, has consolidated that particular progress and shown how deeply this particular festival has connected the armed forces with the larger national and academic community, which is also here today. With over 22 panel discussions covering a wide spectrum of themes from ancient martial traditions to cutting-edge challenges of modern warfare, it has reflected the depth, the diversity, and dynamism of India's military and strategic discourse. This reminds us of our national security is also a collective responsibility that depends on synergy between the armed forces, the industry, academia, government, and everyone, in fact, the whole nations. Every citizen of the nation should be part of this particular collective responsibility towards national security. And maybe during the book launch, I had talked about military preparedness, which may be the remit of the people in uniform. Defense of a nation is larger, but when you talk about security of a nation, maybe everyone has to get involved into it. So I was also particularly pleased to see the exhibition of Lieutenant Colonel Arul Raj, and which has beautifully captured the journey, tradition, and stories of our armed forces of all wars, right from pre-independence and Independence Day era. Exhibitions like this are not only a tribute to our men and women in uniform, but also a way of bringing their spirit closer to the people through an art expression and storytelling. And it was during this second edition of this particular festival, I had suggested that we must have a retrospective of these paintings. I'm so glad that this has been done. So in that particular second edition also, I had made some distinction between how do we capture our military history or military heritage. And that, I said, is in terms of photographs, paintings, and sculptures. And I tried to differentiate between the three. A photograph, a war photograph, captures a moment in the battle through the lens of a camera, but yet behind that lens is the perspective eye of a photographer, and which is why some of these photographs actually become iconic. A war painting actually captures the essence of a complete battle, which may comprise of one or two more military action and depicts the outcome of battle. It is an imagination and factual matter fused together, and a good war painting covers authentic terrain, foliage, dress, equipment, which Arul Raj has so painfully done in each of his paintings. And sculpture, when I say it, covers the spirit of the complete war. And that's why you sometimes find these sculptures, when you visit foreign countries or in India also. So the artistic mediums of photography, painting, sculpture, films, books ensure that the legacy of our armed forces lives not only in history books, but also in the hearts of the nation. They offer a human window to the sacrifice and resolve that define our military ethos. I would like to praise the three services for their wholehearted support to this particular endeavor by taking part in exhibitions, stalls, and performances. My gratitude also goes to the USI, Department of Defense, Department of Military Affairs, Ministry of Culture, all partner organizations and individuals, and these young students and scholars who are here today. All of them. As we bring this edition to a close, let us remember that a military heritage is not just our past, but is also the foundation of future, because it gives us confidence in moments of uncertainty, strength in times of challenge, and unity in the pursuit of a common purpose. Thank you all for your participation in the third Military Heritage Festival. Your engagement and your commitment to this shared journey has been grateful and is well appreciated. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, General Anil Chauhan, for your enlightening address and encouraging preservation and appreciation of the glorious Indian military heritage. And the commemorative booklet that you just released is also a part of that heritage. And now we can have that group photograph. Congratulations to the entire team and Anubhavji as well. Thank you. I now request Squadron Leader Rana Chinna, MBE retired, Director of Center for Military History and Conflict Studies, to propose a formal vote of thanks.
Thank you. And a very good evening to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. The CDS, General Anil Chauhan, the CISC, Air Marshal Ashutosh Dixit, both of them actually made my task a lot easier by already listing out a lot of our institutional partners, so I will not list them out again. General N.C. Witt, sir, we are inspired by your presence. and General B.K. Sharma, Air Marshal Sachdeva. It's been a great privilege and an honor to be able to host this third edition of the Indian Military Heritage Festival. And I would like to acknowledge the constant and the consistent wholehearted support of the CDS. General Anil Chauhan, thank you very much, sir. I mean, this journey would not have, it would have happened, but it would not have happened in the manner that it has. And I think that we are today at the cusp of taking off to bigger and better things and also in achieving some of that vision which we started off with. So, and that is in no small measure due to your guidance and your support, sir. So we thank you on behalf of the center as well as the USI for that. General B.K. Sharma mentioned two projects, and I'll just very briefly expand on them. I mean, there have been a number of very enlightening discussions, but these two projects are central to some of the initiatives that the center has been doing to promote the conservation and preservation of India's rich and varied military heritage. As a lot of you may know, we partner with the National Army Museum, and we conduct and have been conducting for many years now an annual Military Museum Curators course, which has been supported by Headquarters IDS right from the very beginning. And the intent behind that is that we move beyond the cottage industry phase, is what I call it, of our military's approach to our national military heritage, because it's incredibly rich. And even if any of you have had the privilege of visiting some of our older regimental messes, you will find that they are mini museums in their own right. So it's imperative that we understand how to conserve, catalog, preserve a lot of that material that we have the privilege of being made the custodians of. So these two initiatives, one, of course, we had earlier today we had the chairman of the Rygad Development Authority, who is Sambhaji Raja Chhatrapati, the 13th descendant of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. And we will be working closely with the Rygad Development Authority on a comprehensive plan to build up a Maratha military heritage trail, which will not only take in Rygad, but also the other 12, or rather the other 11 sites, the Maratha forts that have been recently granted World Heritage status by UNESCO. So I think this is a very prestigious, it's a very important opportunity for us at the center and at the USI, because I think if we are able to do what we intend to do, then we will be able to lay out a blueprint and a kind of a benchmark for others in this country to follow. So that's number one. The other, I think, major project that we are working now on is with the Imperial War Museum in the United Kingdom, and that is we are commemorating India's war, which is 39 to 45, in time for the 80th anniversary of Indian independence. The Second World War, India had a very major role to play in it, and the popular narrative, has the war playing out as a backdrop to the freedom struggle. But our view is that the war was actually central to that freedom struggle. And if it hadn't been for the role of the military, the role of the INA, the role of, the RIN mutinies and all, the history of both the war as well as India's national freedom movement would have been very different. And I'm very pleased that we will be able to work on this project in a very holistic manner, and once again, hopefully be able to lay out a kind of a benchmark manner in which to deal with aspects of our military history, which possibly may be a little contentious at times as well. Now, when you go to a movie, you have right at the end, you have the credits that are rolling. And first you have all the lead actors. Luckily, as I said, the CISC has already mentioned all the institutional lead actors, so I will not repeat them again. But I will make mention of all the individuals that have helped to make this this festival a success. We have General Jagatbir, and of course, from my immediate team, Dr. Archana Tyagi, that the DG already mentioned. And along with Dr. Archana Tyagi, I must mention her husband, Brigadier Vipul Tyagi. And Brigadier Tyagi has every year taken leave to come and support his wife. So a big hand to you, sir. Ladies, please take note. And when you go back, you can say, look at him. It's a model husband. And so he's not just a model husband, but even their son, Sankalp, every year he's over here and he's a very huge and active part. Sankalp, thank you. Commander Bhavna, and then I have, of course, our center's team, Bharti Negi, Rakesh Agnihotri, Narinder Tiwari, Dr. Mani from our digitization project, Meghna, Jharna, as well as, of course, from the USI Adam section, Group Captain Sharad Tiwari, Squadron Leader Smriti, and Pankaj and Rajesh. And for the rest, we've got Raj, Dhananjay, Shivansh, Monica, Nutan, Dr. Arpita, Saransh, I've already mentioned Sankalp, Shifali, Aditya, Shalini, Shahnawaz, Aarti, Sukhmani, Pragun, Anu, Ishi, Pratik, and Colonel Aman, and of course Shreya and the others from the CIC who helped. If I missed anyone out, I apologize, but once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Most importantly, the festival would not have been a success without you as an audience, because as they say, jungle mein mor nacha kisne dekha. So audience is everything. So give yourself a big hand. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Squadron Leader Rana Chinna, and congratulations to your team. With that, we conclude the third edition of the Indian Military Heritage Festival. And as was expressed since its inception in 2023, the festival is seeing increased resonance both nationally and internationally. So with the hope that we will meet for the fourth edition with time, and best of both Virasat and Vikas. So let's meet soon for the fourth edition with the best of heritage and development. Thank you, everyone. Jai Hind.
हाँ ले लेंगे इस्तीफा नहीं, तो कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन, बिना आपके भी ये वो चलता SRY में।